The tale unfolds in the grandeur of the Count family palace within the illustrious Seldom Kingdom. Our protagonist, Jamie Welton, awakens in his bed, haunted by the persistent recurrence of a peculiar dream. Jamie, the eldest son and the designated heir to the Seldom Kingdom's Count family, bears a secret burden. In a past life, he was Diablo Volfir, a formidable warlord sealed away by the 12 heavenly gods. As Diablo faced his sealing, he ominously foretold that upon his awakening, the gods' radiant light would fade into darkness, subjecting them to eternal suffering and compelling them to beg Jamie for release. These gods, unfazed by Diablo's prophecy, expressed anticipation for the moment Jamie would awaken. They consigned Diablo to an eternity of torment, sealing him away. Yet Diablo, after what felt like an eternity, discovered a crack in the barrier, paving the way for his reincarnation as the firstborn of the Welton family. Reborn as an infant, he now experiences the life of nobility, showered with love from his parents, a far cry from the warlord he once was. Fast forward 9 years, and Jamie Welton sighs at the prospect of yet another wearisome day. His maid enters, surprised by Jamie's early rising, and he feigns appreciation for the morning sky. Despite Jamie's lack of enthusiasm for the attention, he puts on a cheerful facade. The maid, duly impressed, informs him that his parents await him downstairs. After a swift change of clothes, Jamie descends, silently contemplating the monotonous routine that awaits him. Downstairs, the Welton family eagerly awaits Jamie's presence. His mother, Sears Bell Welton, hailing from the prestigious Bell family, beams with joy, charmed by the perceived cuteness of her children. Jamie's father, the head of the Welton Count's family and one of the kingdom's 5 revered swordmasters, is enamored with both his wife and children. The family tableau is completed by Jamie's younger sister, Sarah Welton. To the external observer, they epitomize the quintessential happy family. However, Jamie harbors a starkly different perspective, finding the carefully constructed happiness to be a tiresome facade. As the formalities unfold, Jamie can't help but retreat into introspection. Once back in his room, he lies on his bed, contemplating the ceaseless struggle to acclimate to the overwhelming affection emanating from his family. Despite the external appearances of joy and unity, the dichotomy between Jamie's external role as the cherished heir of the Welton family and his internal turmoil as the reincarnated Diablo Volfir paints a poignant picture. Growing older has brought some relief to Jamie's life in the Grand Mansion. In his early years, Jamie wanted to get sealed again, stemming from the challenge of speaking with a cute tone, a consequence, as he believed, of having a short tongue. However, amidst this internal struggle, Jamie found solace in the opulence of the mansion and the myriad activities it offered. The private library, in particular, held a special allure for him. In the midst of Jamie's contemplations, his shikigami, a supernatural creature, materialized and perched itself on his head. A sense of weakness overcame Jamie, but he quickly reassured himself that being reborn presented a unique opportunity. He crushed his shikigami, resenting the 12 gods who, in his previous life as Diablo Volfir, had sealed him away. Jamie saw them as parasitic entities still leeching off their believers, and he harbored a deep-seated anger toward their arrogance. Acknowledging the limits of his powers in an era devoid of dark magic, Jamie found comfort in the knowledge that time was on his side. Despite the absence of his formidable past abilities, he vowed to grow stronger and ultimately overthrow the 12 gods who had once held dominion over him. In the midst of these intense thoughts, Jamie's routine was disrupted by the entrance of his maid. She reminded him with a warm smile that it was time for his daily children's book reading session with his mother. The abrupt transition from his dark musings to the cheerful task at hand required Jamie to switch to a cute demeanor, something he found internally irksome. Nevertheless, he put on a facade of affection and assured the maid that he would join them shortly. As Jamie made his way to join his mother and sister for the reading session, he couldn't help but reflect on the incongruity of his internal turmoil with the external image he projected. His mother and sister greeted him with surprise, taken aback by the cuteness Jamie exuded. Instantly, they enveloped him in warm embraces, expressing genuine delight at his adorable demeanor. Seated for the reading, Jamie wore a sparkling smile as he inquired about the chosen book. His mother, seemingly charmed by his cuteness, engaged him in a lively reading session. As the story unfolded, Jamie expressed genuine enjoyment and revealed his aspirations to become a great magician, drawing inspiration from the characters in the book. His mother, appearing impressed, assured Jamie of his potential success, citing his past achievements in defeating 3 magic teachers. Jamie, however, couldn't shake off a sense of skepticism. wondering if his mother's encouraging words concealed a form of mockery. Despite this uncertainty, his mother patted his head affectionately, adding that his father would arrange for the guidance of the greatest magician to further hone his skills. Encouraged by this revelation, Jamie couldn't help but express admiration for his father's abilities. His mother, seizing the moment, attempted to divert him from his usual routine, suggesting playtime instead of heading to the library. Unyielding, Jamie politely but firmly insisted on pursuing his interests in the library. As his mother sought to hug Jamie, torn between his desire to break free and his mother's affection, relented and fell into her embrace. Yet as she implored him to forsake the library in favor of spending time with her, Jamie, with a mix of politeness and determination, he tells his mother to let him go. Entering the library, Jamie settled into a chair with a book in hand. As he closed the latest tome on mana breathing, disappointment washed over him. It didn't offer the help he sought. His contemplation was interrupted by a call for his meal, a routine that had grown tiresome, dining with his parents 3 times a day. Leaving the library and stepping into the hall, Jamie noticed an old man. Puzzled, he wondered about the stranger's identity. The old man greeted Jamie, surprising him with the tremendous amount of mana radiating from his body like a tempest. Jamie speculated that the old man was likely a 7th-class magician, intrigued by the question of how he arrived without a guide, perhaps teleportation. Considering the possibility of the old man being an intruder, Jamie hesitated. However, the man's relaxed demeanor didn't fit the profile of an intruder in a swordmaster's mansion. Seeking answers, Jamie questioned the old man about his identity and purpose. Unfazed, the old man, excited by the significant mana Jamie possessed, remarked on the son of a tiger being a tiger himself. In the old man's eyes, Jamie surpassed the average. Growing irritated by the old man's lack of a direct response and his attempt to gauge Jamie's potential, Jamie prepared to attack. Ready to unleash a spell, he observed the old man's laid-back attitude and felt the need to assert his strength. The old man, seemingly unfazed, only fueled Jamie's irritation. In response, Jamie began to ready a spell, signaling his intent to take action. The old man, impressed by Jamie's mana and intrigued by his demeanor, reciprocated by initiating the same spell. A tension hung in the air as both individuals prepared for a potential confrontation. Observing the old man mirroring his actions, Jamie's anger intensified. The audacity of the old man testing him, a figure who had once stood on the brink of defeating even gods in a past life, fueled Jamie's determination. Ready to unleash his spell upon the old man, Jamie's resolve showcased the immense power that lay within him. In the midst of an enchanted confrontation, Jamie directed the force of his magical prowess towards the elderly man, anticipation hanging thick in the air. The elderly gentleman, however, displayed a mastery that belied his age, effortlessly parrying Jamie's magical assault. The young magician, expecting his conjured energies to wreak havoc, was left dumbfounded by the old man's skillful defense. The result was far from what Jamie had envisioned. Despite the unexpected turn of events, the seasoned old man found delight in the spectacle of a 9-year-old like Jamie wielding such potent magic. Responding with a spell of his own, the elderly man directed it away from Jamie, who, recognizing that the magic was not aimed at him, stood motionless. The old man, taken aback by Jamie's lack of reaction, the magical skirmish reached an unexpected climax as Jamie's father, sensing the tension, entered the scene just in time to intercept the old man's mystical assault. Concern etched on his face, Jamie's father immediately inquired about his son's well-being. Jamie, seizing the moment, feigned weakness and burst into tears, adding an emotional layer to the already charged atmosphere. His father, angered by what seemed to be the old man's callous mistreatment of Jamie, scolded him for reducing his son to tears. Yet the elderly gentleman found amusement in Jamie's apparent shyness, seeing it as a unique reaction. As the magical energies dissipated, the room settled into an uneasy calm. They gathered around, finding solace in the ritual of sharing a cup of tea. Jamie's father, recognizing the need to diffuse the tension, revealed Jamie as the heir to the Welton family. He expressed his displeasure at the unexpected magical assault on his son, further fueling the tension between the two parties. The old man asked the Count that how much he knows about his son. The Count replies about what? Marquis Limmel acknowledged Jamie's innate genius. The Count, skeptical and still nursing his anger from the earlier assault, questioned the old man's credibility after such a display. Marquis Limmel, unfazed by the Count's suspicions, dismissed his concerns, suggesting that the Count knew little about his own son. The Count's anger persisted, but Marquis Limmel urged him to calm down, claiming to sense his aura and perhaps seeing beyond the surface of the situation. The revelation of Marquis Limel's identity as the strongest 8th-class great magician among the living added another layer of complexity to the unfolding narrative. Jamie's father, now intrigued by the potential mentorship of such a prestigious figure, questioned the likelihood of Marquis Limel accepting Jamie as his student. Suspicion crept into the Count's voice as he pondered whether his son lacked the necessary magical aptitude. In response, Marquis Limel offered an unexpected explanation. He couldn't accept Jamie as his student, not due to a lack of talent on Jamie's part, but because he doubted his own ability to handle the extraordinary abilities that Jamie possessed. The revelation left the room steeped in a mixture of awe and uncertainty. The Count stood there, his mind reeling from the unexpected revelation delivered by Marquis Limel. The seasoned magician calmly informed the Count that his son, Jamie, possessed the extraordinary ability to comprehend and read all of the Marquis's intricate magical maneuvers. It was a revelation that struck the Count with disbelief, struggling to fathom that his young son could decipher the complexities of such advanced magic. Marquis Limel, however, exuded a certain assurance as he continued, revealing that Jamie was impervious to the influence of his own magic. The Count was further astonished when the Marquis described how Jamie had not flinched in the face of his magical onslaught, displaying an unprecedented composure that defied his tender age. According to the Marquis, Jamie's innate magical prowess had already elevated him to the level of a 3rd-class magician through his relentless self-teaching. Moreover, when accounting for Jamie's physical limitations, Marquis Limel boldly declared that Jamie could be considered on par with, or even surpassing a 4th-class magician. The Count grappled with the weight of this revelation, recognizing that his son was no ordinary child, but possibly a prodigious force in the world of magic. Labeling Jamie as either a genius or a prodigy, Marquis Limel conveyed a belief that such a remarkable child required no formal instruction. The Count, still trying to wrap his mind around this newfound understanding of his son's capabilities, was encouraged by the Marquis to continue supporting Jamie's growth. The Marquis went further, prophesying the potential birth of a legendary 9th-class magician, a notion that left the Count both astonished and elated. The idea that his son could achieve such a revered status filled him with a sense of pride and hope for Jamie's extraordinary future. Expressing remorse for his earlier magical assault on Jamie, Marquis Limel shifted the conversation, forewarning the Count of an impending magical storm. The Marquis cryptically stated that this storm wouldn't merely impact the realm of magic, but would extend its reach to influence the entire world. With a swift and mesmerizing display of teleportation magic, Marquis Limel vanished, leaving the Count to grapple with the weight of the impending magical upheaval and the remarkable destiny that seemed to await his son. The scene transitioned to Jamie's room, where the young magician, still reeling from the events that transpired, found himself fatigued. His mother, upon hearing about the altercation with Marquis Limel, had kept Jamie confined for hours. Despite the confinement, Jamie felt a deep sense of satisfaction and awe at having witnessed actual magic. The Marquis's attack had left a lasting impression, but it was Jamie's father, Count Jamie Welton, who garnered the majority of his admiration. Reflecting on the strength displayed by his father during the confrontation, Jamie was in awe of the man he thought he knew so well. He realized that his father's prowess extended far beyond his previous understanding. The revelation stirred a newfound certainty within Jamie. His father was not just a strong figure, but one worthy of admiration and respect. Suddenly, and almost as if summoned by Jamie's thoughts, Marquis Limel appeared in the room. The older man, observing Jamie's demeanor, questioned the young magician about the cause of his laughter. Startled by the unexpected presence of Marquis Limel, Jamie asked why the old man was in his room. Marquis Limel, amused by Jamie's surprise, casually revealed that he had teleported himself in. Jamie, still grappling with the shock of not noticing the seasoned magician's arrival, acknowledged that the old man was no ordinary individual. Marquis Limel, intrigued by Jamie's distinct behavior in the presence of family compared to strangers, laughed and commented on the young magician's amusing personality. As the conversation continued, the room became a nexus of magic and mystery, where the legendary Marquis Limel and the prodigious Jamie shared a moment in time that held the promise of an extraordinary future. Jamie found Marquis Limel peculiar, questioning why the old man scrutinized him so intensely, especially considering they had just met. To Jamie's surprise, the Marquis produced a magical tome and handed it over. Perplexed, Jamie asked the reason behind this unexpected gift. In response, Marquis Limel explained that the magic he had used earlier was outdated, and thus he was bequeathing Jamie with the book. Jamie felt a surge of anger, interpreting the gesture as a slight to his magical abilities. However, Marquis Limmel clarified that the tome contained magic he had personally created. Jamie would be the first to explore its contents, a revelation that intrigued the young magician. As Marquis Limmel prepared to depart, he expressed high expectations for Jamie's potential, leaving the young magician to wonder about the changes the next encounter might bring. Jamie, embracing the challenge, assured the Marquis that the results would likely exceed his expectations. Excitement fueled Jamie as he delved into the magical tome, discovering mana-breathing techniques and methods of absorbing mana into one's heart. The prospect of new and unconventional magic piqued Jamie's interest. However, the intricacies of the techniques presented a daunting challenge. The need for precision, especially in absorbing mana through the skin, forced Jamie to reconsider his initial enthusiasm. Lying on his bed, Jamie contemplated the difficulty of manipulating mana materials to achieve the required precision. The task seemed insurmountable for most, but not for Diablo Volfir, as Jamie referred to himself. With determination, he envisioned a method to absorb mana through his skin, acknowledging that he would have to feel each mana material to make it work. The uniqueness of Jamie's approach lay in his refusal to accept the conventional limitations of old techniques. While others deemed it impossible, Jamie, as Diablo Volfir, saw it as a challenge to overcome. Excitement surged through him as he envisioned the possibilities unlocked by this new perspective. Sitting up, Jamie resumed reading the magical tome, eager to explore its secrets. He decided to put his newfound insights into practice, summoning his Shikigami, Black, a one-eyed bat. Instructing Black to break down some mana, Jamie witnessed as the Shikigami shattered the mana, producing particles that floated around him. The first hurdle was conquered, breaking the mana into a size suitable for absorption through Jamie's skin. However, this method had limitations, requiring a fixed location and size. Undeterred, Jamie relied on Black, his contracted familiar, to assist him in overcoming these constraints. Black is someone who made a soul contract with Jamie. With the first challenge resolved, Jamie faced the next, absorbing the mana. Fortunately, this posed no problem for him, as his body lacked the conventional limits. Jamie could store mana in multiple places within his being, a testament to the boundless potential he believed lay within himself. In this pursuit of magical innovation, Jamie, as Diablo Volfir, forged ahead, fueled by an unyielding determination to defy the norms and push the boundaries of magical possibility. The magical tome became not just a source of knowledge, but a catalyst for Jamie's journey into uncharted territories, where the old gave way to the new, and the impossible became a realm waiting to be conquered. Outside Jamie's room, his father and the maid observe him. The Count is surprised to see Jamie's mana swirling around him. He knew Marquis had given Jamie some advice, but he didn't expect Jamie's mana to transform so quickly. The Count thinks that maybe his son has a hidden talent. He instructs the maid to let Jamie be for the day, as they never know when he might come out. The maid assures the Count that she will keep an eye on Jamie. The Count is fascinated to discover that Jamie is a magician rather than a sword user, speculating that it might be influenced by his wife's family. This surpasses the Count's expectations for Jamie. He smiles, thinking Jamie might be the ninth-class magician. The scene shifts to the next day in Jamie's room, where he has successfully performed the mana manipulation described in Marquis's book. Initially challenging, Jamie managed to move and break apart mana after a few attempts. However, Jamie is disappointed as, for now, 4th-class mana is his limit. He considers it frustrating as he was close to reaching the 5th class. Black suggests that Jamie reform his body, but Jamie declines, stating that he knows his current body is young and weak. Black is disappointed, but Jamie assures him that he will try to be patient since the gods won't disappear, and he has already walked this path once. Jamie uses a spell to make Black invisible and informs him that he plans to meet his father. He instructs Black to hide his mana to avoid his father detecting him. Jamie is pleased that even he couldn't sense Black, and is confident that his father won't either. As Jamie goes outside to meet his father, the scene shifts to the Count's room, where he is talking to a man. The man thanks the Count for allowing Jinnis into his territory. The Count explains that he thought it would benefit the locals and decided to permit them. The man asks for clarification, and the Count elaborates on his decision. The Count assures the man that he has always pursued excellence and intends to make Jinnis the foremost religion in his territory. The man interprets this as the Count asserting his superiority and issuing a warning not to mistreat residents as if they were gods. Although the man had heard rumors about the Count and knows not to underestimate him, The Count suggests they end the conversation due to the man's busy schedule. They bid farewell to each other. As the man departs, the Count's expression shifts from a smile to a serious demeanor. Outside, Jamie observes the man leaving and notices the symbol of a crescent moon holding a yellow sphere, emitting impure divine power. Jamie is astonished that Janus is now in their territory. He questions his father's sudden decision to allow religion, especially Janus. Feeling restricted and with limited choices, Jamie decides he must meet with his father and start investigating that night. Jamie enters his father's office, where they both sit down. The Count inquires if Jamie has completed everything. Jamie confirms and expresses his fondness for magic. His father, deep in thought, reveals his concern that he had hoped Jamie would grow up as a normal boy. However, Jamie's extraordinary talent has made a normal life impossible. The Count reflects on the challenges of being recognized for talent and the subsequent scrutiny if growth is stunted. He questions if this is truly best for Jamie. The Count assures Jamie that he is free to quit magic if he wishes, but as long as Jamie continues, his father will support him. Jamie reassures his father, expressing his determination not to give up on magic. The Count is pleased but surprised by the level of mana Jamie possesses for a 9-year-old. He senses mana throughout Jamie's body, which astounds him, as mana is believed to be stored only in the heart. The Count asks if Jamie mastered the magic tome given by Marquis Limmel the previous day. Jamie proudly informs his father that not only did he master the magic tome, but he also addressed the issues he was facing. The Count is shocked, unable to believe the significant improvement his son achieved in just one day. He begins to think that Jamie might have the potential to become the legendary 9th-class magician. Overwhelmed with pride, the Count laughs, realizing that compared to Jamie's talent, his own seems insignificant. Jamie, puzzled, asks his father what's amusing. His father explains that he is laughing out of pride and affection, patting Jamie's head. Internally, Jamie wishes his father would stop the affectionate gestures. His father notices something on Jamie's head and asks if it's a summon. Jamie is surprised that his father can see black, as he was sure he had applied invisibility. The Count remarks that it looked too round for a bat, prompting Jamie to wonder about his father's exceptional abilities. Jamie explains that he shaked it like a bat and hit it, thinking his father would be surprised. The Count hugs Jamie, expressing immense pride and calling him a genius. Later, tired, Jamie retreats to his room, reflecting on the abundance of love and affection in their household. At night, Jamie dons a cloak and ventures outside. Calling Black, who conjures wings for Jamie, he prepares to uncover the reason behind Janus coming to his territory. Jamie flies around the land with Black's wings. In an alley, 2 men, Philip with purple hair and Jance with brown hair, discuss their predicament. Philip, a mid-officer of a criminal organization named Level, believes they must engage in human trafficking to survive. Jance disagrees, expressing disbelief that higher-ups would sacrifice half the organization for personal gain. He warns Philip about the consequences, as Count Welton, who loves his children, would not tolerate such activities in his territory. Philip, confident in their luck, mentions that Hanni's men are willing to carry out the plan. Jance prefers running away over snitching, adhering to underground rules. They debate their options, acknowledging the challenges they face. Meanwhile, Jamie overhears their conversation and steps forward, surprising both Philip and Jance. They inquire about Jamie's identity. Hearing them, Jamie laughs, draped in a cloak, a chilling mimicry of the Grim Reaper's foreboding presence. Jance and Philip charge toward Jamie with menacing intent, but to their bewilderment, Jamie vanished into thin air right before their eyes. Puzzled, they frantically scanned their surroundings, only for Jamie to reappear with a dark aura enveloping him, casting an intimidating presence that sent shivers down Jance and Philip's spines. With an air of mystique, Jamie employed his magical abilities, probing the depths of their recent conversation. To their shock, Jance and Philip reluctantly divulged their involvement in a heinous crime, human trafficking, particularly of innocent young children. This revelation struck a nerve within Jamie, as it turned out to be the very crime that Jamie's father despised the most. Standing amidst the unfolding darkness of the revelation, Jamie couldn't fathom the audacity of these individuals. Thoughts raced through Jamie's mind, questioning the motives behind such a sinister act and whether these individuals harbored a death wish. As Jamie grappled with the realization of the depths of human depravity, a surge of annoyance mixed with anger coursed through him. Already irate at the meddling of divine forces in human affairs, Jamie found it utterly infuriating that mere mortals would exploit their own kind. The incongruity of human beings preying on each other further fueled Jamie's discontent. Struggling to comprehend the logic behind their captain's acceptance of such a malevolent proposal, Jamie couldn't shake off the suspicion that their leader was well aware of Jamie's father's vehement principles against such crimes. An uneasy feeling settled in Jamie's gut, foreseeing a morning filled with turmoil as the truth unfolded. In a decisive moment, Jamie rose from the scene, forming a magical circle around Jance and Philip. With a stern command, Jamie compelled them to head to the Count's residence and confess their sinister plans. The two, influenced by Jamie's magical authority, reluctantly agreed to comply, promising to reveal everything to the Count. As they departed, Jamie couldn't help but wonder about the twisted machinations that had led them to this point. Anticipating the impending chaos, Jamie prepared to depart, resolving to deal with the divine meddling that had riled him earlier. However, the tranquil moment was shattered as Philip and Jance were violently propelled into a nearby wall. 4 mysterious assailants materialize, leaving Jamie perplexed about their sudden appearance. Deploying magic once again, Jamie healed the battered duo, emphasizing the gravity of their situation. Their lives were temporarily spared, contingent on the successful completion of the assigned task. The assailant responsible for the abrupt assault revealed himself as Han Lee, a mid-ranking officer in criminal organization known as Livell. Han Lee ordered his men to drag the fallen individuals, including the enigmatic figure cloaked in darkness. In the chaotic aftermath of Jance and Philip being dragged towards Han Lee, Jamie's rage surged, poised for retaliation against the unfolding injustice. However, before Jamie could unleash his fury, Han Lee preemptively struck, landing several blows to Jamie's body. Seemingly undeterred, Jamie pressed on, determined to confront the impending threat. Han Lee, fueled by his own malevolence, charged forward with a fiery spell, intending to incinerate Jamie. To the astonishment of both Han Lee and his entourage, Jamie managed to switch places with one of Han Lee's underlings just as the flames erupted. The unintended consequence left one of Han Lee's men consumed by the searing blaze, a twist of fate that caught everyone off guard. As the chaos unfolded, Jamie, seizing the opportunity, materialized behind Han Lee with an air of challenge. Puzzled and disconcerted, Han Lee took a step back, unsure of how Jamie had outsmarted him. Jamie, confronting Han Lee with a pointed question about the perceived enjoyment of killing one's subordinates, shouted in anger. The perplexed Han Lee struggled to comprehend Jamie's resilience, exacerbated by the mysterious dark aura shrouding Jamie's form. Undeterred, Jamie closed the distance with Han Lee, expressing bewilderment at Han Lee's irrational behavior despite possessing only third-class mana. The confrontation escalated as Han Lee, driven by frustration, unleashed his most potent spell, Buster, a third-class explosion magic. A colossal flare of fire erupted, aimed directly at Jamie. However, to Han Lee's disbelief, Jamie displayed remarkable agility, effortlessly evading the fiery onslaught. As the flames subsided, Jamie, still unscathed, dissected the psychological dynamics at play. He articulated the vulnerability of the human mind when confronted by superior forces and professed his satisfaction in manipulating those weaker than himself. The revelation left Han Lee stunned, grappling with the reality of his own limitations in the face of Jamie's cunning. In a decisive turn, Jamie emerged victorious, defeating Han Lee in a display of magical prowess. The onlookers, including Han Lee's bewildered companions, were left dumbfounded by the unexpected outcome. Attempting to escape the inevitable consequences of their actions, Han Lee's cohorts made a futile attempt to flee. In a swift and masterful move, Jamie invoked his spell, Erasure, eliminating them in one fell swoop. Approaching the defeated Han Lee, Jamie assumed control, asserting dominance over the once formidable adversary. In a role reversal, Jamie instructed Han Lee, now subservient, to answer a series of questions. Han Lee, acknowledging Jamie as his master, submitted to the newfound power dynamic. As Han reluctantly spilled the details about the trafficked children, Jamie couldn't shake the feeling of déjà vu. The information seemed all too familiar, echoing previous encounters with the dark underbelly of society. A twinge of disappointment crept over Jamie, a sense of wasted time settling in. Despite the distressing nature of the revelations, Jamie had hoped for something more, something that would justify the investment of time and energy in this pursuit. The predicament with Han lingered. Despite Jamie's measured approach, it became apparent that Han's soul had suffered irrevocable damage. In the arcane realm, where magic and morality intersected, Jamie faced a conundrum. Though Han's physical body remained intact, his impending demise was an inescapable reality. The typical recourse, turning Han into an undead, was rendered impractical due to the irreversible decay that would follow. Jamie, acknowledging the unsuitability of unleashing undead creatures in a tranquil environment, grappled with an alternate solution. Reluctantly, Jamie absorbed all of Han's mana, hoping to glean some advantage from the situation. The infusion of magical energy came with impurities, a consequence of the constraints imposed by the limitations of the human form. Yet Jamie found a silver lining in the opportunity to absorb a substantial amount of mana, a fortunate turn of events in an otherwise perplexing scenario. As Jamie contemplated the fate of Philip and Jance, now imbued with the absorbed mana, the question arose of their sustainability in this state. Their bodies, temporarily revitalized, held a fragile grip on this borrowed vitality. It was a transient state, and Jamie foresaw the inevitable return to their previous conditions. Turning to Jamie's spectral companion, Black, Jamie delved into the realm of necromancy. The dark art offered a means to command the reanimated, utilizing their bodies for Jamie's purposes. The distinction between necromancy and the resurrection of life became apparent. The beings summoned were no longer living entities. They were undead, straddling the delicate boundary between life and death. In a ritualistic fashion, Jamie bestowed a semblance of life upon Philip and Jance, transforming them into loyal servants bound to Jamie's will. With Black's assistance, Jamie successfully restored the souls of Jance and Philip back into their bodies. However, an unexpected twist unfolded as black smoke began emanating from the revived individuals. A sense of unease gripped Jamie, a feeling that something had gone awry. Doubt infiltrated Jamie's mind, casting shadows over the perceived success of the necromantic endeavor. As Black reassured Jamie that everything had gone according to plan, a seed of doubt sprouted in Jamie's mind. Suspicion cast a shadow over the assurance, prompting Jamie to scrutinize Black, wondering if something had indeed gone awry. Meanwhile, Jance and Philip, the subjects of Jamie's magical intervention, emitted disconcerting black smoke, raising concerns about their newfound state. Jamie pondered the practicality of retaining them in this condition, realizing their inability to operate under Genesis orders or navigate public spaces if the enigmatic smoke persisted. Black, attuned to Jamie's apprehension, sought to convey a crucial message. In a surprising move, Black approached Jamie to deliver the message with a cheeky bite. Jamie, momentarily angered by the unexpected nip, watched in awe as Black positioned himself atop Jance's head and voraciously devoured the black smoke enveloping both men. It was a revelation. Black possessed the ability to neutralize the ominous emissions. As Black efficiently cleared the air around Jance and Philip, Jamie marveled at the unexpected skill. The once pervasive black smoke dissipated, leaving Jamie content with the outcome. Black, however, lay tired and depleted, having expended considerable energy in cleansing the magical residue. In response, Jamie offered words of appreciation, patting Black with gratitude for a job well done. With the immediate crisis averted, Jamie contemplated the next steps. Considering whether to grant Jance and Philip individual names and consciousness, Jamie recognized the need for their awakening. As Jamie initiated the process, the two men gradually regained consciousness, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Jamie, aware of their confusion, decided to afford them some time to acclimate to their newfound existence. Jance, mustering courage, confronted Jamie with the burning question: was Jamie the architect of their transformation? Jamie, without hesitation, confirmed his role, and the revelation sent shockwaves through Jance. Despite Jamie's youthful appearance, an overwhelming and foreboding aura emanated from him, reminiscent of the malevolent entities Jance had only encountered in tales and ancient texts. To Jance, Jamie seemed to embody the forbidden, a creature defying the natural order, akin to a demon lord. Philip, grappling with uncertainty, openly admitted his ignorance regarding Jamie's true nature. Yet Philip couldn't bring himself to see Jamie as merely human, displaying an unusually aggressive demeanor. Observing Philip's intense eyes, Jamie's irritation grew. In response, Jamie harnessed magical power, compelling both Philip and Jance to bow their heads to the ground. Addressing Philip sternly, Jamie offered a one-time forgiveness, cautioning that any recurrence could have dire consequences, with Jamie unable to guarantee Philip's safety. Faced with Jamie's threat, Philip, visibly frightened, quickly assured Jamie that he understood and pledged not to repeat such behavior. Jamie extended the caution to Jance, underscoring the nature of their subordination through the soul-binding contract, emphasizing that their lives belonged to Jamie as an intrinsic aspect of dark magic. Clarifying his identity, Jamie asserted that he wasn't a demon lord, countering Jance's inquiry about Jamie's true nature. When Jance pressed further, asking what kind of being Jamie was, Jamie revealed himself as a dark magician. After instructing Jance and Philip to surveil the Jinnist church and gather crucial information, Jamie emphasized another task, bringing a person who might possess insights into human trafficking. Jamie intended to appoint this individual as the reporter in lieu of Jance and Philip. As the two men looked up, Jamie had already departed, prompting them to exhale a collective sigh of relief. Confused about the inexplicable events surrounding their bodies, Jance suggested they proceed with the assigned tasks, and Philip agreed, recognizing the imperative nature of Jamie's orders. Meanwhile, Jamie, accompanied by Black, expressed concern for the two men. In response, Jamie assured Black that the knot of subordination had been tightly secured, rendering disobedience impossible. Jamie believed this precaution would allow Jamie's father to independently address the human trafficking incident. Instructing Black to return home for the day, Jamie continued to navigate the intricate web of magical contracts and subordination. However, the routine excursion took an unexpected turn when Jamie collided with a passerby. Irritated and shocked, Jamie turned to confront the culprit, only to discover it was a child. The realization dawned on Jamie that despite wielding formidable magical abilities, Jamie was still just a 9-year-old. Informing the child that he would be let off this time, Jamie advised him to be more cautious in the future. The child, however, responded with frustration, unable to reconcile Jamie's childlike appearance with the mature tone of Jamie's speech. Black, sensing the tension, turned back towards the child. Intrigued by the situation, Jamie questioned Black's reaction, wondering if it stemmed from the child making fun of Black's color. Observing the kid with a serious expression, Jamie warned him, asking if he had a death wish. Terrified, the child hastily retreated to the other side, leaving Jamie to query Black about satisfaction. Black, seemingly content, conveyed a sense of fulfillment. With that peculiar incident behind them, Jamie decided to head home. Arriving at his residence, Jamie, feeling a sense of exhaustion, reflected on the day's events. As Jamie settled onto the bed, the exhaustion from expending more magical power than anticipated weighed heavily. Jamie contemplated the shift in the trajectory of Jamie's life, foreseeing an escalation in responsibilities. Up until now, Jamie had enjoyed a carefree existence. However, the intrusion of a god, particularly Janus, Jamie's least favorite deity, marked an unexpected turn. Undaunted, Jamie embraced the impending challenge, ready to confront Janus and their followers head-on, determined to reclaim and protect Jamie's territory. On the outskirts, Jance delved into the interrogation of Hanley's subordinates. The subordinates, astounded by Jance and Philip's survival, faced the piercing inquiries of Jance. The strength displayed by Jance left one subordinate in disbelief, unable to discern the presence of other members who would surely have caused a commotion if they were aware of Jance's return. The subordinates surmised that their comrades had likely been defeated, admitting ignorance about the whereabouts of their elder brother. Philip, dissatisfied with the vague responses, pressed for more information. Stressing the imperative nature of the boss's involvement in carrying out Jamie's commands and the potential insights into the Jinnist church, Philip demanded details about the boss's location with a stern expression. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the subordinate, fearing for his life, suggested checking bars known for the boss's proclivity for women and liquor. Jance and Philip acknowledged the lead, deciding to head to the bars in pursuit of crucial information. The subordinate, seemingly relieved to escape further harm, let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. However, the reprieve was short-lived. Without warning, Jance delivered a forceful punch to the subordinate's face, rendering him unconscious. With the subdued individual in tow, Jance prepared to scour the bars for the elusive boss, exemplifying the uncompromising approach required in navigating the complex web of loyalty, fear, and survival. Simultaneously, in another part of the narrative tapestry, a child who had previously collided with Jamie approached the hideout, expecting perhaps a continuation of the casual encounter. To the child's shock, the scene inside revealed a stark contrast, lifeless bodies strewn across the hideout, a chilling tableau of the aftermath. The young individual fretted over facing repercussions for not meeting their quota the previous day. Anxiously anticipating potential confrontations with other group members, the kid decided to make a quick exit before misunderstandings could arise. With no one around to enforce consequences, they slipped away, avoiding any potential conflicts with fellow members. The following day, we returned to Jamie's room, where Jamie, despite waking up, still grappled with exhaustion from the events of the previous night. Realizing that facing the family was inevitable today, Jamie decided to dress up and head downstairs. Spotting Black, Jamie opted to temporarily cancel the summoning, mindful that Jamie's father could sense Black's presence. Descending to the dining table, Jamie greeted both father and mother, inquiring about their rest. Jamie's father wished a good morning, and Jamie sought information about the whereabouts of his mother. In a sudden, shadowy appearance, Jamie's mother emerged from behind, enveloping Jamie in a warm hug. Playfully, Jamie, wearing a cute expression, questioned where his mother had been hiding. Despite Jamie's awareness of her hiding spot, his mother indulged the inquiry, patting Jamie's head and asking if Jamie had been scared. Jamie admitted to a slight fear, but added that it was enjoyable because it afforded an opportunity to see his mother. Delighted by Jamie's response, his mother radiated happiness. Ready to proceed with breakfast, Jamie suggested they start, but his mother, brimming with excitement, insisted on one more hug. The warm embrace extended as both Jamie's mother and sister joined in, creating a heartwarming and affectionate moment within the family's morning routine.
At the dining table, Jamie's father's sudden recollection disrupted the serene atmosphere. "Come to think about it, that's happening tomorrow," he mentioned casually. The statement hung in the air, puzzling Jamie. Sensing his confusion, Jamie asked his father about the impending event, seeking clarity on the matter. His father, in response, turned to Jamie's mother and inquired whether she had informed Jamie about tomorrow's plans. Sears, Jamie's mother, grumbled as she confessed to forgetting. The weight of her words hinted at underlying concerns, and Jamie's mind immediately flashed back to a recent incident involving a peculiar full-body breathing technique. Reflecting on his mother's personality, Jamie deduced that she must have endured considerable stress due to his actions. A surge of remorse swept over him, prompting an apology to his mother. Sears, displaying a mix of frustration and concern, acknowledged Jamie's apology and reassured him that as long as nothing happened to her son, everything was okay. However, she issued a cautionary note, expressing her worries about Jamie pushing himself too hard. Recalling the incident, she painted a vivid picture of a potential breakdown in the middle of hallways, driven by the emotional toll such actions could inflict. Jamie, understanding the gravity of his mother's words, promised that he wouldn't repeat such behavior. Eager to shift the conversation, Jamie probed about the mysterious event scheduled for the next day. Sears disclosed that they were attending a grand ball, organized by Count Simon and Count Welton. This elaborate affair drew in most of the nobles residing in the northern regions of the Seldam Empire. Sears, bubbling with excitement, explained that both Jamie and his younger sister had reached an age where attending such events was expected, making this particular ball a significant milestone. As Jamie absorbed this information, a pang of realization hit him. His precious free time was about to be swallowed by social obligations. The impending social engagement loomed over him, threatening to disrupt the comfortable routine he had grown accustomed to. The scene transitioned to a few moments later, with Jamie donning a cloak and calling for his trusted summon, Black. Summoning his mount, Jamie prepared for a visit to two individuals named Jance and Philip. The purpose of this meeting was to gather information, a task he had entrusted to them. Upon arriving at their meeting place, Jamie was acknowledged as Master by Jance. Eager to assess their progress, Jamie inquired about the task at hand. Philip, however, apologized, admitting that they hadn't uncovered anything about the Zenith cult, a group that had recently surfaced. The revelation prompted Jamie to contemplate the complexity of the situation, acknowledging that even members of Lival, an esteemed group, would face challenges in retrieving information within such a short time frame. As Jamie shifted his attention to Philip, he sought an update on another task. Philip motioned towards a captive man they had apprehended. The man, with his distinctive blue hair, appeared visibly alarmed at the sight of Jamie's own blue locks. His immediate reaction suggested a fear that the Welton family had caught wind of their clandestine organization. Philip proceeded to elucidate that the man was part of the inner circle of the Lival organization. Shockingly, he possessed knowledge of an impending assassination plot against Philip and Jance by a mysterious figure named Hanenai. Despite Philip's disclosure, Jance remained skeptical of the man's usefulness, asserting that he had no valuable information to offer. Unfazed by Jance's doubts, Jamie resolved to conduct the interrogation himself. With a directive to Philip, Jamie ordered the removal of the man's gag. As the gag fell away, the captive pleaded for mercy, claiming ignorance of any pertinent information. However, he quickly pivoted, offering to divulge any details in exchange for his life. Responding with a display of authority, Jamie emitted his aura, startling the captive. With a measured tone, Jamie assured the man that his intentions were not lethal. Rather, he sought cooperation for a specific task. Without hesitation, the captive pledged his willingness to comply with Jamie's directives, even committing to locating his elusive boss if required. Seizing the moment, Jamie outlined his demands to the purple-haired man, invoking a hypnotic spell as he placed his hand upon the man's head. With a commanding voice, Jamie instructed the man to promptly report to the Count's office and disclose the organization's activities. As the purple-haired man departed to fulfill his newfound mandate, Philip and Jance observed with a mixture of pity and apprehension. Sensing their unease, Jamie reassured them that the organization would not pursue the man, as the Count would address the situation first. In light of the potential dangers looming, Jamie advised both Philip and Jance to depart the city and seek refuge elsewhere. Their compliance was swift and unwavering, prompting Jamie to question their lack of inquiry regarding his orders. With humility and respect, Philip and Jance affirmed their unwavering loyalty to Jamie as their master. They pledged absolute obedience, devoid of questions or doubts. Philip then proceeded to share with Jamie his understanding of why their master had issued those particular orders. Hearing Philip's insight, Jamie acknowledged that Philip seemed to grasp the situation accurately. Jamie couldn't shake the notion that his father might be planning to eradicate the rival organization entirely. In the grand scheme of things, the existence of individuals like Jance and Philip, who had been abandoned, might seem inconsequential. Feeling the weight of impending events, Jamie informed both Philip and Jance that he would be absent for a few days. He urged them to maintain a low profile until his return. Without hesitation, they agreed to abide by Jamie's directive. However, as Jamie turned to leave, Philip called out to him. Intrigued, Jamie paused to hear what Philip had to say. Philip expressed a deeper existential concern, questioning his own identity. He had come to terms with the fact that he was essentially a walking corpse, a reality he couldn't reverse, nor did he wish to revert to his former state. Despite this acceptance, Philip remained curious about the nature of his current existence. Jamie listened attentively, curious about Philip's inquiry. Philip elaborated on how his strength had increased significantly since his transformation, prompting him to wonder if he had become a high-ranking undead. Jamie couldn't help but chuckle at the question. Philip, puzzled by Jamie's reaction, questioned whether his inquiry was foolish. Jamie reassured him, explaining that his laughter stemmed from the novelty of the question rather than its stupidity. He remarked on the rarity of individuals adapting so seamlessly to their new state, citing Jance and Philip as prime examples. Expressing gratitude for Jamie's perspective, Philip's demeanor shifted. Jamie marveled at their acceptance of their condition, a departure from the usual narrative of despair and denial that often accompanied such transformations. In Jamie's eyes, they were rare gems in a sea of adversity. Jamie then clarified that they were simply zombies, albeit with their appearances preserved from their time before death. Their transformation had granted them strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. Upon hearing Jamie's words, Philip responded with a hint of skepticism, suggesting that they were merely ordinary zombies. Jamie, however, offered a different perspective, suggesting that their potential as zombies depended on their actions. Depending on what Philip and Jance chose to do, they could ascend to become high-class zombies. Excitement sparked in both Jance and Philip at the prospect. Before departing, Jamie reminded them to remain well hidden. Both Jance and Philip readily agreed to adhere to Jamie's instructions. However, their conversation was interrupted by Black, who disparaged Philip and Jance as pathetic. Jamie quickly intervened, defending his companions and finding their quirks intriguing. As they prepared to part ways, Jamie noted that he had lingered too long and needed to return home promptly. Later that night, a commotion erupted in the Welton household. A member of Livel, a notorious crime organization rooted in Haste, had turned against his own group. The Count postponed his departure to address the unfolding situation. Consequently, only Jamie, accompanied by his mother and sister, set off for Regan, the largest commercial city in the East. Jamie contemplated the advancements made by society since his time as Diablo. While he could easily teleport to Regan, he acknowledged the progress made by humanity over the centuries, surpassing even the mythical ages. However, he remained uncertain about the passage of time since his death as Diablo. The events following his demise had been chronicled in history books, including the invasion by demonkind and the descent of the Demon Lord. Reflecting on the centuries of peace that followed, Jamie couldn't help but wonder if he had been the catalyst for disrupting that tranquility. He scorned the incompetence of the 12 gods, who had failed to unite over the centuries. Jamie contemplated his potential to confront the gods once more, confident in his ability to defeat them more easily than before. Lost in his thoughts, Jamie found himself consumed by a dark aura, a manifestation of his inner turmoil. His younger sister, Sarah, who was peacefully asleep nearby, began to stir uneasily, sensing the tension in the air. Quickly realizing the effect his mood was having on her, Jamie made an effort to calm himself, allowing the room to return to a peaceful state. With Sarah once again sleeping soundly, then Jamie looks out the carriage and thinks about going through the ball safely. As the carriage rolled into the territory of Regan, Jamie peered out the window, marveling at the sights around him. "Regan truly is an incredible place," he remarked. His mother, Sears, nodded in agreement, explaining that Regan stood as the largest commercial city in the kingdom. She emphasized that it was nearly impossible to find another city on the continent with such a bustling economy. Jamie couldn't help but reflect on the rumors he had heard about Regan being the primary source of wealth for the Seldam kingdom. He figured that was proof enough of its significance. As they neared the castle, Jamie admitted to his mother that his heart was racing at the thought of meeting Count Simon. Sears enveloped Jamie in a reassuring hug, commenting on how adorable he looked when nervous. She promised to hold his hand tightly, soothing his anxieties. Curious, Sears asked Jamie if Count Simon was someone he looked up to, especially considering Jamie's aspiration to become a magician. Exhausted from the embrace, Jamie replied with a weary yes. Sears then proceeded to share her admiration for Count Simon, describing him as an exceptional magician who had reached the 7th class at a young age, much like Jamie's father. She explained that Count Simon was one of the 2 leaders of the Eastern noble group, alongside Jamie's father, and also held the title of Lord of Regan. His magical prowess, resembling that of a Red Lotus, earned him the moniker of the Red Lotus Magician. Rumor had it that Count Simon had vanquished thousands of enemies with his magic. Intrigued by his mother's description, Jamie asked what kind of person Count Simon was. Sears simply noted that he had impressive red hair, but Jamie's mind was elsewhere. The titles and classifications didn't hold much interest for him. What fascinated Jamie was the power behind Count Simon's magic, the ability to eliminate thousands of adversaries in a single strike. He longed to understand the intricacies of such potent magic and desired a chance to converse with Count Simon about it. Recalling his recent conversation with Marquis Lionel, Jamie couldn't help but feel disappointed. It had been brief and lacked substance, leaving him yearning for more. Jamie's mind buzzed with anticipation as he pondered the nature of his impending conversation with Count Simon during the carriage ride to the Count's castle. The anticipation only grew as the carriage pulled up to the grand entrance. Sears, Jamie's mother, emerged gracefully from the carriage, her presence commanding attention. With a gentle reminder to her children to proceed slowly, she stepped forward to be greeted by a butler from the Count's palace, who had been waiting to escort them into the castle. As they made their way through the grand halls towards their assigned rooms, Sears couldn't help but express her appreciation for Count Simon's thoughtfulness in making their accommodations. The butler, with a polite nod, guided Jamie to his room, where everything had been meticulously prepared for his comfort. It was a small gesture, but one that spoke volumes about Count Simon's hospitality. Meanwhile, the buzz of excitement filled the air as Jamie's mother emerged from her room, resplendent in her attire for the evening's festivities. The maids, bustling about, couldn't help but pause to admire her beauty, showering her with compliments that only served to heighten her radiance. Jamie, catching sight of his mother, couldn't help but add his own words of admiration, earning a delighted smile from Sears. As Sears moved to embrace Jamie, the maids intervened, cautioning Sears against hugging her son for fear of smudging her makeup. Undeterred, Sears expressed her desire to share a single embrace with her son. The maid, however, warned Sears about the potential wrinkles her dress might incur. In Jamie's mind, a silent gratitude emerged, thankful for the interruption. Just then, Sarah, Jamie's younger sister, entered the room, her own ensemble carefully chosen for the evening's festivities. Sears and Jamie both turned to greet her, their faces lighting up with pride and affection as they admired her appearance. Sarah, beaming under their praise, felt a surge of confidence wash over her, buoyed by the love and support of her family. With everyone ready, Jamie took a moment to compose himself before joining his mother and sister as they made their way to the ball. As they entered the opulent banquet hall of Count Simon's castle, Jamie's eyes widened in awe at the sight before him. The grandeur of the surroundings was breathtaking, a testament to Count Simon's refined taste and wealth. Curious about Count Simon's preferences, Jamie turned to his mother, seeking her insights. Sears, with a knowing smile, teased Jamie, promising that he would be in for a surprise once he experienced the Count's unique sense of style firsthand. Jamie couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement at the prospect, eager to discover what awaited him in the halls of one of the kingdom's most esteemed nobles. As Sears made her entrance into the hall, she was greeted with admiration and respect from the other noble ladies in attendance. They gathered around her, their voices filled with praise for her impeccable taste and elegance. Jamie, observing the scene unfold, couldn't help but notice the subtle dynamics at play as the other ladies vied for Sears' attention and approval. Reflecting on the interactions before him, Jamie couldn't help but draw parallels to similar scenes he had witnessed in the past. Foolish individuals always strive to impress those in power, Jamie observed silently, relieved that his mother, Sears, was skilled at handling such situations with grace and tact. As the bustling activity in the ballroom reached a crescendo, Jamie found himself pondering the dynamics of power and influence, a topic that often occupied his thoughts during such social gatherings. His musings were momentarily interrupted by the arrival of a butler who introduced himself as Rywal Banner, responsible for the administration of the Regenland. Rywal's announcement regarding the imminent commencement of the ball and the impending arrival of Count Simon and his family added to the air of anticipation that permeated the room. As Count Simon made his grand entrance, Jamie couldn't help but feel a wave of pressure emanating from the esteemed noble. The Count's commanding presence and aura of authority left an indelible impression on Jamie, who found himself captivated by the subtle nuances of power dynamics at play. Stepping forward with effortless grace, Count Simon extended warm greetings to the assembled guests, his words carrying the weight of his esteemed status. Observing Count Simon, Jamie couldn't help but assess him, placing him on par with Marquez Linemole, perhaps even slightly superior. The Red Lotus magician surpassed Jamie's initial expectations, adding an element of intrigue to the encounter. Jamie found Count Simon's demeanor and abilities genuinely captivating. Approaching Sears, Count Simon exchanged pleasantries, complimenting her appearance and expressing genuine concern for their well-being. Sears, in turn, reciprocated the Count's kindness, assuring him of their good health and eagerly anticipating Count Welton's arrival later in the evening, despite the complications in their lands. Turning his attention to Jamie, Count Simon's penetrating gaze seemed to scrutinize every aspect of Jamie's being. Introductions were made, and Jamie and his sister, Sarah, greeted the Count with utmost respect, their demeanor reflecting the values instilled in them by their upbringing. Count Simon's wife, standing nearby, admired the children's beauty, prompting a slight smile from the Count as he observed Jamie closely. Sensing the weight of the moment, Jamie subtly released his own aura, a silent invitation for Count Simon to assess him thoroughly. The Count's response was a knowing smirk, suggesting he had noticed Jamie's subtle display of confidence. With a casual remark, Count Simon hinted at a future encounter before gracefully taking his leave, leaving Jamie with a sense of anticipation for what lay ahead. As the evening unfolded, Jamie couldn't shake the feeling of excitement that coursed through him. Count Simon had exceeded his expectations in every way, and Jamie found himself eagerly anticipating the opportunity for further interaction and conversation with the esteemed noble. Recognizing the potential for enlightenment and growth in their exchange, we catch a glimpse of Count Simon's youngest son, Alf, as the Simon family settles at their table. Alf's curious gaze falls upon Jamie, sparking an inquiry directed at his father about the eldest son of Count Welton. Count Simon, bemused, questions Alf's interest in someone as young as Jamie. In response, Alf asserts that despite Jamie's tender age, he possesses the potential to lead the Welton family in the future. He suggests that it would be advantageous to forge a connection since they are of the same generation. Observing his son's behavior, Count Simon discerns Alf's attempts to assert himself as a leader among the noble children, subtly vying for his father's acknowledgement. Though Count Simon views Alf's actions as futile, he acknowledges Alf's intelligence and matches his rhythm to some extent. Alf, undeterred, presses his father for more information about Jamie. His mother interjects, urging Alf to foster good relations with the Welton family, given the long-standing alliance between the two families. Alf assures his mother, eliciting a smile of approval. However, behind his facade of compliance, Alf's thoughts betray a different agenda. He harbors no intention of befriending Jamie, viewing him merely as a stepping stone to securing his father's approval. Alf schemes to ensure Jamie remains beneath him, thus enhancing his own standing in his father's eyes. His older brother catches sight of Alf's calculating expression and offers an approving smile, recognizing Alf's ambitions. Meanwhile, at Jamie's table, Sears inquires about his social interactions. Jamie assures his mother that he has indeed made acquaintances. As Sears departs, Jamie reflects on his solitary nature, prioritizing productive use of his time over frivolous socializing. Stepping outside the palace, Jamie is struck by the opulence of Count Simon's expansive backyard. He marvels at Count Simon's multifaceted talents, not just in magic but also in business acumen. Eagerly anticipating their conversation, Jamie looks forward to learning more from the esteemed nobleman. Abruptly, a voice breaks the silence, calling out to Jamie, prompting a swift reaction as he draws his magical sword. To his surprise, the source of the voice is a girl, whose sudden appearance startles him. Bewildered by Jamie's quick response, the girl queries how he managed such a feat on impulse. Jamie, taken aback by her unexpected presence, retorts, questioning her motive for approaching him without prior warning. Frustrated, the girl admonishes Jamie for his perceived discourtesy, especially towards a lady. Intrigued by the girl's sudden appearance and curious about her identity, Jamie probes further. The girl, with a mischievous glint in her eye, playfully debates whether she should reveal her name, given Jamie's earlier shock. Jamie finds her evasiveness somewhat unsettling, compounded by her enigmatic demeanor and speech. In a bid to assert his authority, Jamie conjures a magic air bullet, illustrating its potency to the startled girl. He cautions her about the potential danger posed by the spell, particularly to someone as seemingly vulnerable as her. Taken aback by Jamie's display of power, the girl hesitates, unsure of whether Jamie's threats are genuine. However, as Jamie begins to count down, the girl hurriedly interjects, pleading for more time to gather her thoughts and respond to his inquiries. Relenting somewhat, Jamie demands that she disclose her name before he unleashes another air bullet. Reluctantly, the girl reveals her identity as Ashvaye, the eldest daughter of the Viscount family of Vide and a spiritualist. In the realm of magic, a spiritualist denotes a mage who has forged a pact with enigmatic spirits born from the depths of nature. These spirits are rare within the continent, their existence considered a remarkable talent in its own right. Those who can summon and commune with these spirits may even be granted the prestigious title of a baron, acknowledging their exceptional connection to the ethereal realms. Jamie is visibly surprised by this revelation, struggling to reconcile the youthful appearance of the girl before him with the esteemed title of a spiritualist. The idea that someone so young could wield such potent magical abilities leaves Jamie astonished. Jamie contemplates Ash's revelation about her ability to move silently with the assistance of the wind spirit. It triggers memories of his own prime, where even seasoned spiritualists would have struggled to conceal their presence from him. The fact that Ash, seemingly of a similar age to Jamie, possesses such advanced stealth capabilities surprises him. He marvels at her innate talent, recognizing her as a prodigy who must have been born with a remarkable connection to nature. Upon introducing herself, Ash prompts Jamie to reciprocate by revealing his own identity. She questions his utilization of dangerous magic, catching Jamie off guard. He senses her attempt to interrogate him now that she has disclosed her own identity, noting her competitive streak. Jamie complies with her request, introducing himself as Jamie Welton, the designated heir of the Welton family. He acknowledges Ash's heritage as a member of the Vade family, expressing genuine pleasure at their meeting. Jamie recalls the historical allegiance between the Vyes and the Weltons, adding an extra layer of intrigue to their interaction. Meanwhile, in the Welton territory, Count Welton confronts the leader of the notorious Lival crime organization. He recounts his tolerance of the gang's activities, deeming them merely an annoyance until they engaged in human trafficking on his land. Count Welton's patience wears thin, leading him to grant the gang's wish for annihilation. He orders his soldiers to carry out the execution the next day before making preparations for his departure to the Regan territory, where urgent matters await his attention. As Count Welton leaves, a figure concealed in the bushes observes the scene with keen interest. Disappointed by the failure of an individual named Reaver, they urge preparation for Plan B. The scene shifts back to the backyard of Count Simon's palace, where Jamie expresses his frustration to Ash. He questions why she's following him and emphasizes that their father's relationship as servants has no bearing on their own interactions. Jamie urges Ash to drop her formal way of thinking. As Jamie attempts to leave, Ash grabs his hand, halting his departure. Annoyed, Jamie demands to know why Ash is bothering him so much. Ash reveals that it's her first time meeting someone of a similar age and expresses a desire to befriend Jamie. Jamie is taken aback by this revelation, never having considered it as a reason. He wonders why Ash would need a friend, thinking it would make more sense for her to desire a servant instead. Although Jamie acknowledges the importance of friendships for children, he declares it's not his concern and tells Ash to find someone else. As Jamie walks away, leaving Ash in tears, he reflects on how friendships and close relationships can cloud one's judgment. He regrets not dismissing such emotions from the start, believing it would have spared him unpleasant experiences from his past life. Frustrated, Jamie is reminded of something unpleasant by Ash's actions. Suddenly, someone calls Jamie's name from behind, and Jamie turns to see Alf Simon, along with his friends. Noticing the red-haired boy, Jamie deduces he must be Count Simon's son. When Jamie questions Alf about why he called him, one of Alf's friends chastises Jamie for disrespecting their friend. Unfazed, Jamie casts a spell silencing Alf's friends, shocking them. Alf, surprised, asks Jamie if he silenced his friends with a spell. Jamie confirms this and commends Alf for not being as foolish as his friends. When Alf hears Jamie's arrogant demeanor, he's prompted to remind Jamie of their significant age gap, hoping to instill a sense of respect. Jamie, however, remains nonchalant, urging Alf to dispense with formalities and get to the point. Alf, feeling misunderstood, clarifies that he simply seeks a cordial conversation and didn't intend any hostility. Yet Jamie's impatience grows, dismissing Alf's words as mere chatter and insisting on his departure. Alf, taken aback by Jamie's rejection, questions if Jamie truly comprehends his stature. Jamie, surprisingly aware of Alf's lineage as the son of Count Simon, acknowledges it without hesitation. This revelation momentarily shifts the dynamics, offering Alf a glimmer of hope for a more favorable exchange. Seeking to justify his friend's behavior, Alf explains it was prompted by Jamie's informal approach. He suggests that building a rapport early on could prove beneficial, hinting at potential collaboration in their future roles as influential figures in the eastern region's nobility. However, Jamie sees through Alf's failed intentions, recognizing the underlying desire for subordination. Frustrated by Jamie's refusal to entertain the notion, Alf's patience wears thin, prompting him to assert his dominance with the summoning of his artifact. In doing so, Alf attempts to emphasize that Jamie has little choice but to acknowledge him as a superior figure. Upon hearing Alf's admission, Jamie smirks, accusing Alf of harboring intentions of using brute force all along. Alf, unapologetic, admits to altering his plans slightly due to Jamie's use of magic, but asserts his commitment to his usual methods. Jamie, disgusted by Alf's apparent duplicity at such a young age, questions whether the adults will allow Alf to act with impunity, foreseeing trouble ahead for Alf if anything goes wrong. Dismissing Jamie's concerns, Alf reassures him, citing the protective capabilities of his artifact, which cloaks their actions from prying eyes. Activating the artifact, Alf creates a barrier around them. Observing the phenomenon, Jamie remarks that it appears to be an illusionary artifact. In response, Alf questions whether Jamie possesses magical abilities, given Jamie's familiarity with the artifact. Alf then proceeds to dispel the enchantment that rendered his companions mute. Witnessing this, Jamie expresses fascination and promptly casts a spell of his own, inflicting pain. Jamie warns Alf not to deactivate the artifact, cautioning that doing so will subject everyone to excruciating suffering. Subsequently, Alf and his companions collapse to the ground, writhing in agony as their heads feel on the verge of exploding. However, just as the agony reaches its peak, the barrier unexpectedly deactivates. Alf couldn't fathom how such an occurrence could transpire. Jamie, born into a lineage of esteemed knights, had inexplicably mastered the art of magic. Alf pondered the origins of Jamie's remarkable skills, considering Jamie hailed from the renowned Welton family, renowned for their expertise in swordsmanship. As Alf mulled over Jamie's apparent talent, a sense of inadequacy gnawed at him. Departing with a resolute air, Alf vowed not to forgive Jamie. His expression stern, Alf harbored an intense determination. He refused to tolerate Jamie's talent, resolving to eradicate it entirely. With a grim determination, Alf vowed to crush Jamie's magical abilities, so that Jamie won't be able to use magic ever again. Amongst Alf's circle of friends, they often inquired about his well-being. When frustration bubbled within Alf, he urged them to cease their idle chatter and instead follow him. In the midst of this exchange, Renan, Alf's younger brother, made an unexpected appearance. Alf, surprised by Renan's sudden arrival, questioned his presence. Renan's response was heartfelt. He couldn't simply stand by when his elder brother was in distress. With a solemn gesture, Renan presented Alf with an artifact, much to Alf's astonishment. Curious about its origins and potential danger, Alf queried Renan, who dismissed such concerns, emphasizing the urgency of their current mission. Alf concurred, realizing that the source of the artifact mattered little compared to their shared objective. Confronting Jamie Welton, the scene transitions to Count Simon's grand palace, where a carriage arrives, heralding the presence of esteemed guests. Count Simon himself greets Count Welton with warmth, prompting Count Welton to express disbelief at Simon's personal reception. As they retire to a private chamber, Count Welton inquires about the success of the recent party, to which Count Simon responds with customary assurance. Count Simon proceeded to share with Count Welton the news of his recent encounter with Count Welton's son. Intrigued, Count Welton wasted no time in probing Count Simon's impressions of Jamie. Count Simon's response was nothing short of astonishment. He found Jamie to be truly remarkable. In fact, he went as far as to declare Jamie as not only surprising but possibly the most talented individual he had ever encountered. Count Welton, seeking further insight, questioned whether Jamie exhibited significant talent in Count Simon's eyes. Count Simon's response was emphatic. He believed Jamie to be unparalleled, perhaps the greatest prodigy in history. Count Welton revealed that Marquis Rinmel had expressed similar sentiments upon meeting Jamie, much to Count Simon's surprise. As their conversation unfolded, Count Welton disclosed his awareness of Jamie's exceptional abilities from a young age, though he had not anticipated the extent of it. Thus, he had approached Marquis Rinmel, believing that someone with Jamie's innate magical talent should be guided to become a mage, for the betterment of themselves and the world. Count Simon agreed, acknowledging the remarkable fortune Jamie possessed in having Marquis Rinmel as his mentor. Count Welton somberly informed Count Simon that Marquis Rinmel had declined his request. Count Simon, understanding Marquis Rinmel's decision, expressed his belief in Jamie's unrivaled brilliance. He envisioned Jamie challenging himself to become a legendary 9th-class mage, a feat that would undoubtedly elevate him to the status of a true legend. Count Simon confessed to Count Welton his envy of Jamie's innate talent, yet also his profound curiosity about the limits of Jamie's power as the supreme wizard. Count Welton was taken aback by this revelation. Reflecting on humanity's place in the world, Count Simon lamented its relative weakness compared to beings like dragons and high elves. He acknowledged the crucial role of swordmasters like Count Welton in maintaining human civilization. However, he posited that the emergence of a 9th-class mage could shift the balance of power, even challenging the supremacy of dragons and magic. Count Simon fervently expressed his desire for humanity to ascend as the masters of the world, a sentiment he held with unwavering conviction. Count Welton rebuked Count Simon's assertion as arrogance, to which Count Simon responded with a calm acknowledgement. He suggested that Count Welton, too, was privy to the forgotten history, a narrative shrouded in secrecy across the continent. Count Welton found himself at a loss for words. The forgotten history, an enigma known only to a select few, dated back some 10,000 years, erased by a mysterious incident. This disappearance remained a testament to the withholding of knowledge by extraterrestrial transcendence, leaving humanity vulnerable. Count Simon revealed his plan to amass power, not out of ambition, but as a safeguard against the repetition of history's vanishing act. He aimed to prevent the unknown forces from dictating human destiny once more. With this weighty exchange concluded, both counts bid each other farewell and retreated to their respective chambers. Meanwhile, in Jamie's room, Count Welton pondered the implications of Jamie's prodigious talents. As a parent, he couldn't help but feel concerned for his son's future. To Count Welton, Jamie was simply a cherished, affectionate child. He resolved to do everything in his power to nurture Jamie's growth into a morally upright individual, despite the lofty expectations placed upon him. The scene transitions to the opulent palace, where nobles have gathered for an ongoing party. Jamie, seated pensively, wonders if his father was upset the previous night. Approaching him is Ash, who inquires about Jamie's well-being. Jamie curtly dismisses Ash, reminding them that their conversation had concluded the day before. Ash then summons her sister, Rebecca Valle, the eldest daughter of the esteemed Viscount family of Valle. Jamie is taken aback by Rebecca's presence, for she is none other than Jane, the woman he loved in his previous life. Jane had met a tragic end at the hands of the gods, leading to Jamie's transformation into the emotionless monster known as Diablo. Jamie never anticipated encountering Jane in a younger form. Suddenly, Alf bursts in, clutching an artifact in hand. He declares his intent to confront Jamie then and there. With a swift motion, Alf unleashes a fire spell towards Jamie, who who reacts instantly, neutralizing the attack with his own magic. Alf is stunned to witness Jamie effortlessly blocking his 6th-class magic. However, Jamie, consumed by anger, retaliates with a spell that encases Alf's body in ice. Just as tensions reach a boiling point, Count Welton intervenes, urging Jamie to regain his composure. With the immediate danger diffused, Jamie collapses, leaving Count Welton astonished by the realization that Jamie had truly intended to confront Alf. Initially, Count Welton questioned whether he had misjudged the situation, but he couldn't deny the truth. Jamie was prepared to take down Alf, and Count Welton couldn't have intervened in time to stop him. Count Simon marvels at Jamie's prowess, noting that while Alf's power may pale in comparison to his own, had Alf activated the artifact, he could have easily defeated Jamie. Yet, Jamie's swift reaction to block Alf's attack showcases his exceptional abilities. Count Simon reflects on how Jamie may be the one to fulfill his long-held dream of becoming a 9th-class mage. Amidst the aftermath, Alf's mother accuses Jamie of attempting to harm Alf. Jamie's mother, with a stern expression, corrects her, asserting that it was Alf who initiated the attack. Count Simon promptly apologizes to Madame Welton and Count Welton on Alf's behalf. Grateful for the apology, Jamie's mother thanks Count Simon and informs him that the Welton family will retire to their chambers first. Count Simon acknowledged Count Welton's understanding of the situation before extending an apology to all present at the party. With a firm tone, he declared the festivities concluded and instructed everyone to return to their rooms. As the guests dispersed, Alf's mother confronted Count Simon, questioning his actions toward their son. Count Simon's response was stern. He dismissed her protests as nonsense, leaving Alf's mother in disbelief. Later that night, in a more private setting, Count Simon confronted Alf about his behavior. With a grave expression, Count Simon pressed Alf to explain himself, emphasizing the negative impact Alf's actions had on Count Simon's reputation, as well as that of the Eastern nobles and the entire kingdom. Alf, feeling intimidated, confessed that Jamie had provoked him. Count Simon then inquired about the artifact Alf had used, prompting Alf to reveal that Renan had given it to him. In response, Count Simon summoned Renan, setting the stage for further revelations. Renan entered Count Simon's office, noting his brother's presence with a tinge of frustration. He couldn't fathom that Alf, his elder brother, had failed in his attempt to confront Jamie Welton. Renan concealed his disappointment, opting to maintain an air of innocence for the moment. With a smile, he inquired about the reason for his father's summons. Count Simon wasted no time in questioning Renan about whether he had given Alf the Phoenix race. Renan admitted to it, citing Jamie's mistreatment of Alf as his motivation. However, Count Simon saw through Renan's facade, accusing him of manipulating Alf for his own ends. Shocked by his father's accusation, Renan protested, but Count Simon remained resolute. In a candid moment, Count Simon informed both Renan and Alf that he had no interest in them. Despite being his sons, they lacked the talent he had hoped for. This revelation left Renan and Alf to ponder their father's disappointment. However, Count Simon remained astute to Renan and Alf's intentions, despite their attempts at deception. With a decisive tone, he addressed them both, challenging them to prove themselves worthy of his attention through genuine merit rather than futile schemes. As Count Simon took his leave, he instructed Renan and Alf to apologize to Jamie Welton at the break of dawn, urging them to seek Jamie's forgiveness until it was granted. Alf, frustrated by the prospect of facing Jamie again, turned to Renan, questioning whether he would also apologize. Renan remained silent, inwardly grappling with his father's expectations. Determined to prove himself, Renan resolved to meet his father's challenge. Meanwhile, in Jamie's room, his mother watched over him as he slept. She couldn't shake the realization of the genuine killing intent directed at Alf, a mere 9-year-old. Puzzled by the circumstances that led to Alf possessing such a dangerous artifact, Jamie's mother pondered the events of the evening. Count Welton entered the room and gently inquired about his wife's well-being, expressing his readiness to fulfill her wishes. Jamie's mother informed him that Count Simon had promptly apologized, and she didn't wish to escalate tensions among the northeastern nobles over the incident. Additionally, they both believed that Alf had been severely reprimanded. With their discussion concluded, Count Welton and Sears, his wife, left the room. Meanwhile, Jamie contemplated his parents' concerns and his own actions during the confrontation with Alf. He acknowledged his inability to restrain himself in that moment. Yet, he also pondered the possibility of Jane's reincarnation. To Jamie, it didn't seem far-fetched, considering his own reincarnation after 10,000 years. However, he realized that Jane's lack of recognition suggested she didn't retain memories of her previous life. This revelation left Jamie puzzled, as he considered the implications of their simultaneous reincarnations. Jamie pondered whether the circumstances surrounding his life were governed by fate or orchestrated by some higher power. In the midst of his contemplation, Black approached him, questioning whether the 12 gods were aware of Diablo's reincarnation as Jamie. Jamie dismissed the notion, asserting that if the 12 gods had known, they wouldn't have left him alone. Determined to unravel the mysteries surrounding his past, Jamie resolved to reunite with Jane. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a cloaked figure spoke of the shifting tides in the world of magic. With a sense of urgency, the cloaked man penned a message detailing Jamie Welton's emergence as a remarkably gifted magician, dispatching it via a fleet of pigeons. As the pigeons soared into the sky, Jamie strolled through the tranquil backyard, his mind abuzz with thoughts of destiny and the enigmatic forces at play in his life. In the tranquil aftermath of Count Simon's party, Jamie remarked to Black about the peaceful atmosphere, noting the departure of most guests as it was the final day of the event. Suddenly, Jamie's senses tingled, prompting him to scan his surroundings for the source of his unease. Expanding his mana, Jamie discerned Rebecca conversing with a water spirit nearby. Rebecca was taken aback by Jamie's unexpected presence, questioning his appearance. Upon seeing Rebecca, Jamie's thoughts drifted to Jane, evoking a somber expression. Concerned, Rebecca inquired about Jamie's melancholy demeanor, surmising that he was still reeling from the events of the previous day. Then Rebecca hugged Jamie, and Rebecca tells Jamie that everything will be all right. Moved by Rebecca's empathy, expressing gratitude, Jamie affirmed his well-being to Rebecca. She shared a lesson her father had imparted, that sharing burdens lessens their weight. Rebecca confided her own sadness at being unable to continue their conversation from the day before, emphasizing the importance of companionship during trying times. Rebecca expressed her gratitude for the time they spent together. Jamie mirrored her sentiment, noting the coincidence of their shared thoughts. Rebecca's joy was evident at their connection. Observing her, Jamie mused that Rebecca was distinctly different from Jane, a realization he found comforting. He remarked on the Bale family's tradition of contracting with wind elementals, prompting Rebecca to reveal her own desire to form such a bond. However, despite her natural affinity for the spirits, the wind elementals rejected her attempts to make a contract. Despite this setback, an Undine eventually appeared to Rebecca, affirming her destiny to forge a contract with the spirits. However, Rebecca confessed that she had hastily made the contract without consulting her father, a decision she now regretted. Jamie contemplated the significance of Rebecca's revelation, considering the involvement of the Elemental King in her destiny. The contract with the Elemental King was unlike any other elemental bond. It was a soul contract, binding them to each other's lives. Jamie speculated that when Jane's soul reincarnated as Rebecca, the Elemental King would have taken notice. Curious, Jamie queried Rebecca about her father's reaction to her impromptu contract. Rebecca confessed that while her father didn't scold her, he appeared disappointed. Jamie reassured her that such a contract was extraordinary, a rare occurrence where an elemental sought out an individual for a bond. Expressing regret that it wasn't the elemental Rebecca had hoped for, Jamie emphasized the significance of being chosen by the water elemental. Encouraging Rebecca to believe in herself, Jamie's words resonated with her, eliciting gratitude. Jamie, in turn, thanked Rebecca for their time together before departing for the palace. Upon entering, Jamie found Alf and Rhiannon waiting for him. Perplexed by their presence, Jamie listened as Alf apologized for his previous actions. Upon hearing Alf's apology, Jamie surmised that Count Simon had compelled Alf to make amends. With newfound understanding, Jamie turned his attention to Rhiannon, questioning his presence. Alf introduced Rhiannon as his younger brother, prompting Jamie to inquire why Alf had brought Rhiannon along. Jamie speculated if Alf was too intimidated to apologize alone. Renan revealed that he was the one who had provided Alf with the artifact, inciting Jamie's anger. Assessing Renan's mana, Jamie acknowledged his considerable talent, far surpassing Alf's. Renan's wit also caught Jamie's attention. Drawing closer to Renan, Jamie was informed that Renan was leaving, having offered his apology alongside Alf. Frustrated by Renan's seemingly nonchalant attitude, Jamie couldn't shake the feeling that Renan looked down on him. He noted Renan's absence from the previous day's events, speculating that Renan deemed himself superior to his father. Jamie harbored concerns that leaving Renan unchecked could lead to further trouble. Drawing closer, Jamie confronted Renan, warning him of the consequences if he was indeed responsible for the wrongdoing. With a surge of magic, Jamie cast a spell, leaving Renan bewildered as his body began to chill, as if on the brink of freezing. Facing Renan with steely determination, Jamie offered him one last opportunity to express genuine remorse. Terrified by Jamie's display of power, Renan mustered an apology, conceding to his wrongdoing. Then the scene shifts to the next day outside the palace. As everyone finally departed from the palace, Jamie felt a sense of relief knowing he was heading home. Count Simon approached him, remarking on Jamie's apparent good mood. Jamie quickly clarified that he was simply relieved to be returning home and resting. Count Simon expressed regret that they hadn't had a chance to chat, and Jamie echoed the sentiment, admitting he had been looking forward to speaking with Count Simon. Count Simon inquired if Jamie wished to stay longer, but Jamie declined, citing his overwhelming exhaustion and the pressing need for rest. Count Simon acknowledged Jamie's fatigue and hinted at the growing attention Jamie was attracting in the magical world. Jamie acknowledged this awareness, prompting Count Simon to remark on Jamie's self-awareness. Jamie affirmed that he did indeed understand his own significance in the magical community. Jamie informed Count Simon that he had administered punishment to Renan. Count Simon responded that he had anticipated such action, noting Renan's demeanor since the previous day. Jamie questioned whether Count Simon was angry at him for punishing Renan, but Count Simon assured Jamie that Renan had merely faced the consequences of his actions, which didn't warrant anger. Jamie then suggested that Renan displayed considerable magical talent and proposed the idea of teaching him. Count Simon, however, asserted that he was well aware of Renan's abilities, dismissing them as insignificant. Undeterred, Jamie argued that with proper training, Renan could potentially reach Count Simon's level of skill. Jamie pointed out that Renan's inability to express his talent was due to the influence of those around him, placing blame on Count Simon for not recognizing Renan's potential. Jamie contrasted Renan's hidden talent with Alf's more ordinary abilities, leading Count Simon to question whether he had misjudged Renan. Count Simon marveled at Jamie's revelation, realizing that Jamie had uncovered talents in his son that even he, an 8th-class mage, had failed to recognize. It felt as though a great mage stood before him, validating Jamie's discernment. Jamie speculated that perhaps Count Simon himself could break through his own barriers with his son's assistance, surprising Count Simon with the notion. As Jamie prepared to depart, he cautioned Count Simon not to take his words too seriously, dismissing them as those of a mere child. However, as Jamie left, Count Simon couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of regret at the missed opportunity. Later that night, Jamie, cloaked in black, ventured into the forest with Black by his side. There, he met with Jance and Philip, urging them to share their findings. Philip revealed that the Zenith Church had been performing altruistic acts throughout Heath, providing aid to the needy without seeking payment, offering food and shelter to those in need. The Zenith Church had been garnering widespread admiration, thanks to their altruistic efforts. Recently, they had even established an orphanage, further enhancing their positive reputation. Jamie queried Philip about when the Zenith Church had begun their activities. Philip informed him that it was right after Count Welton dismantled the criminal group Reaver 2 months prior. Following this event, the Zenith Church had initiated their missionary work, reaching out to the impoverished. Initially, the citizens had paid little heed to their presence. However, through continued acts of kindness and mercy, the people gradually began to rely on the Zenith Church. Eventually, many of them became devout followers, elevating the church's status in Heath to an unprecedented level of reverence and respect. Shocked by this revelation, Jamie couldn't reconcile the benevolent image of the Zenith Church with his understanding of their true nature. He doubted that the church would engage in such charitable endeavors without ulterior motives. Jamie posed a thought-provoking question to both Philip and Jance. Could war and peace coexist? Confused, they both answered with a resounding no. However, Philip added that he believed the two were intricately linked. Jamie nodded in agreement, affirming that this notion was precisely what the Zenith Church represented. He expressed his conviction that the church was using its altruistic acts as a guise for more clandestine operations. Jamie urged Philip and Jance to delve deeper into the church's activities and uncover their true intentions. The scene shifts to Zenith Church Orphanage, where a young boy named Ricky is receiving heartfelt compliments from the priest. The priest praises Ricky's hard work and reassures him that, despite his difficult past, he no longer needs to worry. Ricky, who has been at the orphanage for a month and a half, beams with happiness at these words. The orphanage has become a sanctuary for him, a stark contrast to the harsh life he faced on the streets with his younger sister, Anna. Without the orphanage, Ricky knows they might not have survived. Anna, who is blind, and Ricky were abandoned by their parents and left to fend for themselves. To protect his sister, Ricky resorted to desperate measures, committing various misdeeds. Life on the streets was a constant struggle, filled with indifferent adults and relentless hardships. The Zenith Church was the first to offer them a lifeline, and that day marked the beginning of their new life. As Ricky returns to Anna, he feels a profound sense of gratitude and hope for their future. Ricky wants to spread the happiness he has found through God's grace by becoming a priest and sharing this miracle with others. As he dreams of his future, the other children at Zenith Orphanage excitedly tell Ricky and his sister that their friend Shino has been chosen by God for a special purpose. Shino will be leaving for the main church next week to begin his training to become a priest. Hearing this news fills Ricky with excitement and inspiration, as he sees a path to his own aspirations and a way to share the love and hope that has transformed his life. The scene shifts tonight, where we see Jamie flying around the city. Jamie turns to Black and says they are almost at their destination and should descend. As they land, Jamie spots a knight lying on the ground and is taken aback. Sensing a strong holy energy from the knight and noticing his impressive sword, Jamie deduces that this must be a high-ranked cleric. Confused, Jamie wonders why a holy knight is sprawled here and contemplates whether this knight might be trouble. As Jamie approaches, the knight suddenly grabs Jamie's leg, startling him. The knight, in a weak voice, says he's hungry. Jamie, finding the situation unexpected and somewhat amusing, decides to leave the knight and departs. The scene then shifts to the palace, where Jamie is astonished to see the same knight from the previous night sitting at Jamie's family dinner table, eating heartily. The knight expresses his gratitude, stating that without Count Welton's help, he might not have made it. Jamie, still processing the turn of events, watches the knight with a mixture of curiosity and surprise. Hearing this, Count Welton states that he didn't do much, crediting his troops for bringing the knight back. The Holy Knight, named Ras, insists that the soldiers are still under Count Welton's command, so the Count deserves thanks. Jamie feels increasingly uncomfortable and can't understand why his parents are treating this knight so kindly. Count Welton then mentions that Ras said he belonged to the Pyro Church. Ras confirms, saying he serves the goddess of mercy, Pyro. Count Welton adds that his wife, Sears, was quite surprised to hear this. Sears nods, agreeing that she was indeed very surprised. Ras, sensing something, asks Sears if there's a problem. Sears asks Ras if he happens to know Bishop Sapphira. Ras's eyes widen as he inquires if Sears could be from Afton. Sears corrects him, stating she is from the Bell family. At this revelation, Ras suddenly stands up from his seat and greets Sears respectfully. Jamie is surprised by Ras's reaction and thinks about how the Pyro Church exists in Afton, where the Bell family resides, but that alone shouldn't explain Ras's prostration before his mother. Considering that someone Ras would show such respect to would likely be at least a bishop, Jamie is puzzled. In situations like this, Jamie turns to his father, putting on a cute face and asking why the knight is greeting his mother that way. Count Welton responds that it's a long story and promises to explain it to Jamie later. Jamie feels disappointed, realizing that even acting cute didn't get him the information. He thinks that if the Bell family has close ties to the Pyro Church, it could be problematic, especially since Ras is someone Jamie might eventually have to eliminate. Count Welton then asks Ras how he ended up here, noting that as far as he knows, the Pyro Church shouldn't have any business in the eastern region. Ras, still standing respectfully, prepares to explain his presence. Count Welton asks Ras if he is here to expand the Pyro Church's influence. Ras, surprised, explains that he was pursuing someone and ended up here by chance. Intrigued, Count Welton inquires who Ras is pursuing. Ras reveals that he is chasing someone engaged in unspeakable and atrocious experiments, the infamous Chimera Creator. Stunned, Count Welton asks if the Chimera Creator is in haste. Ras confirms but adds that most of the details are top secret, even within the Pyro Church, and he cannot divulge them. However, Ras offers to share more information if Count Welton agrees to listen to his requests and form a contract with him. Count Welton asks if Ras is requesting his help. Ras responds that if Count Welton, a sword master, were to assist, it would be a tremendous help. Meanwhile, we catch a glimpse of the Chimera Creator, who conducts horrifying experiments, creating chimeras from various creatures. Despite their monstrous creations, the Chimera Creators themselves are treated worse than most criminals. At the core of a chimera is a human. While there could theoretically be Chimera Creators who don't use humans, none are known to exist. Count Welton tells Ras that although he can't promise constant support, he cannot ignore this situation due to his in-law's relationship with the Pyro Church. He agrees to help Ras, making Ras visibly happy and grateful. Count Welton then asks why the Pyro Church is after the Chimera Creators and why they haven't sought help from the kingdom. Ras explains that while the kingdom would likely assist, the Pyro Church's prestige would suffer greatly. Moreover, the Chimera Creator they are pursuing has eliminated over 10 holy knights. Hearing this, Count Welton remarks that it means these chimeras can wield holy power. Ras nods, confirming the danger and gravity of their mission. The scene shifts to the garden outside, where Jamie begrudgingly anticipates tea time with his sister and mother. Both call for Jamie eagerly, and he joins them at the table to sip his tea. Sears notices Jamie's curiosity and asks what he's thinking about. Jamie hesitates before asking why Ras knelt before his mother. Sears smiles knowingly, acknowledging that Jamie was bound to ask about the connection between her family and the Pyro Church. She reveals that Jamie's grandfather, whom he never met, was a savior of the Pyro Church. Jamie is taken aback by this revelation. Sears continues, explaining that in the past, when the Pyro Church was robbed of a crucial artifact, Jamie's grandfather played a pivotal role in helping them recover it during the Portsmouth Garden incident. This incident involved the followers of the Demon King attempting to use the church's sacred relic to summon their leader, only to fail. Jamie turns to his mother in disbelief, asking if their family was directly involved in such a significant event. Sears tells Jamie that her grandfather passed away while trying to prevent the summoning of the Demon King. As a gesture of gratitude, the Pyro Church bestowed upon the Bell family the title of Archbishop and vowed to treat them and future generations as honorary bishops for the next century. Hearing this, Jamie realizes why his mother seemed a bit melancholy, and he wonders if she was close to her grandfather. Being treated as bishops by the Pyro Church might seem like a ludicrous reward, but Jamie understands the significance. It was their only sacred relic, after all. Jamie sees this as an advantage and resolves to use the influence of the Pyro Church to its fullest extent. While Jamie knows he'll eventually have to confront Pyro, for now, leveraging their power could be strategically beneficial. The scene shifts to Guinness Church, where the priest gathers the children of the orphanage to announce that their brother Shino has been chosen by God to depart today. Shino's face lights up with joy upon hearing this news. Meanwhile, Ricky and Anna are equally delighted that their brother Shino is finally heading to Mount Chongban. Ricky and Anna approach Shino to bid him farewell. Shino is overjoyed to see them and mentions that the trip was so sudden he feared he wouldn't have a chance to say goodbye. Ricky reassures Shino, mentioning that he heard from the priest that Ricky will join him there soon. Shino expresses his excitement, telling Ricky to hurry and join him at Mount Chongban. As Shino leaves, Ricky feels inspired, resolving that one day he too will become a priest. The scene then shifts to a carriage where the priest informs Shino that they have arrived at their destination. Shino is taken aback when the priest announces they have arrived at Mount Chongban. He can't believe they haven't traveled far at all. As Shino steps out of the carriage, he voices his concern to the priest that they might be at the wrong place. However, the priest reassures Shino to trust him and leads him into a basement. Feeling uneasy, Shino expresses his discomfort to the priest, who then informs a bishop of Shino's arrival. Shino, now visibly scared, questions the bishop, asking if he's really chosen by God, considering he saw a monster at the entrance. The bishop assures Shino that he was indeed chosen. Confused and fearful, Shino asks why he's in such an ominous place instead of Mount Chongban. Suddenly, the bishop's form transforms into a monstrous shape, declaring that Shino will soon become a fine chimera. The scene then shifts to the Haste territory, where Jamie is showing Ras around, introducing him to the sights of the region. Jamie feels frustrated having to act as Ras's guide. Earlier that morning during tea time, Count Welton had asked Ras if he would like to tour the Haste territory, to which Ras eagerly agreed. Count Welton then assigned Jamie the task of being Ras's guide. While Ras was delighted by the idea, Jamie was far from pleased with the arrangement. Reluctantly, Jamie became Ras's tour guide. Now, in the present moment, Ras is surprised to see that despite being only 9 years old, Jamie shows no signs of exhaustion after a full day of walking. Not only that, but Jamie seems to have a remarkable memory for all the details of their tour. Ras begins to think that Jamie has the potential to rise to at least an executive position or higher in the future. Ras realizes why Count Welton chose Jamie for the job. Grateful for Jamie's guidance throughout the day, Ras thanks Jamie sincerely for making the sightseeing tour of Haste territory such an enjoyable experience. Jamie, reflecting on the day, admits that even though it had been a while since leaving the house, they had also enjoyed the sightseeing experience. After they finish sightseeing, Ras suggests they head home. Jamie declines Ras's offer of a handshake, opting instead to ask him a question. Ras agrees, urging Jamie to ask right away. Jamie cuts to the chase, questioning Ras about what he was discussing with Jamie's father yesterday. Ras is taken aback by Jamie's directness, expecting Jamie to ask about something else, like the role of a holy knight. Ras explains to Jamie that he and Count Welton were discussing how Jamie will grow up to be more handsome. Jamie, feeling frustrated, tells Ras not to lie. Ras insists that's exactly what they discussed, but Jamie dismisses it, saying even a child wouldn't believe such a claim. Sensing Jamie's distrust, Ras apologizes for misleading him. As they prepare to leave, Jamie senses that something significant must be happening in Haste, prompting Ras's interest in sightseeing the territory. Jamie's mind races with questions about what might be unfolding. Despite Ras's repeated apologies, Jamie continues to ignore him. Instead, Jamie informs Ras that there's one more place they haven't visited yet, the Guinness Church's Haste branch. As they arrive at the entrance of the Guinness Church, Ricky, who is outside cleaning, immediately recognizes Jamie. He remembers Jamie from the night they crossed paths when Jamie was wearing a cloak. Ricky calls out to Jamie in surprise. Jamie is taken aback, realizing there was no point in changing his hair color as Ricky recognized him right away. Ricky runs towards Jamie, asking if he changed his hair color. Suddenly, a carriage approaches from another direction, heading straight towards Ricky. Ras moves to help Ricky, but Ricky is frozen in fear, believing this might be the end. Ras fears he won't reach Ricky in time. Just in the nick of time, Jamie leaps into action. He casts his chain arena spell, creating a barrier that blocks the path of the carriage's horses. Ras manages to save Ricky just in time, using his surprise at Jamie's magical ability. Ricky, overjoyed at being rescued, gratefully embraces Jamie. Meanwhile, Ras is astounded by the spell Jamie used, realizing it surpasses the abilities of most mages Ras has encountered. He ponders how powerful Jamie could become in just a few years, foreseeing Jamie as a formidable presence. Interrupting Ras's thoughts, Jamie asks why Ras is staring and suggests they proceed into the Guinness Church. Inside, Ricky takes charge, insisting on guiding Jamie and Ras. He explains that the orphanage houses children who have nowhere else to go. Their conversation is interrupted by a woman entering, inquiring about Ricky's whereabouts and the identities of the two accompanying him. Ricky introduces Jamie and Ras, explaining how they saved him from the carriage incident. The woman, a priestess, listens attentively and then asks Ricky if he's injured anywhere. The priestess extends her gratitude to both Jamie and Ras for saving Ricky. Ras modestly downplays their role, stating that as a priest devoted to worshipping Fiyero, it was their duty to intervene. The mention of Fiyero surprises the priestess. Ras goes on to credit Jamie for the majority of the effort in saving Ricky. Jamie then reveals his identity as the son of the local territory lord. Upon hearing this, the priestess remarks that she should have recognized Jamie immediately due to his distinctive emerald-colored hair, but she was taken aback by the word accident. Jamie is puzzled by the priestess's reaction, noting that someone from Hace would have recognized him based on his hair color alone. He senses there might be something the priestess is hiding. Turning to Ras, the priestess inquires if he came to bring Ricky back. Ras responds that he did not. Ras explains that he came here after hearing that the Zenith Church had established its foundation in this territory earlier this year. The priestess, assuming Ras is here for a tour, instructs Ricky to show the young master around and asks Ras to follow her. Jamie senses the priestess's intention to separate him from Ras and wonders if she might be planning to eliminate Ras. He decides that he should create some sort of insurance, just in case. As Jamie leaves with Ricky, he tells Ras that they will be having dinner together with Jamie's parents later and that he will meet Ras again then. Ras acknowledges Jamie, saying he will see him later. Ricky, clearly anxious, begins to show Jamie around the church. Noticing Ricky's discomfort, Jamie tells him to speak to him as he did before, reassuring him that he doesn't care about formalities and that Ricky should feel free to talk as he wishes. Ricky brightens up at this, grateful for Jamie's understanding, and excitedly tells Jamie that he will show him the whole place. Jamie observes Ricky's excitement and wonders why he seems so eager. Ricky leads Jamie to the room where he and his sister stay. Opening the door, Ricky announces to his sister that he has brought a friend. Anna, hearing this, comes forward to greet Jamie. However, Jamie is taken aback when he sees Anna. Seeing Jamie's reaction, Ricky asks if something is wrong. Jamie, stunned, realizes that Ricky's sister, Anna, possesses the qualities of a saintess, particularly evident in her eyes that radiate with divine power. She appears to Jamie as a messenger of God sent from the heavens, someone who can wield the power of their worshipped deity more naturally than anyone else. Individuals like Anna are endowed with intense divine power within a specific part of their body. Jamie contemplates that Anna's blindness might be due to the overwhelming divine power within her. However, Jamie predicts that once Anna awakens her powers as an adult, she will gain the ability to perceive the entire world through her godly eyes. Jamie foresees a high likelihood that she could become a formidable adversary in the future. Jamie contemplates whether he should eliminate Anna immediately, but dismisses the idea knowing that a cleric would surely be aware of her existence. Realizing the potential danger in acting rashly, Jamie decides against it. Suddenly, Ricky teases Jamie, suggesting he's smitten with Anna. Jamie brushes off Ricky's remark, but Anna playfully hits Ricky with the book she was holding and asks him to read her a book. Meanwhile, Jamie ponders the extent of the divine power Anna possesses. Regardless, Jamie resolves to tread cautiously around these siblings. As Jamie prepares to leave the room, Ricky asks where he's going. Jamie replies that he's heading back, prompting Ricky to insist on accompanying him to the entrance. During their walk, Jamie asks Ricky about his aspirations. Ricky explains that initially, he was content just being with Anna, but after arriving here, he's changed his mind. Now, Ricky desires to be chosen by Zenith and become a priest. Ricky confides in Jamie, revealing that he felt jealous yesterday when a friend from the orphanage was chosen to go to the main church. Jamie is surprised by this revelation, his thoughts immediately turning to the significance of being chosen by the church. Curious about Ricky's past, Jamie asks where Ricky and his sister were before they came to the orphanage. Ricky admits that he was a henchman for Reavers. Upon hearing this, Jamie becomes convinced that Zenith Church is behind the Chimera incident. The scene then transitions to outside, where Ras tells the priestess that it was pleasant speaking with her. The priestess reciprocates the sentiment, saying that it was a pleasure for her as well. She then informs Ras that she will guide him to where the young Master Jamie is located. Ras expresses his gratitude to the priestess, thanking her for her assistance. As they walk, Ras thinks to himself that the priestess seems very tight-lipped. He speculates that this might be due to a lack of trust in priests from other churches and wonders if these individuals might be connected to the Chimera incident. Eventually, they meet up with Ricky and Jamie. At that moment, the head priest arrives and greets both Ras and Jamie. Jamie introduces himself, but internally notes that the circumstances suggest that the Zenith Church has been targeting the children. The head priest then inquires about Ras, asking Jamie who he is. Ras introduces himself, stating that he serves Fierro. Meanwhile, Jamie is deep in thought, wondering about the true goals of the Zenith Church and what they are attempting to achieve. He suspects that the head priest's presence is related to these mysterious objectives. The head priest apologizes to Jamie and Ras for not being present when they visited the church. Ras reassures the head priest that it is all right, mentioning that he enjoyed his conversation with the priestess. However, Jamie remains uneasy as he senses a strange energy emanating from the knight accompanying the priest. The strong divine power suggests that the knight is a paladin, but Jamie finds Ras's reaction unusual. There must be something about the paladin that does not seem to fit. Afterward, both Jamie and Ras leave the church. Jamie informs Ras that he heard from Ricky earlier about a friend of Ricky's who was chosen by God and sent to the main church. Ricky expressed his jealousy and mentioned that he wanted to become a priest. Hearing this, Ras smiles and tells Jamie that Ricky is a good kid, and he is confident that Ricky will become a priest one day. Jamie, feeling that this was not a sufficient hint, decides to change the topic. He asks Ras if he has heard from Jamie's father by any chance. Ras, puzzled, asks Jamie what he is referring to. Jamie explains that his father destroyed a criminal gang called Reaver 2 months ago. Apparently, the gang had been involved in kidnapping children. Ras is shocked upon hearing this. Jamie further explains that Ricky had also told him that he was part of the Reaver gang before coming to the orphanage. Observing Ras's expression, Jamie thinks that Ras seems to have finally connected the dots. Jamie decides to provide one more clue to solidify the connection. Jamie informs Ras that the Zenith Church is supposed to be a church that engages in charitable work. Hearing this, Ras becomes frustrated and thinks to himself how he could have overlooked this fact. The Zenith Church is known for rarely doing charity work, which implies that they set up the orphanage to use the children for ulterior motives. The scene then shifts to the palace, where Ras informs Count Welton about the Zenith Church's and Reaver gang's involvement. Ras also mentions that there is a child named Ricky at the orphanage who had worked for the Reaver gang. Count Welton responds by saying that he had only been observing the Zenith Church because they appeared to be positively influencing the territory. Ras then informs Count Welton that he met the bishop and a paladin on his way out of the church, but he couldn't figure something out. Count Welton asks Ras what he couldn't figure out. Ras explains that he sensed a strong divine power from the paladin but couldn't determine if the individual was truly a paladin of the Zenith Church. Ras states that the divine power felt like it was combined with other elements, leading him to suspect that the paladin was actually a chimera. Surprised, Count Welton finds it hard to believe that a chimera could wield divine power. He asserts that if this is true, they cannot remain idle and declares his intention to lead his knights to the Zenith Church immediately. However, Ras advises caution, suggesting that they first need to be certain of the evidence. Ras assures Count Welton that he will find the necessary proof. Count Welton expresses concern for Ras's safety, noting that it will be too dangerous for him to investigate alone. Ras responds that he is prepared for the danger. Count Welton then asks Ras about his chances of success. Ras confidently replies that he feels he has the upper hand in this situation. Count Welton then tells Ras that he will send 3 of his men with him for additional support. Suddenly, 3 knights appear behind Ras, startling him, as he couldn't even sense their presence. Count Welton explains that these are Shadow Knights who protect the Welton family, and they are at the expert level. He assures Ras that they should be helpful enough for his mission. Ras observes that although these knights may wield long swords, their presence and appearance are akin to those of assassins. He thanks Count Welton and assures him that he will uncover the true intentions of the Zenith Church. Meanwhile, Jamie has been eavesdropping on their conversation using a magical entity named Black. Jamie deduces that the Zenith Church is likely in a rush for some reason, given how they are pushing their agenda despite the risks. He instructs Black to deliver a letter to Reiser. As Black departs, Jamie resolves to prepare himself as well, knowing he will need higher-level magic for the upcoming battles. Jamie vows to take down the Zenith Church. Jamie then uses a memorization spell, a technique that allows a person to use magic smoothly by imprinting spells and mana operations in their mind in advance. The scene then shifts to a house, where Jance asks Philip how long they have to stay there, as they cannot see the suspicious knight at all. Philip tells Jance that they must simply follow their orders. Jance complains to Philip that he is getting bored because there is nothing to do. Suddenly, a knight appears from behind and attacks Jance, who narrowly dodges the strike. Philip is shocked to see that the knight is using divine power. The knight declares that he will take down both Jance and Philip right then and there. Philip urgently tells Jance to hurry and inform their master. As Jance runs towards the window, the knight charges at him to strike. At that moment, Philip pushes Jance out the window, taking the knight's hit directly. Just then, Jamie uses his Dark Dimension spell to create a barrier around the house. He enters the room and calmly asks Philip if he had called for him. Jamie states that with the barrier in place, no one else will be able to find out what happens here. He reflects that although he managed to use the memorized spell with Black's help, 6th class magic remains challenging for him. Without hesitation, the knight charges at Jamie. In response, Jamie employs his 5th class magic spell, Gravity, intensifying the gravitational forces in the area to suppress the knight's movements. The knight falls to the ground, and Jamie follows up by using Grip of the Dead to further restrain him. Then, Jamie unleashes another spell directly at the knight, who remains injured and grounded as the dust settles. Jamie acknowledges the knight's expertise, but remains undeterred. Suddenly, the knight charges at Jamie with full force. Jamie, however, remarks that the knight has spirit but has unfortunately met his match today. Jamie then invokes Marionette, a spell that attaches and controls with strength. He blocks the knight's strike just before it reaches him, and we witness the knight taking a knee. Jamie informs the knight that fragments of dark magic entered the knight's body during the recent explosion. Consequently, everything that once belonged to the knight now belongs to Jamie, leaving the knight powerless. Internally, the knight acknowledges losing control of his mana and being unable to wield black magic. Facing an unbeatable foe, the knight sees no point in continuing the fight and decides to escape using a light spell. Witnessing this, Jamie swiftly attempts to use his Dark Hand spell to strike the knight. However, Jamie fails to intercept the spell in time and steps back, commanding Black to create a diversion. The resulting explosion frustrates Jamie, who realizes his vulnerability without Black's intervention. Jamie is surprised that the knight could breach the dark dimension using maximum holy energy but resolves not to let the knight escape. He directs Black to absorb the light emitted by the knight as he flees, hoping to prevent the knight from getting away. Jamie strikes directly at the knight, revealing him to be a chimera. Jamie is surprised by this revelation, but quickly casts his chain area spell to immobilize the chimera. He follows up with another spell, Demi-Boom, an explosion of darkness designed to destroy even tough armor. The spell hits the chimera directly, causing significant damage to its physical body and rendering it immobile. As the chimera reaches its damage limit, a fragment of its essence escapes through the window, shocking Jamie, who was unable to capture it. Philip enters and inquires about the situation with the knight. Jamie informs Philip that he lost track of the chimera. Surprised by this, Philip questions whether they should not quickly track it down. Jamie dismisses the urgency, explaining that it doesn't matter. Philip is puzzled by Jamie's calm reaction, wondering how losing such a dangerous enemy can be acceptable. He thought they were monitoring the chimera to capture it, but Jamie's response suggests otherwise. Philip expresses his confusion to Jamie, seeking clarification on why it's acceptable to let the chimera escape. Jamie tells Philip that there isn't much to worry about, as it's not easy to erase traces of black mana. Jamie thinks to himself that the moment he used his Dark Hand spell, the knight's entire body was infused with black mana, which means Jamie can always locate the knight whenever he wishes. The scene then shifts to the head priest's room at the Zenith Church, where a fragment of the chimera enters through the window. The head priest is shocked to see that the knight was defeated and cannot believe that a chimera holy knight, imbued with holy energy, was destroyed. Back with Philip, he asks Jamie if the enemy might realize that black magic had been used on the knight. Jamie reassures Philip, saying they won't be able to detect it because his current powers are entirely different from traditional black magic. In his mind, Jamie reflects on the nature of his powers. Despite not fully understanding why current black magic is weak against holy energy, he knows that his power was originally designed for god-killing. This type of dark magic was created to annihilate holy beings entirely, leaving no trace of their existence. Jamie uses this specific form of black magic, which is why the Zenith Church, no matter what holy magic they employ, will never be able to uncover details about him. This provides Jamie with confidence and an edge against his enemies. Jamie asks Philip where Jance went. At that moment, Jance enters the room, asking if Philip is all right and expressing happiness at seeing Jamie there. Jance tells Jamie that he thought Philip would be defeated by the knight, but is relieved that Jamie took care of everything. Jamie responds affirmatively, stating that he solved the problem, and then inquires where Jance had run off to. Jance explains that he fainted for a moment after falling out of the window earlier and came back up as soon as he woke up. Hearing this, Jamie can hardly believe that a zombie fainted. Jamie then tells Jance that he is withdrawing the order to monitor the Zenith Church, as they noticed too quickly. He explains that if Jance and Philip continue to keep an eye on them openly, they will inevitably get caught, so they will need to be more discreet in their surveillance. Philip acknowledges this, saying he understands. Jamie then uses a healing spell to mend Philip's injuries. Philip is surprised by the effectiveness of the spell. Jamie advises Philip to be careful with his body despite the measures he has taken to heal him. The scene shifts to the Zenith Church, where the head priest is in disbelief that an expert-ranked Chimera Paladin, combined with 4 life forms, could be defeated so easily. He considers the possibility that Count Welton might have been responsible, but quickly dismisses the idea. If it had been Count Welton, the main body of the Chimera would not have survived, and the connection between the head priest and the paladin would not have been severed so abruptly. Such a disruption is impossible without a powerful magic barrier. The head priest then wonders if it could have been Jamie, contemplating the likelihood that a mage of that caliber exists within this territory. However, he quickly dismisses this notion as well. Despite Jamie's reputation as a genius, he is only a 4th-class magician, and facing a Chimera Paladin would require at least a 5th-class mage. Confounded, the head priest tries to deduce who could possibly have accomplished this feat at that moment. A cloaked figure appears behind the head priest, pressing a knife to his neck. The cloaked figure remarks that this is the head priest's second failure and implies that no explanation is necessary. The head priest, trembling slightly, tells the cloaked figure that it was not his fault. The cloaked figure then asks what happened to the chimera in the jar. The head priest explains that the chimera has not yet been completed. The cloaked figure responds, saying that it's acceptable for the chimera to be in its current state because it was incomplete. The head priest replies that something unexpected and annoying interfered, but assures the cloaked figure that the chimera will be completed with just 1 or 2 more experiments. The cloaked figure sternly warns the head priest that he will be watching closely and that if Count Welton gets involved, it will be over for him. With that, the cloaked figure vanishes. The head priest, flustered and anxious, cannot believe that he was being monitored by the 7 knights, the elite protectors of the archbishop in the main church of Zenith. These knights, all of master rank, are known as the 7 swords of the Zenith Church. Frustrated and feeling betrayed, the head priest wonders how the archbishop could treat him with such suspicion. He resolves that once his experiments are completed, he will rise to a position of power where he won't be subjected to such scrutiny. The scene then shifts to the palace. In the palace, Jamie contemplates the creation of a divine chimera by the Zenith Church, finding the concept both intriguing and alarming. He examines the life forms integrated into the chimera, discovering that it consists of 4 entities with remarkable magic resistance and incredible speed. At its core lies a bead imbued with divine power, which the Zenith Church used to transform the chimera into a paladin. This realization infuriates Jamie, who recalls that his purpose for ascending to this world after thousands of years is to stop the 12 gods and their machinations. The scene then shifts to the Zenith Church, where the head priest is engaged in a magical call with someone. He reports that the chimera was attacked and that its main body barely survived due to the intervention of an unknown third party. The person on the other end of the call inquires about the head priest's plans moving forward. The head priest responds that he intends to select one more individual, a faithful servant of Zenith, for the next experiment. It is then revealed that this person is Ricky. The scene shifts to the main hall of the Zenith Church, where all the children have gathered. Ricky wonders why the head priest has assembled everyone today, speculating that perhaps another person is being chosen. Ricky's sister expresses excitement, saying that it would be great. The head priest then addresses the crowd, announcing that he has good news to share. Another oracle has been passed down to them by God. A murmur spreads through the hall as the children speculate that someone is being chosen, just like Shino was. The head priest confirms their suspicions, stating that Zenith desires one of them this time as well. The children buzz with excitement at this revelation. The head priest then announces that the one who has been selected this time is Ricky. Ricky stands in shock as the other children cheer and celebrate his selection. The scene then transitions to the palace, where Sears remarks that the rain has almost stopped. Jamie tells his mother that the weather should clear up soon. Sears asks Jamie if he enjoys having tea on rainy days, to which Jamie responds half-heartedly, saying that the scent of rain is refreshing and being with his mother makes it even better. His mother, delighted by his words, hugs him tightly. Their tender moment is interrupted when a worker enters the room, informing them that there is a guest for the young master. A commoner child arrived, claiming to be Jamie's friend and seeking to find him. Hearing this, Jamie initially thinks it can't be the Valle sisters since it's a commoner. Then, Jamie realizes that it must be Ricky. He tells the worker to let the child in, confident that he knows who it is. Ricky walks in and greets Jamie's mother warmly. Jamie's initial suspicion is confirmed. It is indeed Ricky. Jamie feels a surge of frustration, wondering who gave Ricky the authority to decide they were friends. Sears, Jamie's mother, asks about Ricky's identity and where he lives. Ricky introduces himself politely and informs Sears that he is staying at the Zenith Church. Sears is pleased to hear this and asks Ricky why he has come to see Jamie. As Ricky starts to explain the incident, Jamie quickly interrupts, suggesting they should play by themselves and let his mother rest. Sears observes this and thinks Jamie might be embarrassed in front of his mother because his friend is here. On the other hand, Jamie is anxious, fearing the consequences if his mother discovers the truth. He worries about what kind of punishment she might impose if she finds out. Sears then tells Jamie that he needs to give his mother a goodbye kiss. Frustrated, Jamie realizes there is only one solution. Reluctantly, he goes to kiss his mother, and Ricky is shocked to witness this display of affection. As Sears leaves, Ricky comments that it seems Jamie's mother really loves him. Jamie, eager to change the subject, tells Ricky to forget about that and explain why he is here. Ricky reveals that he has been chosen and will be leaving soon, so he came to say goodbye to Jamie. Jamie is shocked by this news. The scene then shifts to outside, where Ras is exhausted. He thinks about how there hasn't been even a shadow of that strange paladin for the past few days, and he hasn't learned anything new while monitoring the church. Ras sees Ricky leaving the palace and greets him. Ricky responds with a smile, and Ras tells him that he should call him young, older brother. Ras then asks Ricky if he came to see Jamie. Ricky confirms this and shares that he received an oracle from the god Zenith. Ras is surprised by this revelation. Ricky happily tells Ras that he has been chosen and will be departing for the main Zenith church tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Ras thinks to himself that this is how Zenith tricks children into becoming servants of a god. Despite his inner turmoil, Ras congratulates Ricky and assures him that he will become a great priest. Ricky is elated and vows to help those in need, just like Ras Young. After saying his goodbyes to Ras, the Shadow Knight steps forward. With a serious expression, Ras informs the knight that they will follow the carriage Ricky will be riding in the next morning. Ras is determined to show Zenith what true punishment is. The scene then shifts to the next day. Ricky stands surrounded by the other children, thanking them for coming to see him off. He promises to return as a fully fledged priest. Ben, Ricky's friend, assures him not to worry about Anna, promising to take good care of her. Ricky thanks Ben and then turns to Anna, telling her not to worry about him. He promises to come back soon and become a priest. Anna, fighting back tears, tells Ricky that she will be waiting for her brother and urges him to take care of himself and eat well. Ricky hugs his sister tightly, reminding her to take care of herself and eat her meals even when he's not there. With a final promise to become a priest, Ricky departs from the church. Ras watches from a distance and orders the Shadow Knight to follow the carriage. The scene shifts to Jamie's room, where he uses his dark magic to monitor Ricky's departure from the Zenith Church. Jamie checks to ensure that his hidden tracker on the Chimera is functioning well. Jamie states that he knew the traces of black mana belong to the Guinness Church, as 3 things are needed to create a holy Chimera. First, there must be a sacrifice. Next, a Chimera creator is required to lead the experiment. Finally, a high-ranking priest is needed to infuse holy energy. There is only one high-ranking priest in this area, the Guinness Bishop. Jamie thinks that if it's Ras and the Knight, they will be able to take care of the lab by themselves. Jamie only needs to deal with the bishop, and it will be checkmate. The scene shifts to the Guinness Church, where the bishop states that it is time. The bishop reaches through the magical mirror connecting to where Ricky is standing. As the bishop is about to grab Ricky, black mana emerges and pulls the bishop, causing him to fall to the ground. Shocked, the bishop asks who it is. Jamie, cloaked, reveals himself and comments that the bishop talks roughly for a cleric. The bishop, thinking it's a black magician, recognizes Jamie as the one who defeated the Holy Knight. The bishop, angered, releases his aura and states, "How dare Jamie get in the way of my plans?" He then casts a spell named Battle Sanctuary, covering the entire room in a magic circle. In this sanctuary, the priest's power is multiplied several times. Seeing the spell, Jamie thinks that if it's a sanctuary deployed by a bishop, the bishop possesses the strength to destroy a boulder with one hand. The bishop informs Jamie that he will end this quickly and strikes at Jamie with his manhwa-fest. Jamie barely manages to dodge the bishop's attack. Seeing Jamie struggling, the bishop asks, "How was that?" and goes to strike again. Jamie, with a smirk, inquires if this is all the bishop can do. Shocked to hear this, the bishop is taken aback. Jamie then uses his dark spell to stop the bishop from striking. Surprised, the bishop asks how Jamie is able to use black magic in the sanctuary. Jamie informs the bishop to look carefully, and the bishop sees that the sanctuary is being consumed by dark magic. The bishop states that it's impossible. Jamie, smiling, informs the bishop that it is possible. Jamie then uses his dark magic to push the bishop, sending him flying into the wall. As Jamie approaches, he tells the bishop that he has many questions that need answers. The bishop retorts, asking if Jamie thinks he will reveal everything to him. Jamie tells the bishop not to misunderstand, as he doesn't need the bishop's permission to get the answers he wants. Jamie then uses his mind-reading spell to extract the information he needs. The scene shifts to the underground lab, where the Chimera creator is frustrated as the experiment is delayed. He orders the Holy Knight to check on Lincoln's whereabouts. At that moment, he senses a presence above, realizing that Lincoln was followed. Ras and the Knight are then seen entering the building, ready for action. One of the Knights inspects a bookshelf and informs Ras that he feels a breeze coming from behind it. Ras states that there must be something behind the bookshelf. As Ras picks up one of the books, the bookshelf opens to reveal a hidden path. Surprised by what he sees, Ras informs the Knight that the air smells bad and that they should prepare for combat. Suddenly, someone strikes at Ras, but he is able to block the attack in time with his sword. Ras finds the strike heavy and powerful. When another strike comes, Ras is pushed back. The Knight, surprised, inquires if Ras is all right. Ras informs the Knight that he is fine and thinks they have come to the right place. They then see that the one attacking Ras is a chimera. Jamie reads Lincoln Bishop's memories, which reveal their intention to create a strong army at any cost. Jamie asks the bishop if such an oracle was made, and the bishop confirms it. Jamie then orders the bishop to inform the counts of what he has just said, using a brainwashing spell to ensure the bishop cannot reveal anything about Jamie to the counts. Jamie then disguises himself as Lincoln Bishop and prepares to enter the lab. Meanwhile, in the lab, Killian is frustrated, wondering why Lincoln is so late. Killian thinks that if it weren't for the experiment, he would have dealt with Lincoln already. He releases another chimera, hoping it will take care of the intruders upstairs, as Killian has already captured Ricky but still needs the body of the destroyed chimera. At that moment, Lincoln, actually Jamie in disguise, enters. Frustrated, Killian asks Lincoln where he has been. Lincoln, Jamie, explains that he was ambushed by a suspicious person and was delayed because he had to deal with that person first. Killian inquires further about this suspicious person. Lincoln informs Killian that he thinks the person who ambushed him is the one who took down the Holy Knight. Hearing this, Killian wonders if that person is working with the intruders and worries that any further delay will interfere with the experiment. Killian then asks Lincoln where the body of the chimera is. Lincoln replies, "Didn't you say there was an intruder? And you're still planning to continue as is?" Killian tells Lincoln that he will finish soon enough, and there is no need to worry about the intruders, as he has already sent a chimera to deal with them. Hearing this, Lincoln, Jamie, wonders what kind of chimera Killian sent. Killian then grabs the chimera's body and places it on Ricky's body, wondering what kind of new chimera will be born. Killian asks Lincoln what he thinks about it. Jamie, as Lincoln, thinks to himself about Killian's question. He then replies, "It will probably be stronger than the previous failure." Killian, annoyed, asks Lincoln why he is stating the obvious. Killian uses an injection on the chimera's body, causing it to start merging with Ricky. At that moment, Killian tells Lincoln that everything is going according to their plan. Jamie, playing along, replies, "Sure," while thinking to himself that Killian has definitely lost his mind. Frustrated, Killian suddenly asks Jamie about his true identity. Jamie responds, "What are you saying? I am Lincoln." Hearing this, Killian goes to strike at Jamie, insisting that he is not Lincoln. The scene shifts to Ras and the soldiers, who have taken down the first chimera they encountered. As they move forward, another chimera suddenly appears and takes down one of the soldiers. Shocked, Ras and the soldiers strike at the chimera, but their attacks are deflected. Ras realizes that this chimera is on a completely different level from the others. He states that the space is too narrow for him to strike effectively, but still uses his sword of judgment to attack the chimera. To Ras's surprise, the chimera is able to withstand his strike. The chimera closes the distance between itself and Ras in an instant. Surprised, Ras thinks he was careless and that it's now too late to dodge the chimera's strike. He wonders if this is how he is going to die, but at that moment, the soldiers with Ras step forward and strike the chimera, saving him. They tell Ras to retreat and leave the injured soldier behind. Shocked, Ras tells them they can't leave someone behind. The soldiers inform Ras that they were given orders to assist him. One soldier strikes the chimera as a diversion, while another tells Ras they should start moving. Ras insists they can't leave the other soldiers behind, but the soldier explains that they are the Shadow Knights, who act to produce the most optimal results. These Shadow Knights are in absolute obedience to their liege, and this is their only purpose. Frustrated, Ras thinks to himself that he will never tolerate such a thing. The soldier barely manages to stop the chimera's strike. Seeing this, Ras steps forward, uses his divine power, and takes down the chimera with a single strike. Ras thought to himself that, in the end, he had to use his power as a divine executioner of the Fiero Church. The divine executioners are the 7 paladins endowed with divine powers by Fiero, the goddess of benevolence and punishment. This power has a short duration and severe side effects, but it exerts a powerful divine force. Ras also notices that the third soldier who was injured has been healed. He states, "This is the power bestowed upon me by Fiero." In his mind, Ras knows that once the divine executioner's power fades, all the pain suffered by the others will be transferred to him. However, he decides not to tell the soldiers about this. Ras informs the soldiers that it's a relief they are fine, and then they move forward. The scene then shifts to the lab, where Jamie blocks Killian's strike. Frustrated, Killian states, "How dare a black mage interrupt my experiments?" Jamie retorts, "I don't think that's something I should hear from a guy who is half chimera himself." Hearing this, Killian tells Jamie that he will show him his true powers, and then reveals his wings. Seeing this, Jamie wasn't impressed at all. He then uses his black magic to grab the chimera body and destroys it. Killian becomes enraged. Jamie suggests they change locations and cast a spell that covers the entire room with a magic circle. Killian is shocked to see that Jamie can use teleportation magic. Killian thinks he can nullify it by destroying the circle, but to his surprise, he is unable to break the spell. They are then teleported to a forest outside. Frustrated, Killian asks Jamie why the spell wasn't destroyed. Jamie smiles and says, "It's because you're so weak." He then states they should have a good time in the forest, and once they finish, he will completely destroy Killian and make him his servant. Frustrated, Killian attacks Jamie using his chimera body, but Jamie blocks all the strikes. Sitting on a tree branch, Jamie remarks that things should be about done at the church with Ras and the Shadow Knights. Killian informs Jamie that he wonders about that, as they don't know he sent 2 more chimera elites. Jamie is surprised to hear this. At that moment, Killian sees an opening and strikes at Jamie with full force, but Jamie dodges the attack. Killian then informs Jamie that although the intruders managed to take down 1 chimera, they will never survive since he sent 2 more. Hearing this, Jamie tells Killian that his foolhardiness is over the top. Killian closes the distance between them, stating that this is confidence. Seeing Killian up close, Jamie thinks that there are 9 different living species in Killian's body, and he seems no longer human. The combination of Killian's abilities is impressive, and Jamie gets excited at the thought of making Killian his servant. The scene shifts to the church, where Ras and the knights have found the lab. Ras orders the knights to find Ricky first. In his mind, Ras thinks he still has 20 minutes left, and that they need to find Ricky before the power of the divine executioner disappears. As they search the area, Ras senses an incoming strike and quickly dodges it. One of the knights is shocked to see that the attacker is a chimera capable of using sword ki. Ras can't believe what he is seeing. The knight informs Ras that another chimera has appeared. Observing the chimera, Ras realizes it is a demon horse and ogre chimera. Shocked, Ras thinks that these are monsters even expert ranks struggle against. He acknowledges that he alone cannot fight these creatures. Ras then thinks about Ricky and calms himself. He orders the Shadow Knights to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Ricky wakes up, disoriented and confused about his surroundings and why he is there. He looks around and is shocked to see his friend Shin in a tube. Ricky is bewildered, questioning how being chosen, which should be a blessing, could result in such a situation. Despite his confusion, Ricky calms himself and decides that his priority is to escape the place. Frustrated, he vows never to forgive the Guinness Church for what they have done. As Ricky makes his way to an alley, he hears sounds of a fight nearby. Ricky thinks that someone has come to save him and is relieved to see that it is Ras. Overjoyed, Ricky watches as Ras blocks a chimera's strike. The chimera, noticing Ricky, attempts to strike him. Ras quickly orders the Shadow Knights to stop the chimera. As one knight moves to intercept it, the second chimera confronts the knights, blocking their path. Ricky, terrified and unable to move, watches the chimera in front of him. Ras advances and strikes the chimera from the side, trying to divert its attention away from Ricky. To Ras's dismay, the chimera continues its attack on Ricky with full force. Ras is stunned, realizing he might not be able to save Ricky. However, Ricky's body is surrounded by divine power, allowing him to withstand the chimera's strike. Relieved, Ras quickly tells Ricky to hurry and come to him, as it is dangerous there. Ricky rushes to Ras. Afterward, Ras checks on the Shadow Knights, who are barely managing to block the chimera's strikes. Ras thought to himself that he could last at most 10 minutes or less, and realized he couldn't fight effectively while protecting Ricky. He tells Ricky to go ahead, suggesting that Ricky would only hinder him if he stayed. Ricky agrees and runs towards the forest, telling Ras to make sure he returns safely. As the second chimera charges at Ras, he resolves to eliminate it. Meanwhile, Ricky runs and suddenly sees a light take down the monster, causing his stomach to lurch. He also experiences a strange feeling from the monster. Ricky spots a door and exits into the forest, reflecting that everything about the Guinness Church was a lie. He worries that his sister, Anna, must be alone at the orphanage. Feeling a peculiar urge to leave, Ricky ventures deeper into the forest. Back with Killian, he tells Jamie that Jamie is skilled at escaping. Killian then strikes at Jamie, surrounding him and preparing to hit him directly. To Killian's surprise, Jamie vanishes from in front of him. Killian looks around, trying to locate Jamie. Meanwhile, Jamie has teleported to a tree branch and begins using his Dark Dimension spell. Seeing this, Killian realizes it's a trap and that Jamie is attempting to restrain him. Smirking, Killian remarks that Jamie's trap won't be enough to take him down. Killian pinpoints Jamie's location and strikes, but Jamie counters with his Tentacle Hurricane spell to block the incoming attack. Jamie finds the situation thrilling, noting that Killian has combined Chimera abilities with magic. However, Jamie doubts that this is all Killian is capable of. Killian is pleased to see that his strike hit Jamie directly, but he is shocked when Jamie reappears behind him. As Killian prepares to strike Jamie again, Jamie teleports to Killian's left side. Killian cannot believe how quickly Jamie can teleport. Jamie informs Killian that he was tricked by a clone. Jamie used his 4th class dark magic spell, Doppelganger, which creates a clone capable of utilizing a portion of the caster's abilities. The moment they make eye contact, one of the two will dissipate. Jamie informs Killian that he will be defeated, attributing it to Killian's inability to gauge his opponent's strength accurately. Jamie then casts his decay spell on Killian. Killian is confused about what is happening to his body. Jamie explains that Killian's body will slowly decay and decompose. Frustrated, Killian demands Jamie stop using these cheap tricks and vows to defeat Jamie immediately. Jamie responds that he has prepared one more thing and uses his spell, Black Ball. Killian tells Jamie to stop talking nonsense, but the spell hits him directly. The Black Ball spell causes whoever touches the sphere to experience their sense of pain intensified threefold. Jamie then asks Killian how it feels to writhe in the pain of decomposing. Observing that Killian is still enduring the pain, Jamie decides to use his gravity spell. Killian falls to the ground with incredible speed. Seeing Killian defeated, Jamie tells Black that he has done well and should rest for now. Killian tries to get up, and Jamie remarks that such pain should be enough to kill a person. Jamie wonders how much Killian must have experimented on his body. He further comments that Killian is so broken that Jamie doubts he would even be able to use his undead magic. Nonetheless, Jamie resolves to take whatever knowledge he can from Killian. At that moment, 2 Chimera that had been left behind appear and move in front of Jamie. Jamie realizes he has miscalculated and that he has used too much mana earlier. Despite this, Jamie strikes Killian directly, but Killian is still able to withstand the blow. Jamie comments that if Killian had died from a single strike, he wouldn't be in so much pain now, and yet Killian still survives. Jamie is incredulous that Killian can endure his attacks and wonders how he can defeat him. Meanwhile, Ricky is worried and confused about his direction. Suddenly, an explosion startles Ricky, who mutters that he knew he shouldn't have come here. Another explosion follows. Jamie realizes that he has no mana left to create a shield and will be unable to avoid Killian's next attack. At that moment, Ricky spots Jamie and wonders why he is there. As Killian strikes at Jamie, the Chimera gathers its mana and fires a beam towards him. Ricky, determined to save Jamie, rushes to his aid. Ricky apologizes to Jamie, explaining that his body moved on its own. The Chimera's strike lands, causing a massive explosion. As the dust settles, it is revealed that Jamie barely managed to withstand the blow, while Ricky was hit directly by the Chimera's attack and lies dead in front of Jamie. Jamie is stunned by the sight and reflects that once again, someone has died because of him. He is unable to believe that this tragedy has repeated itself. Seeing Jamie's despair, Killian begins to mock him, claiming that he will soon defeat Jamie just as he did Ricky. At that moment, Jamie recalls his comrades from his past life as Diablo, remembering how they helped him in every situation. Jamie's body becomes enveloped in a dark blue aura, and both the Chimera and Killian feel the intense pressure emanating from him. With a serious expression, Jamie declares to Killian that he will make him pay. Jamie then recalls the very first authority he established through necromancy and summons his undead army, created as a rebellion against divinity. In his previous life, Jamie had confronted the forces of the 12 gods. Seeing Jamie's undead army, Killian starts to laugh, questioning whether Jamie really believes he can defeat him with such a low-level force. Jamie then commands his army to attack. Instantly, the The two chimera are taken down, leaving only Killian. The undead soldiers surround Killian, and Jamie declares that this is his domain where death begets death and where he reigns in his own hell. The undead soldiers take down Killian with a single strike. Following this, a green, glowing orb emerges from Killian's mouth. Jamie quickly grabs the orb and recognizes it as the bead of life, an artifact that charges itself with life force. Despite the extensive experimentation on Killian's body, the vitality he exhibited was inexplicable without the bead of life. Jamie is elated, realizing that this find was beyond his expectations. With the bead of life in his possession, Jamie can now surpass his limits. He sends his undead army away, stating that he will summon them again at a later time. Afterward, Jamie begins to cough up blood, realizing he has pushed himself too far. The rebellion against divinity remains too strenuous for him, but he cannot afford to lose consciousness. Jamie is determined not to let Ricky die in vain and plans to make him his servant, believing it would be a better outcome. As Jamie begins to use his necromancy spell on Ricky, divine energy suddenly emanates from him. Shocked, Jamie is confused by this development until he sees that it is a goddess. The goddess questions Jamie about his identity and why he is trying to take what belongs to her. Jamie is stunned to recognize her as Pyro, the goddess. Pyro acknowledges that Jamie seems to be familiar with her. The scene shifts to the outside, where Lincoln, under Jamie's spell, arrives at the Count's office to reveal everything. However, before he can speak, a high-ranking member of the Guinness Church takes Lincoln down with a single strike and orders that Hayes be dealt with accordingly, ensuring the judgment of heretics is carried out. The scene shifts to Ras, who is relieved to have barely managed to take down the Chimera within the time limit. Ras reflects on the intense pain he is experiencing but is grateful that no one died. Shadow Knights rush to Ras, asking if he is all right. Suddenly, divine energy surrounds Ras, healing all his injuries. Shocked, Ras realizes that the Pyro Goddess has arrived. The Pyro Goddess then questions Jamie about how he knows of her. Surprised, Jamie wonders how the goddess has descended, considering the immense burden that would be placed on the laws of causality from merely an illusion. Angrily, the Pyro Goddess demands to know if Jamie heard her voice, causing Jamie's head to throb. She insists that Jamie answer her immediately. Jamie responds that he only knew Ricky's sanctity belonged to the Pyro Goddess. The goddess then inquires if Jamie is claiming he turned Ricky into an undead despite knowing this. Jamie explains that he didn't want Ricky to die. Angered, the Pyro Goddess accuses Jamie of suggesting that undead are not truly dead, deeming it a grave act of disrespect towards the deceased. The Pyro Goddess asks Jamie why he does not understand the value of life. Frustrated, Jamie responds that it is the goddess herself who fails to appreciate life's preciousness. The Pyro Goddess is stunned by this accusation and finds it hard to believe. Jamie remains unfazed by her reaction. The Pyro Goddess then informs Jamie that Ricky will become her apostle. She warns Jamie that if he turns Ricky into an undead, she will never forgive him. Jamie is surprised by this revelation. An apostle is someone who is closer to the gods than anyone else, possessing the strength to be the greatest holy knight or the perfect cleric. Jamie reflects that while he knew Ricky had some sanctity, he never expected him to be an apostle. The Pyro Goddess's descent confirms this. Jamie finds the situation even more ironic than he anticipated. He apologizes to the Pyro Goddess and asks how he can make amends for his actions. The Pyro Goddess is puzzled by Jamie's statement. Jamie informs her that darkness has already taken hold of Ricky, and half of Ricky is now undead. Infuriated by this revelation, the Pyro Goddess asks Jamie if he understands the gravity of his actions. Jamie, feeling the Pyro Goddess's anger, begins to experience pain in his head. The Pyro Goddess then questions whether Jamie has a death wish. Jamie responds that things would indeed turn dire if that were the case, as Ricky's death would also mean Jamie's demise. Frustrated, the Pyro Goddess inquires if Jamie believes his threats will sway her. Jamie explains that only one apostle can exist at a time, and losing this apostle would require the goddess to spend a long time searching for a replacement. Moreover, for a goddess to descend to this realm without restrictions, she needs an apostle. Jamie insists that he does not want Ricky to die, as Ricky is his friend. The pyro goddess, hearing this, accuses Jamie of being wicked and remarks on the elaborate scheme Jamie has devised to keep himself alive. Jamie then asks the pyro goddess why she made Ricky her apostle, suggesting that an apostle shouldn't be necessary in a world currently progressing according to the 12 gods' plans, peacefully. The pyro goddess, taken aback, asks Jamie how much he knows. Jamie continues, referencing the holiest of the 12 gods, the one who loves all and possesses the authority to reform evil. He speculates that perhaps it was the pyro goddess who was cast out. The goddess is left speechless by this revelation. Observing her reaction, Jamie concludes that there is a significant dissonance and that the goddess cannot lie against her sanctity, leading her to remain silent. Jamie then mentions Diablo Volfir, prompting a surprised reaction from the pyro goddess, who asks how Jamie knows that name. Jamie explains that he is the legacy of that man. The pyro goddess is incredulous, as Diablo was said to have been defeated by the 12 gods, but realizes she cannot remain here any longer. Jamie suggests that the pyro goddess should ally with him. Before disappearing, she tells Jamie to visit her domain, where they can discuss matters properly. Jamie thinks to himself that if things go well, he might end up with a valuable asset. Meanwhile, Ricky opens his eyes and is surprised to see Jamie. Ricky then asks Jamie if he is all right and inquires why Jamie is bleeding and why his eyes have turned purple. Jamie comments that Ricky is still concerned about others even in his current state. He informs Ricky that, although he is the goddess's apostle, he is also an undead. Jamie explains that he used his black magic to transform Ricky, and in his mind, he anticipates that Ricky will hold a grudge against him. To Jamie's surprise, Ricky responds that it is not a problem. Shocked, Jamie asks if that is all. Ricky explains that just because Jamie is a dark magician does not mean he is evil. Ricky believes Jamie is a good person. Jamie acknowledges this but points out that he knowingly sent Ricky into danger and even tried to kill Ricky's sibling. Ricky counters that Jamie ultimately saved him and did not harm Anna, which implies that Jamie is indeed a good person. Frustrated, Jamie tells Ricky to stop talking nonsense. However, Ricky then grabs Jamie's hand, and Jamie's injuries begin to heal. Ricky tells Jamie that he felt it would work, so he tried it out, and his healing powers were effective. Ricky then informs Jamie that Ras is on his way. Jamie says he must leave, but instructs Ricky to keep what just happened a secret. Ricky agrees and says he will see Jamie later. The scene shifts to the Guinness Church Hayes branch, where a priest approaches Count Welton. The priest claims to be affiliated with the Guinness Church and apologizes, explaining that, due to special circumstances, they cannot reveal their identities. Count Welton asks why the judges have come. The judge explains that they are here under orders from higher-ups to track down heretics. During their search, they discovered a chimera body, which they identified as Lincoln, a heretic. After receiving a confession, Lincoln was taken down. Hearing this, Ras suspects that the judges are using Lincoln as a scapegoat. Ras steps forward, accusing the judges of lying. Count Welton tells Ras to calm down, but commends the judges for their bravery. With a serious expression, Count Welton states that the judges from the Guinness Church dare to act in his territory and questions whether the judge has a death wish. Hearing this, the Guinness Church judge quickly kneels and states that they merely punished a sinner. Count Welton asserts that he is the judge over this land, and that no one may harm another person in haste without his permission. Count Welton further declares that the Guinness Church has crossed the line. The judge from the Guinness Church thinks to himself that he will be taken down if this continues but realizes he cannot simply stand down. He responds that it is presumptuous of Count Welton and warns that it would not be wise for him to oppose the Guinness Church. At that moment, Count Welton swings his sword and injures the judge's right arm. Count Welton tells the Guinness Church representative that if he does not want to be taken down immediately, the Guinness Church should leave haste right now. The judge from the Guinness Church reflects that this situation is different from what he was told. Impressed by Count Welton's handling of the matter, Ras thinks to himself that this is how Count Welton deals with things. Count Welton has avoided discussing the Chimera entirely and focused solely on asserting his authority as the lord of this territory. Ras is confident that if things continue like this, they will remain at the top. The Guinness Church representative then apologizes to Count Welton and states that the Guinness Church will provide official compensation. In his mind, He realizes that haste is a crucial stepping stone for the Eastern expansion and urges Count Welton to reconsider his decision. Count Welton responds that he will not retract his words and that the Guinness Church has lost his trust. From now on, Count Welton will sever all ties with the Guinness Church. The representative from the Guinness Church has no choice but to accept Count Welton's orders. Ras feels a sense of relief upon hearing this. Subsequently, the Guinness Church paid a hefty compensation and withdrew. A guest arrived for Ricky and Anna. Shocked, Anna asks Ricky about the visitor's identity. Ras introduces himself as the Holy Marshal of the Pyro Church. He explains that both Ricky and Anna will become symbols of the Pyro Church as apostles of the goddess. He further mentions that one day, Anna will awaken as a saintess and, when that time comes, she will gaze upon the world with her holy eyes. Ras assures them that Afton will do its utmost to welcome both Ricky and Anna. Ricky is overjoyed to hear that his sister Anna will soon be able to see. He hugs Anna happily, stating that she will be able to see the world in the future. The simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saintess is an omen of great troubles to come. Ras thinks that even if such troubles draw near, he will do his utmost to protect both. Thus, the three came to depend wholly on the Pyro Church. Jamie Welton, also known as Diablo Volfir, would face the challenge of a lifetime, as the 12 gods are currently split into factions. This likely explains why Guinness pushed themselves to develop chimeric holy knights. Jamie suspects that Pyro has been isolated to some extent, and to confirm this, he would need to visit Afton. Jamie arrives in front of his mother's house, puts on a cheerful expression, and calls for her. His mother is surprised to see him. Jamie, in a charming manner, calls for his mother again, prompting his sister Sarah to inquire about the reason for his visit. Jamie replies that he enjoys drinking tea with his mother and sister Sarah. Sarah is pleased to hear this, though she notes that Jamie usually finds such gatherings tiresome. Surprised, Jamie insists he would never feel that way. In his mind, Jamie wonders if his mother has figured him out. With a smile, Sarah asks if Jamie might want something from her. Jamie realizes that he needs to put more thought into his approach. Jamie tells his mother that he's simply in a good mood today. Seer, his mother, encourages Jamie to just say what he wants, assuring him that she will listen. Jamie, pleased by this, asks if he can accompany her to the family home in Afton. Seer asks Jamie why he wants to visit Afton all of a sudden. Jamie explains that he heard there is a mountain with large water bubbles there. Seer, amused, mentions that now she wants to see Jamie acting all cute. Jamie is taken aback by this and hesitates to act cute. Seer then says that if Jamie insists, it can't be helped, and he will have to wait for another time. However, Jamie tells his mother to hold on for a moment, thinking to himself that he has never succumbed to any hardships as the great dark magician Diablo Volfir. Jamie then, in a charming manner, tells his mother that he loves her. Seeing this, Seer agrees to listen to her beloved son's request. She then recalls that she was already planning to visit her family home next week and informs Jamie of this. Jamie, with a hint of reluctance, states that he is very excited about the trip. The scene then shifts to Jamie meeting with Ras outside. Ras asks Jamie where he has been, to which Jamie replies that he has been with his mother and Sarah. Ras then notices Jamie's expression and inquires about it. Jamie explains that something happened. Ras tries to offer motivation, suggesting that whatever hardship Jamie is facing will eventually pass. Jamie, contemplating whether he should confront Ras right now, asks what Ras is doing there. Ras responds that he had something to discuss with the Duke and felt it was important to tell Jamie directly. Jamie wonders if this could be a divine revelation from Pyro. Ras informs Jamie that Ricky and Anna will be coming with him. Jamie thinks to himself that it's expected since they are an apostle and a saintess. Ras further explains that the farewell is not permanent. Ricky and Anna will never forget Jamie, although Ras cannot say when they will meet again. Jamie, frustrated, wonders what Ras is trying to imply. Ras then hugs Jamie and expresses the wish that Jamie's friendship with Ricky and Anna remains unchanged. As Ras departs, he tells Jamie that they will be seeing each other frequently. Angered by this, Jamie resolves to take down the Pyro Church as well. The scene shifts to Count Welton's room, where he confides in his wife that he doesn't understand what his father-in-law is thinking. When his father-in-law instructed Sears to bring Jamie with her to her hometown, Count Welton was puzzled. Sears replies that even her late mother wouldn't have understood his father's thoughts. Count Welton speculates that perhaps his father-in-law just wants to see Jamie. He then mentions that they will depart immediately tomorrow but expresses his concern. Sears reassures Count Welton not to worry, as the greatest order of knights from the Welton fief will be escorting her. She adds, with confidence, that no one would dare attack them, as she is the wife of Duke Welton. Hearing this, Count Welton feels relieved, especially since Knight Ras will also be accompanying them. Sears is quite surprised to learn that Ras is a holy marshal, as they rarely leave Afton. Count Welton reflects that this highlights how seriously the Pyro Church views this incident. However, he remains worried about Jamie, as Jamie possesses power far beyond his years. And if, just like last time, Jamie fails to suppress his emotions and bursts out, Count Welton isn't sure if even the leader of the order could stop him. Sears reassures Count Welton that they don't need to worry about that and shares what happened with Jamie today, including how he told her, "I love you." Both Count Welton and Sears feel happy hearing this. The scene then shifts outside, where Jamie is smiling and says, "This is it." Jamie had to break it into dust and absorb it, which took longer than expected, but its effects are better than he thought. This is the result of Jamie's hard work. Jamie wishes good luck to Black, stating that reaching the 6th class is now just a matter of time. However, Jamie acknowledges that he has a long way to go to regain his prime, but now he can easily take down someone at the level of that professor. Jamie then meets with Jance and Philip. As they greet him, Jamie informs them that he will be going to Afton, which is quite far, so he will be away for some time. Philip and Jance, currently disguised as beggars, are surprised to hear this and wonder if Jamie is really going to be gone for long, leaving them behind. With an irritated look, Jamie asks if they have any complaints. Frightened, they quickly respond that they have no problems. Jamie tells them not to worry, as both Jance and Philip will be accompanying him this time. Jamie has remembered something long forgotten. He then uses a spell to create a place with his mana where Jance and Philip can stay, essentially their new home. Both are astonished by the sight, and Jance comments that he doesn't really want to live in such an ominous place. Hearing this, Jamie thinks to himself that no one has ever talked back to him before and wonders what's with these two. Frustrated, Jamie orders them to go inside. As they enter, Jamie reflects that these two are an interesting pair with distinct egos and emotions. He considers that they might prove very useful in the future. When Jance and Philip come out after inspecting the place, they think it's really nice and much more spacious than they expected. Philip then asks Jamie what this place is. Jamie replies that this is his first authority, rebellion against divinity. The space is formed purely by Jamie's power, and the undead within his rebellion against divinity absorb this power and are strengthened by it. Philip, concerned, asks if this puts a large burden on Jamie. Jamie, with a hint of amusement, asks if Philip is worried about him. Philip quickly apologizes for being rude, but Jamie reassures him, saying that if it were a burden, he wouldn't have shown it to them in the first place. The scene then shifts to the Welton Palace, where Jamie is saying goodbye to his father. His father lifts Jamie into the air like a child, much to Jamie's displeasure. Count Welton tells Jamie to make sure to protect his mother, sister, and friends. Embarrassed, Jamie replies, "Of course." Count Welton then hugs Jamie, telling him to come back safely. Then the knight, Jack, informs everyone that they will soon be departing and proceeds to explain their plans. Inside the carriage, Anna wishes that Ras could have ridden with them. Ricky reminds her that Ras voluntarily joined the escort. Jamie, meanwhile, thinks to himself that they will be taking the safer route, even if it takes longer to reach their destination. Sears then comments that Sarah always falls asleep immediately whenever they ride in a carriage. With that, they set off. Ras takes on the rear guard, and as he moves forward, Jamie wonders what Pyro has to say. Considering that nothing happened despite Jamie mentioning the name Diablo Volfir, he concludes that Pyro either hasn't informed the other gods about it or couldn't. Whatever the case, Jamie knows that many things will change when he returns. As Sarah wakes up, Ricky goes to greet her, but she is shocked to see Ricky and starts shouting. The scene shifts to 2 days later, where they have reached the mountains. Inside the carriage, Jamie, His mother and his sister are sleeping. Ricky notices Ras and asks if they feel tired. Hearing this, Jamie wakes up and asks how long he has been asleep. Ricky replies that Jamie must have slept well, as he had been asleep for 2 hours. Ras then suggests that it's boring staying inside the carriage and offers to tell them a fun story, mentioning a legend about the Maya-True Mountain. Ricky eagerly agrees, but Jamie doesn't seem interested at first. Ras begins the tale, explaining that long ago, when dragons flew through the skies and elves roamed the woods, the Maya-True Mountains were actually just a single mountain. But one peaceful day, 2 dragons appeared there. Jamie's interest is piqued upon hearing the mention of dragons. Ras continues, revealing that one dragon was the evil black dragon, and the other was the benevolent blue dragon, Maya-True. He also mentions that there was a woman, a human magician. Maya-True loved a human magician, but dragons and humans were forbidden to be together. The other dragons, unable to tolerate this, sent the black dragon to kill the magician. During the fierce battle that ensued, the mountain was split apart, and a violent torrent flowed through the valley. After the battle, the black dragon was driven away, but Maya-True's beloved had lost her life. Devastated, Maya-True retreated deep into the mountains, where it is said he remains to this day. Hearing this, Anna remarks that it's a sad story, and adds that people say the frequent rainstorms began after that event. Ras, surprised, comments that Anna seems to know the tale, and explains that this is why minstrels call the rain that falls here the dragon rain. Jamie ponders that this legend could very well be true, given that dragons were considered legendary beings even back then. As Jamie is about to ask Ras something, lightning flashes, and it begins to rain. Everyone is startled, and Sarah, frightened, rushes to her mother. Jamie reassures his sister, telling her it's all right, as it's just a little rain. But Jamie can't shake the uncomfortable, ominous feeling he has. Suddenly, a tree falls from the mountain and crashes into the carriage. To everyone's shock, Jamie's mother and Sarah are thrown out of the carriage window. Reacting quickly, Jamie uses his spell, String Play, to save both his mother and sister. He manages to pull his mother back into the carriage, but Jamie, still surprised by what just happened, loses his grip and begins to fall off the cliff. Shocked, Sears calls out for Jamie. Jamie reassures his mother, telling her it's fine because he can use magic. However, to his surprise, Jamie finds himself unable to use his magic. He realizes it must be mana burn, a high-level spell that causes the mana in an area to combust completely, rendering a magician powerless. As Jamie struggles to understand what's happening, a voice asks him about his identity, questioning if he is a dragon. Confused, Jamie falls from the cliff. Sears, stunned, calls out for Jamie and tries to go after him. A knight stops her, urging her to calm down. Ricky then uses his holy power to help soothe Sears. As she calms down, Ras steps forward and, though it may seem presumptuous, expresses his belief that Jamie is likely all right. Ras adds that this is only an optimistic perspective, but he knows how skilled Jamie is. While torrents can be very dangerous, Ras is confident that once Jamie's magic returns, he will be able to survive just fine. However, Ras states that he will go down there himself and assures them that he will return safely. Shocked, Jack warns Ras that these torrents can be dangerous even for him. Ras reassures them, asking for just 3 hours, promising to return in exactly that time. Despite knowing the risks, Sears pleads with Ras to bring Jamie back safely. Ras replies that he will return. The scene then shifts to inside the mountain, where Jamie wakes up to find his hands chained. Confused, Jamie doesn't understand what's happening or where he is. A woman, who appears to be a dragon, approaches Jamie and asks if he is a dragon. Jamie replies, asking if she can't tell just by looking at him. The girl responds that she knew as soon as she saw him that he wasn't a dragon, but it still doesn't make sense to her. Jamie senses a subtle killing intent from her. The girl continues, saying she doesn't understand how a human who isn't a dragon could contain such potential and possess mana similar to how dragons gather it. Jamie realizes that his original breathing method is indeed similar to that of dragons. The dragon girl tells Jamie that humans are poor at breathing mana because they lack intelligence and talent, and they can't imitate dragons like her. She then demands to know Jamie's identity, insisting that he can't be a high elf since they are not comparable to dragons. Jamie, irritated, asks why she keeps insisting that it doesn't make sense when she's seeing it right in front of her eyes. The dragon retorts that Jamie seems awfully proud for someone who has been captured. Frustrated, Jamie asks the dragon girl what she's so proud of, pointing out that she's the one who mistook someone for a dragon and went around kidnapping people. The dragon asks what Jamie is talking about. Jamie explains that the sudden wind and lightning that struck next to the carriage, along with the mana burn, were all artificially created. Hearing this, the dragon acknowledges that Jamie could think of it that way and adds that she wanted to examine Jamie for herself. Angered, Jamie tells the dragon that because of her actions, his mother and sister were put in danger. Jamie then realizes why he is so angry and, after calming down, asks the dragon if it would make sense to be curious about his identity and if they can talk after she removes the cuffs. The dragon replies no. Surprised, Jamie asks for her reason. She explains that it is more entertaining to see Jamie in his current state. Bewildered, Jamie can't believe what he is hearing. Observing Jamie's expression, the dragon remarks that his reaction is so amusing that she doesn't want to let him go even more. Jamie thinks that she is simply toying with people, much like the personality of Maitre, the blue dragon. As blue dragons are known to be the most gentle of all dragons, they are especially friendly toward humans, with emotions similar to how humans feel toward dogs or cats. If Jamie had encountered a red or black dragon, renowned for their violence, or a sly green dragon, he would have been in significant trouble. Jamie reflects that he got lucky. Jamie then asks Maitre why she kidnapped him if she believed he was a dragon. With a serious expression, Maitre explains that it is because she intends to take Jamie down right here and now. Sensing her killing intent, Jamie asks sweetly if she can let him go. Maitre responds with a firm no. Jamie inquires about her reason for refusing to release him. Maitre proudly states that she can simply make up a reason. Jamie is puzzled by her statement. Maitre elaborates that if she can use Jamie as material, she could create a master-ranked dragon soldier. Jamie realizes that the result might exceed that if he were the material himself, and decides he needs to think of a way to escape the situation. With a smile and a cheerful tone, Jamie asks Maitre why she wants to kill dragons. She replies that it's none of Jamie's business. Jamie then suggests that it might be because of her human lover. Hearing this, Maitre uncuffs Jamie, who falls to the ground. With a serious expression, Maitre warns Jamie that if he mentions the human again, she will take him down immediately. Jamie thinks to himself that he knew it. He then informs Maitre that he heard her tribe never accepted the human and that she betrayed her clan to live with him. Angered by this, Maitre unleashes her power, demanding to know how Jamie can speak as if he knows something. Jamie tells Maitre that she never intended to kill him or turn him into a dragon soldier. If she had wanted to, she could have brainwashed him from the start, but she didn't. Maitre then tells Jamie that this is his last chance and there will be no second opportunities. Jamie realizes that Maitre is serious and he should be cautious about what he says. Maitre then tells Jamie that he is a strange human, almost as strange as her lover. Jamie doesn't seem pleased to hear this. The scene shifts outside, where Ras observes that the rain doesn't seem to be stopping and worries about Jamie's whereabouts. Back in the cave, Maitre informs Jamie that it was 700 years ago when her human lover, named Canon, was a black mage. Jamie is surprised to hear about the black mage. Maitre explains that it might be surprising for Jamie to learn that someone who uses white magic would love a person who practiced black magic. She adds that Canon chose to use black magic in order to uncover the truth about the world and was a righteous mage who ascended to the 9th class. Jamie is astonished, as no human has reached the 9th class in thousands of years. Maitre continues, saying that Canon sought the truth even before meeting the blue dragon. Together, they explored countless ruins and fell in love during that time. They were happy until the day the Dragon Lord's command was issued. Every dragon was mobilized to take down Canon, forcing both of them to flee. However, there were limits to how long they could evade capture. Maitre told Canon to hide in a cave she had found, as even the dragons would not be able to track him there. She assured him not to worry about her. Even if she were punished, the dragons would not harm her. The cave was a ruin with a powerful constraint that allowed only one person to enter, and Canon concealed himself inside. As a result, Maitre was banished for 1,000 years. To dragons, 1,000 years is not a long period. However, Canon attempted to save Maitre after several decades, once he had learned the truth of the world. Canon rescued Maitre, and they hid in the vast mountains after evading their pursuers. Canon eventually died, and Maitre reflects that it might have been better for things to end this way. She tries to convince herself that Canon is at peace now, but her tribe began erasing all evidence of Canon's existence, records, memories, and even the people Canon had met. Jamie wonders if the truth the dragons wanted to erase was the truth of the world itself. Maitre then tells Jamie that this place, where Canon's existence is preserved, is the last place she is protecting, which is why she is here. Jamie thought to himself that no wonder the stories of Canon haven't been heard. The first thing Jamie did after reincarnating was search for traces of Diablo Volfir, but there were no records, let alone clues left. Jamie speculates that it is exceedingly clean, almost as if someone had deliberately erased all traces, suggesting that his existence was erased just as Canon's was. The 12 gods and the Dragon Lord had erased Canon, a 9th-class mage who went so far as to learn black magic to uncover the truth of the world. Jamie wonders how much Canon must have learned to warrant such erasure. Jamie then asks Maitre if this is the place where Canon's grave is located. Maitre inquires why Jamie wants to know. Jamie responds that, as a fellow mage, he wishes to honor Canon's life. Hearing this, Maitre tells Jamie to follow her and leads him to Canon's grave. Jamie is shocked to see his bracelet from his previous life as Diablo, the Absolute Immunity, one of the 3 great items created by Diablo Volfir to confront the 12 gods. An artifact completely immune to all diseases and curses, Jamie never expected to find something like this here. He now understands why Canon was searching for the truth of the world. Canon had discovered Diablo Volfir's existence after finding the bracelet. Jamie realizes that if he were to ask for it now, Maitre might actually eliminate him. Jamie then inquires about the bracelet. Maitre replies that it belonged to Canon and possesses tremendous power, having saved Canon's life countless times. Jamie is surprised to see that the bracelet is free of any speck of dust, suggesting it has been maintained with cleaning and protection magic. Jamie asks Maitre if this is all that Canon left behind. With a serious expression, Maitre questions why Jamie is asking. Jamie assures her that he has no hidden agenda. He is simply curious. Since Canon was someone who pursued the truth of the world, Jamie wonders if there are any records he might have left. Maitre informs Jamie that there is a diary. Jamie, smiling, asks if he can see it. But Maitre replies that she doesn't feel inclined to do that for Jamie. Jamie then asks Maitre to reveal the truth of the world, assuming she must know it. Angered, Maitre tells Jamie that he is crossing a line, as such knowledge is not something a mere human is worthy of. Jamie counters that Canon sacrificed his life to uncover the truth. Although Canon may have failed in the end, Maitre is protecting this legacy. Instead of using this as a basis for preserving Canon's memory, Canon would have preferred it to be inherited by humans. Maitre acknowledges that Jamie is a clever individual, but notes that there is one thing he is mistaken about. Maitre doesn't need to keep Canon's memory, as she remembers everything about him. Hearing this, Jamie thinks of his first love from his previous life. Jamie tells Maitre that it is difficult for him to understand. Maitre responds that, since Jamie is still a kid, she will show him something. She takes Jamie to a location where she reveals Canon's diary. Maitre tells Jamie that she is not showing him the diary because he convinced her, but rather because it will be useless since there is nothing written in it. Jamie asks if the diary is sealed. Maitre replies that it would be impossible for a human to unseal it and tells Jamie to stop following her. She will return him to where he came from. However, Jamie asks Maitre to wait and warns her not to be surprised by what she sees next. He then uses his magic to unseal the diary. Maitre is shocked to discover that Jamie is a dark mage, and his mana is completely different, even darker than Canon's black mana. Once Jamie completes the unsealing, he begins to read the diary. The entry is dated the 16th day of the 3rd month in the 22nd year of the imperial calendar. It describes how Canon met a blue dragon who initially expressed dislike for him because he was a black mage. By the 20th day of the third month in the same year, Maitre had somehow ended up traveling with Canon. Thanks to Maitre's free-heartedness, the journey had become much more enjoyable. Canon wonders if Maitre is truly a dragon. On the 26th day of the fourth month in the 22nd year, Canon arrived at the marked location with Maitre, a place untouched by humans. Canon referred to this area as Dead Man's Land. On the 24th day of the 12th month in the 23rd year, the Dragon Lord commanded the Dragon Tribe to eliminate Canon. Although Canon was unharmed, he was concerned for Maitre, as her tribe had betrayed her, and Canon loved her. On the 8th day of the third month in the 41st year, Canon discovered a tomb with a date on the tombstone indicating it was 65,966 years old. By the first day of the fifth month in the same year, Maitre and Canon had settled inside a mountain to escape the scrutiny of the Dragon Tribe. They planned to head northwest to Garmin next, a place mentioned at the bottom of the tombstone. Although this location no longer exists, Canon believed there was something significant there. Maitre was moved to tears reading Canon's diary and seeing his love for her. Meanwhile, Jamie thinks he recognizes the tombstone Canon is referring to. Before going to war, Diablo engraved the words, "For the past and hope for the future," on the tombstone. This was done 65,966 years ago, long before Canon discovered it. Jamie appeared 700 years later, which means he was reincarnated exactly 66,666 years after his demise. Jamie wonders about the location of Garmin, as he had written those words with confidence in his victory and does not remember writing anything about Garmin. This raises the possibility that someone else may have found the tombstone before Canon. Jamie finds this noteworthy, considering that Canon challenged the truth concealed by the 12 gods with remarkable resolve. Even though it is a fact that humanity was ruled by the gods about 60,000 years ago, Canon's return signifies that the 12 gods will soon be overthrown and humanity will once again achieve freedom. Meanwhile, Maitre is crying and states that Canon never expressed his love for her. Instead, Canon only mentioned that Maitre was annoying and clingy. Jamie reassures Maitre that she still has her memories. Jamie believes that Maitre carries Canon's memory in her heart, as long as she does not forget him forever. Hearing this, Maitre comments that Jamie is a kid who knows how to speak well. Jamie, feeling slightly defensive, thinks to himself that he is not a child. Maitre then reflects on how wonderful it would be if she could return to that time. Jamie acknowledges that many people feel that way. Finally, Maitre asks Jamie about his black mana, questioning what it is and confirming whether Jamie is truly a black mage. Jamie, smiling, tells Maitre that he is merely a typical dark magician. Maitre responds, insisting that Jamie should stop talking nonsense and asks if he believes she hasn't tried using dark magic to break the seal before. Surprised, Jamie inquires if she learned dark magic. Maitre explains that she enlisted someone skilled in it, instructing him to follow her if he wished to avoid elimination. The man complied immediately, but despite their efforts, the diary did not react until Jamie arrived. Maitre reluctantly admits that Jamie possesses the kind of power Canon sought, power beyond this world. Hearing this, Jamie reveals that he is fulfilling Canon's wishes as a magician. He recounts a man who once challenged the 12 gods, surrounded by many comrades who either perished or betrayed him. Ultimately, this man lost to the 12 gods and was sealed in the realm of eternity. Despite this, he never gave up, even at the end. Jamie, determined not to give up, continues to speak, revealing that Canon, and possibly even someone from a much earlier era, surpasses him. He asserts that their wishes will endure beyond generations, even after Diablo's demise, until the 12 gods are defeated. Maitre is stunned by this revelation. She then instructs Jamie to follow her, expressing her confidence that Canon would grant his approval to Jamie. She hands Jamie the bracelet, and Jamie, surprised, asks if he can truly accept it. Maitre urges him to accept quickly before she changes her mind. Jamie assures her that he will handle it with the utmost care. Maitre promises that, if the time comes, she will risk everything to assist Jamie. Jamie thanks her, reflecting that a dragon's promise is indeed a significant outcome. Maitre then creates a portal, instructing Jamie to leave immediately. As Jamie departs, He advises her to take care of herself. The scene shifts outside, where Ras is relieved to see that the rain has finally stopped. Jamie arrives and asks Ras what he is doing there. Ras is taken aback to see Jamie, and as they return, Sears, Jamie's mother, embraces him, clearly relieved and worried for his safety. Ricky and Anna also express their relief that Jamie is safe. A soldier from Welton House thanks Ras for safely bringing Jamie back. Meanwhile, Ras reflects that he didn't actually do much, noting that even Ras, using the power of Holy Marshal, was unable to locate him. The scene shifts to the Seldom Kingdom, county of Pyre Nesman, where at an academy, a pink-haired girl is being bullied by her classmates. She is always left to finish all the cleaning tasks alone. The students claim she does nothing and question why the school director even defends her. Frustrated and angry, the pink-haired girl gets further troubled when one of her classmates instructs her to gather all the supplies on the list, as they need to redo an experiment because of her. As she goes to retrieve the supplies, the other students continue to speak ill of her, causing the pink-haired girl to cry as she leaves the room. The scene then shifts to Count Pyre's estate, where everyone is gathered for a meal. The estate's owner announces that the chef has prepared a special feast just for them. Ras, Ricky, and Anna look on with mouths watering as they smell and see the delicious food. Sears thanks the owner for their hospitality, and the man responds that it won't compare to the standards of the great daughter of the Bell family. After dinner, the scene transitions to nightfall in the streets of Pyre. Jamie, cloaked and moving through the streets, finds nothing of particular interest. He wonders if he should return now, knowing that Ricky is unlikely to bother him at this hour. Moments earlier, Ricky had asked Jamie where he was going. As Jamie continues through the streets, two men spot Jamie's bracelet, recognizing it as an artifact. They believe it to be an extraordinary item that shouldn't be possessed by a child like Jamie. The two men are convinced that the child is a noble, and they speculate that his parents gave him the bracelet without realizing its value. They discuss the possibility that the school director might reward them if they present the bracelet to him. Black then informs Jamie that two men are following them. Jamie acknowledges this and wonders what their intentions might be, but he dismisses it, thinking that it could provide some much-needed excitement. As the two men approached Jamie's location, they failed to find him. Unbeknownst to them, Jamie had already climbed up onto a building. Confident in his position, Jamie thought to himself that this should be advantageous. Suddenly, one of the men heard a noise from the other side of the building. They rushed over, only to find Jamie standing there, waiting to confront them. But before they could engage, a portal opened up behind Jamie, and someone pulled him inside. By the time the two men arrived, both Jamie and the portal had vanished, leaving them to assume they had lost him. Inside a mysterious room, Jamie pushed a girl away, declaring that he didn't know who she was but was ready to take her down right there and then. The girl, who introduced herself as Venna, urged Jamie to wait and listen. Jamie, however, didn't heed her plea and was about to strike with his magic when he noticed that Venna could wield dark magic, a revelation that surprised him. Drawing closer, Jamie demanded to know why she had ambushed him. Venna begins to cry, stating that Jamie is too cruel. She explains that she was only trying to help him, and that it would have been disastrous if he had been caught by those dark magicians. Jamie is surprised to learn that the two men were dark magicians. Through her tears, Venna expresses how hurt she is that Jamie would accuse her after she saved him. She laments that everyone treats her this way, despite having done nothing wrong, and that she just doesn't want people to hate her. Like a child, Venna starts crying loudly, shouting about why everyone hates her. Jamie, trying to calm her down, tells Venna that he has already heard her out. As Venna begins to calm down, Jamie sits back and states that since she is from the same school as those men and saw him being chased, she tried to help him by using the warp gate she had stolen from the school. Venna confirms this, adding that if Jamie had been caught by those two men, he would have been in serious trouble. Jamie then confronts Venna, pointing out that she herself is a dark magician. He suggests that she might have a significant role in the experiment she mentioned. Venna is stunned by his accusation. Jamie continues, telling Venna that just because she saved him, she now expects him to see her as someone on the side of justice. Venna responds, insisting that it's not true. She didn't become a dark magician by choice. Jamie, unimpressed, tells Vina to stop making excuses, accusing her of being just like those other despicable dark magicians. Frightened, Vina tries to explain that she's not like those dark magicians who perform experiments. However, Jamie turns away, stating that he isn't particularly interested in dark magicians. Hearing this, Vina says she will take her leave, but as she tries to walk away, she suddenly bumps into something. Confused, Vina doesn't understand what she hit. Jamie informs her that it's an invisible wall, explaining that he still has many questions for her, so there's no need for her to leave. Terrified, Vina pleads with Jamie not to hurt her. The scene then shifts to the principal's office, where Garb, the principal of the academy, asks a staff member about Vina's whereabouts. The staff member replies that he hasn't seen her. Garb, concerned, wonders where Vina is, noting that there isn't much time left until its completion. The scene shifts back to Jamie, who demands that Vina tell him everything she knows about dark magic and how the students are taught to use it. Vina refuses, saying she can't reveal that information. Jamie, realizing that he'll have to rely on his usual methods, decides to take matters into his own hands. He releases his dark magic and begins to read Vina's mind. Vina is startled by Jamie's dark mana, noting to herself that it lacks the usual discomfort associated with black magic. As Jamie proceeds, Vina suddenly grabs his hand. Surprised, Jamie asks her what she's doing. Vina then pleads with Jamie to take her as his disciple. Jamie is shocked by her request but firmly tells her no and tries to leave. However, Vina hugs Jamie from behind and tearfully explains that she lost her parents in an accident 10 years ago, which left her with no choice but to become a dark magician. She reveals that her fellow students have always bullied her, but now she wants to put an end to it and move forward. Jamie asks Vina what her past has to do with becoming his disciple. Vina explains that Jamie's black mana isn't the result of experiments, and she needs that kind of strength. Hearing this, Jamie tells Vina that she is mistaken and, more importantly, that he doesn't want a disciple. He then puts Vina to sleep. Afterward, Jamie leaves the room, reflecting on his disciples from his previous life and how they all sacrificed themselves to save him. Jamie recalls from Vina's memories that there are more than 20 members in her school, and that the headmaster, Garb, specializes in curses. Jamie then wonders how much work has piled up while he was gone. Jamie, who is hiding himself using a spell, observes 2 students conducting dark experiments. Seeing them, he thinks to himself that these students are bold to hide within the academy to perform such dark magic. As Jamie leaves the room, he reflects on how far dark magic has fallen. He has taken countless lives in the past to stand against the 12 gods, so he feels he is in no position to judge these academy students. However, he wonders what purpose dark magic originally served. Without caring how it was achieved, Jamie forsook his humanity and bore all these sins to defeat the 12 gods. Now, he realizes that he has gained yet another task. If the seeds he has sown have grown into monsters, then it's clear what he must do. He must destroy them himself. Meanwhile, Vina is walking through the hallway, wondering where Jamie has gone and determined to find him. At that moment, a student named Hulla grabs Vina by the hair from behind, demanding to know if Vina has done what she was told. Vina apologizes, but Hulla ignores her and drags her to the basement. Hulla declares that she needs to discipline Vina to make her behave properly. Despite Vina's repeated apologies, Hulla remains unmoved and prepares to strike Vina with dark magic. At that moment, Jamie intervenes, blocking Hulla's attack. Jamie then asks Vina if she's really afraid of someone like this and tells her to stand up, questioning how long she intends to remain on the ground. Seeing this, Hulla, unimpressed, states that she doesn't know who Jamie is, but she's confident that he isn't very smart. She declares that she'll take care of both the newcomer and Vina. As Hulla strikes at Jamie with her magic, Jamie tells Vina to make a choice. In response, Vina, surrounded by mana, suddenly blocks Hulla's magic and declares that she doesn't want to fit in with people like this. Jamie is shocked to see Vina's awakened power. Angered, Hulla demands to know what Vina just said, but Vina, now scared again, doesn't understand what just happened. Hulla then states that she doesn't know what Vina did, but she's certain Vina is aware of the consequences if she defies her. At that moment, Jamie steps forward, telling Vinna that she has taken an important first step. He then uses a spell to nullify Hullara's magic, leaving Hulla shocked. Jamie reassures Vinna that the first step is always the hardest, but the second step will be easier. Stunned, Hulla demands to know Jamie's identity and the nature of his mana. Without responding, Jamie uses his magic to take down Hulla. Meanwhile, Principal Garb, observing the situation, is pleased that Vinna has awakened as a Valkyrie. He reflects that the extreme conditions necessary for this awakening were worrisome, and he feared Vinna might never awaken. Garb concludes that he no longer has any use for this tedious place, as the Valkyrie's strength now belongs to him. As Jamie turns to Vinna, about to ask her something, Vinna begins to apologize. Jamie, noticing her timid demeanor, wonders why someone as timid as Vinna would be a Valkyrie, a high-ranking angel known as the Fighting Angel. Their immense strength was once enough to wage war against the 12 gods, although they ultimately lost. However, the Valkyries narrowly avoided extinction by hiding in places beyond the reach of the 12 gods. Jamie realizes that it must be because of Garb's influence that Vinna's personality was suppressed for so long, making her easier to control as she awakened. Jamie reflects that Valkyries, by nature, despise working under someone's command, and Garb likely manipulated Vinna to ensure she would be more manageable. Jamie then tells Vinna that he doesn't like what has been done to her. Vinna, confused, replies that she doesn't know what's wrong but pleads with Jamie to forgive her. Suddenly, an alarm goes off, and Vinna informs Jamie that it's a red alert, meaning the Academy has identified Jamie as an intruder. Jamie tells Vinna her name and adds that it wasn't him the Academy detected. Just then, Garb makes an announcement, ordering everyone in the Academy to bring Vinna to him and stating that Vinna will allow only a small amount of resistance. Vinna is shocked to hear this, and Jamie silently acknowledges that he suspected this would happen. The students begin searching for Vinna, and one eventually enters the room where Vinna and Jamie are. Jamie asks Vinna what she plans to do now. After a moment of thought, Vinna confidently declares that she is different now. She then uses her newly awakened Valkyrie powers to take down the student in front of her. Jamie smiles and reminds Vinna, "Didn't I tell you the second step wouldn't be as hard?" The students converge to confront Jamie and Vinna. At that moment, Jamie casts a spell and informs Vinna that these students are under Garb's control and currently lack free will. This means that everything they did to Vinna was part of Garb's plan. As the students advance to attack Jamie, he uses a reversal spell to defeat them. Jamie then tells Vinna to pull herself together. Vinna, still angry and feeling betrayed for having endured so much without understanding the situation, expresses her frustration. Jamie observes that Vinna's true nature is beginning to emerge. Jamie kicks Vinna forward, urging her to fight. Vinna responds that she doesn't know how. Just then, one of the students casts a curse spell and attacks Vinna, but she dodges the strike, surprising herself. Another student attempts to strike her, but Vinna instinctively grabs his hand and pushes him into the wall. Vinna is astonished by her own actions. Jamie encourages her, saying that this is her strength and that she should believe in herself and continue fighting. One of the students remarks that raw strength isn't everything and that, in the end, Vinna is still just Vinna. He then casts a spell at Vinna, but she successfully dodges the attack. Vinna notices that her body is moving as she intends and responds by jumping and kicking the student down. Jamie then turns to the remaining students and asks them what they intend to do now that they've realized the difference in skill. He summons Black and uses his spell, Violet Harvest, marking all the students with his magic circle and defeating them with a single strike. At that moment, Garb enters and observes Jamie's skills. He comments that Jamie's appearance might be a facade. Jamie counters by asking what if it's real. Garb laughs and admits that Jamie appears incredibly skilled. He then offers Jamie a chance to work with him. Jamie asks Garb what he can offer. Garb suggests that Jamie seems to have a plan and, if successful, taking over an entire nation wouldn't be a problem. Jamie, intrigued, asks Garb if he has a specific methodology in mind. Garb steps forward, remarking that Jamie is quite greedy, as they haven't even shaken on the proposal yet. Jamie responds that he will decline Garb's offer. Garb expresses disappointment, then Vinna, frustrated, demands to know why Garb ordered the students to bring her to him. Garb explains that Vina seems remarkable, with an incredible amount of vitality. Vina is stunned by this revelation. Garb continues, stating that he intended to harness Vina's powers after she awakened as a Valkyrie. He reveals the considerable effort he invested to obtain Vina, including the measures he took to suppress her true personality and ensure her awakening met his expectations. To achieve this, Garb even created the school specifically for Vina. Vina recalls how, whenever the students bullied her, Garb would always be there to comfort her. However, she now realizes that Garb never intervened to stop the bullying. Garb admits that he was overjoyed when Vina lost her personality. He expresses concern that if Vina were to awaken as a Valkyrie with lingering malice towards him, it could be problematic. At that moment, Jamie casts a spell, putting Vina to sleep. Jamie then tells Garb that he has just erased Vina's malice towards him. Shocked, Garb exclaims that it's impossible to erase such a thing. Jamie calmly replies that it's actually quite easy and simple, but he figured it would be impossible for Garb. After all, no matter how hard Garb tries, he's still just trash who couldn't attain the 7th class. Angered, Garb lunges at Jamie, declaring that he will make Jamie suffer for eternity in dark despair. Garb summons his Hydra snake spell, ensnaring Jamie with his cursed mana. However, Jamie manages to break free and strikes at Garb with his black mana. To Jamie's surprise, Garb withstands the attack. Jamie remarks that he didn't expect Garb to endure it, to which Garb responds that he's not called the Curse Master for nothing. Jamie, preparing for another attack, warns Garb not to get careless as his magic begins to surround him. Garb, now excited, admits he never thought he'd be afflicted by mind magic and taunts Jamie, asking if he has anything else. Jamie intensifies his spell with a mana circle, insisting that Garb shouldn't be able to resist. However, Garb manages to control Jamie's spell, surprising Jamie with his skill. Realizing it's too late for Garb, Jamie summons his Dark Spear of Curse and moves in for the strike. Garb, declaring enough, fires a mana arrow that strikes Jamie directly, catching him off guard and unable to dodge. As Garb steps forward, he taunts Jamie, telling him to observe the dire state he's in. Trapped in the abyss Jamie himself created, Garb asserts that escape will be nearly impossible. But before that, Garb states that he must first destroy Jamie's mind, ensuring that Jamie will be eternally trapped in a single moment. Garb then casts his slow spell, explaining how, as a second is divided into tenths, hundredths, thousandths, it creates a phenomenon where human perception experiences cognitive dissonance, a condition where time becomes infinite, making even a single second unbearable. He expects Jamie to be overwhelmed by the spell, trapped in a fragmented sense of time. However, to Garb's surprise, Jamie is unaffected by the spell. Jamie counters by casting an explosion spell, blasting Garb into the wall. Garb, stunned, can't comprehend how Jamie broke through his spell. Seizing the opportunity, Jamie unleashes a barrage of spells, including Magic Arrow, Stonebreaker, and others, striking Garb with relentless force. After the dust settles, Garb lies defeated on the ground. Jamie explains that it was his absolute immunity artifact that protected him. Garb, shocked, insists that no such artifact exists. Jamie replies that the world itself is filled with absurdities. He then states that Garb will not die peacefully and uses a spell to take control of Garb's soul, along with the souls of all the other students. Jamie declares that Garb will be his subordinate for all eternity and renames him Nevro. Vina eventually wakes up, and we see Garb, now an undead, being named Nevro, the first lich created by Jamie. Jamie then asks Vina how she feels and what she plans to do next. Vina admits she doesn't know, and then asks Jamie to take her as his disciple. Jamie refuses. When Vina asks why, Jamie explains that it's because she is a Valkyrie. Valkyries, he says, were fairies that existed in the distant past, intrepid, unwilling to back down, and always striving to prove themselves right. Though the Valkyries were ultimately defeated and became an unfortunate species, Jamie doesn't know how they survived until today. Vina may be the last Valkyrie. Irritated, Vina asks Jamie what that has to do with her not being able to become his disciple. Jamie explains that he doesn't know any Valkyrie magic at all. Vina is stunned to hear this, realizing there's no reason for Jamie to accept her as a disciple. Venna then asks Jamie if he's serious and insists that he isn't lying. The scene shifts to the next day in a carriage, where Jamie's sister and Anna are excited to see the new, cute pink summon Jamie has acquired. We see that it's Venna. Jamie telepathically tells Venna that she should be thankful he knows how to use transformation magic. Otherwise, he would have left her behind. The girls then start to playfully argue over who gets to play with Venna. After they arrive at their grandfather's home, Sears rushes to hug her father, apologizing for being a bad daughter and not visiting him for so long. Her father replies that it's fine, as she's here now. Seeing this, Jamie reflects that he still doesn't fully understand emotions, even after reincarnating. It's still uncomfortable for him, as he longed for nothing but revenge in the eternal abyss. Jamie has always felt that emotions were unnecessary since they can drive people to madness. Sarah, worried, tells her mother to stop crying, then says that her grandfather is bad for making her mother cry. Sears gently explains that it's not true and that Sarah shouldn't say that about her grandfather. However, Sarah insists that she hates Grandpa, which saddens him. Jamie steps forward, and his grandfather notes that Jamie doesn't seem to hate him. Jamie reassures his grandfather that Sarah will get over it soon since she is pretty straightforward. The grandfather then expresses how nice it is to finally meet Jamie, to which Jamie responds that he also wanted to meet his grandfather. Jamie's grandfather states that it's a relief to see that Jamie likes him. Jamie replies that there's no reason for him to hate his grandfather, as he is his mother's father. Hearing this, Jamie's grandfather hugs him tightly, just as he does with Jamie's mother. Jamie thinks to himself that they are indeed like father and daughter. Later that night, Sears' father tells her that Jamie is quite astonishing. Although Sears' father is a fourth-class mage himself, he could still sense a portion of Jamie's power, and he believes the entire kingdom will soon turn its eyes towards Jamie. He then asks Sears if she knows what he means. Sears replies that both she and Jamie's father understand the implications. Sears' father explains that having great talent invites greed, and while she and her husband, Count Welton, may be able to protect Jamie for now, there will come a day when that won't be enough. Sears then asks her father if that's why he gave her the shield. Her father confirms, saying that while it's not a perfect shield, it will be helpful. Sears tells her father that it makes her feel relieved to know that a mother can protect her child, but she is a bit worried about the Count. As Sears heard that Count Welton had made enemies with the Zenith Church, her father told her that it wouldn't pass by quietly, as the people of the Zenith Church are like monsters. Sears asked her father if it was really that serious. Her father explained that because of the Zenith Church, their own Fiero Church was in a troublesome situation, and he believed that the Zenith Church was trying to completely take down the Fiero Church. At that moment, the scene shifts to Jamie, who is irritated to see Venna in her human form. Jamie uses a spell to wake her up, and as she awakens, he tells Venna that he had instructed her not to transform back. Venna replies, stating that it's too uncomfortable being in her other form. Jamie then asks her what they will do if she gets caught. Angered, Venna tells Jamie that he's an evil black mage, as she never imagined he would hide her by turning her into a squirrel. Jamie tells Venna to hurry up and transform again. Venna transforms into a squirrel and jumps onto Jamie's shoulder, asking him about the necklace he's holding. Jamie tells her that he, too, is curious about it, as he knows it's an artifact for sure. But Jamie doesn't know its effect. Suddenly, he senses killing intent coming from the direction of his mother. Jamie quickly rushes to check on her, thinking it might be an assassination attempt. As he hurries, he realizes he needs to move faster to catch up with the intruder. Jamie spots a man and immediately recognizes that he is strong, too strong for Jamie to defeat. If that's the case, Jamie thinks, he'll have to escape with his mother. He then uses his fusion spell, Eraser Volt, directly at the man, hoping to use the opportunity to take his mother away. However, the man casually remarks that it's a cute trick and grabs Jamie, preventing him from reaching her. Jamie thinks that it can't be helped and prepares to use black magic, reasoning that he'll do whatever it takes to save his mother, even if it means resorting to black magic. But just as he's about to act, Jamie is shocked to see his mother. At that moment, Sears' father starts to laugh, stating that his grandson Jamie is truly an amazingly talented person and that the future of their family is indeed promising. Sears then begins to scold Jamie, telling him to greet the person in front of him. Angered, Sears asks Jamie how he could attack someone he doesn't know. As Jamie tries to explain himself, Sears refuses to listen and demands an apology. Jamie apologizes, and then the man interjects, saying that it was his fault things turned out this way. Sears asks what Sir Bailey is referring to. Bailey replies that, as he mentioned, he heard about the heir of the Welton family being talented, so he conducted a small test. The man introduces himself as Bailey Onyx, also known as the Tempest Swordsman, and one of the 5 swordmasters in the Seldium Kingdom. Surprised, Sears asks Bailey what he is talking about and what he means by a little test. Bailey explains that he had slightly revealed his presence to Jamie with a hint of threatening energy. Angered, Sears demands to know why Bailey did that. Sears' father attempts to calm her, noting that Bailey's actions weren't genuinely threatening. Jamie looks at his mother, astonished. In her anger, Sears tells Bailey that if he ever does something like that to her child again, she won't remain passive. Bailey apologizes for his actions, and Sears also apologizes to Jamie for the misunderstanding. Jamie responds that it's fine, as it's understandable that no one else would have known since Bailey only targeted Jamie. Jamie, on the other hand, reflects on how Bailey was able to perfectly target him and reveal his presence, a feat not affected by Eraser Volt. Jamie finds this almost horrifying and asks Bailey if he is a swordmaster. Bailey confirms that he is. Sears' father comments that Jamie has a keen eye, introducing Bailey as a swordmaster with the title of Tempest Swordsman. The Seldium Kingdom is known for having 5 swordmasters. Since they have never fought against one another, it is difficult to rank them. However, the King's Sword, Terex's Plate, is renowned as the strongest swordmaster, with Count Welton ranked below and Bailey Onyx right before him. Jamie tells Bailey that it is an honor to meet him and introduces himself as well. Bailey then begins to scrutinize Jamie, prompting Sears to ask what Bailey intends to do. Bailey advises Jamie to learn the sword. Jamie is shocked by this suggestion. Sears asks Bailey for clarification, noting that Jamie is currently focused on learning magic. Bailey acknowledges that Jamie is studying magic, but believes that Jamie would also thrive by learning the sword, given that he has inherited Count Welton's blood. Sears' father concurs, stating that Bailey, as a swordmaster, should know. However, he adds that Jamie's magical talent is extraordinary. Bailey responds that, according to what he has heard, Jamie has the potential to become a 9th-class mage. However, the sword is different. It is difficult to obtain if someone misses the right timing. Jamie thought to himself that it would be beneficial to learn how to use a sword, but regaining his powers comes first. Jamie informs Bailey that he wants to focus on magic at the moment. Bailey acknowledges this and agrees. Later, Jamie steps outside and reflects that the Bell family garden is grand yet well-maintained. A few moments later, Jamie tells Venna that he has met a swordmaster. Worried, Venna repeatedly asks if the swordmaster is here to capture her and what she should do. Jamie reassures her to not worry and to go to sleep. Currently, Jamie thinks that the environment is nice and quiet. He reflects that it felt as if there was a huge wall standing in front of him. Fortunately, he was able to regain his breathing technique, the beat of life, and find his artifact, but he knows it is not enough. Jamie realizes that he will soon face a time when he might become stagnant. The 7th class is the stage where one is recognized as an archmage. Achieving this status is not merely a matter of training one's skills. It requires meeting the threshold established by the mage's own magical subject, which opens the door to becoming an archmage. This process is known as the magic ascent. Jamie thinks that it might be easy if he simply replicates what he did in his past life. However, he realizes that using the same failed methods from the past will not suffice against his enemies. This realization comes thanks to Bailey, the swordmaster. Jamie understands that there is still much growth required, and he wonders about Bailey's relationship with his mother, especially considering Bailey's sad expression. At that moment, a massive monster emerges from the pond and attacks Jamie. Jamie uses his shield to block the monster and tries to teach it a lesson with his magic. However, someone suddenly appears and defeats the monster in an instant, leaving Jamie shocked. Jamie sees that it is a swordsman named Sable. Sable asks if Jamie is all right, explaining that he had heard noble members of the Welton family were arriving and could only come now due to some pressing matters. Jamie notes that Sable managed to defeat the large monster in an instant. Although Sable is not as skilled as Sir Bailey, he is undoubtedly proficient. Sable introduces himself as an assistant to Marquis Bell. Jamie is surprised that someone of Sable's apparent rank could be so powerful. Noticing Jamie's concern, Sable reassures him that there is no need to be on guard, as he is simply a sworn aide to the Marquis. Sable then addresses Jamie by name, prompting Jamie to inquire how he knew it. Sable responds that, as an assistant, he is privy to such information. Jamie asks how Sable can explain the presence of a tokel here. Sable explains that it is a hobby of the Marquis. Jamie gets confused hearing this. The scene shifts to Marquis Bell's room, where he asks Sable about his progress. Sable reports that he discovered a group believed to be demons, but they managed to escape. Marquis Bell is surprised to hear that followers of the Demon King would reappear. Sable adds that rumors about demons have begun circulating in nearby territories, though the majority of incidents have been reported only in Efton. Count Bell, visibly worried, states that it is truly happening. The demons appear to have returned for revenge. Decades ago, Count Bell's father had taken down the leader of the demons and made every effort to eradicate the remaining ones. With a serious gaze, Count Bell declares to Sable that the Bell family will once again eliminate the demons from the world. Sable responds that he awaits Count Bell's command. Count Bell then dismisses Sable, saying they should stop for the day. Before leaving, Sable informs Count Bell that he encountered young Master Jamie on his way there. Surprised, Count Bell inquires where Sable met Jamie so late at night. Sable replies that Jamie was being attacked by monsters at the pond. The scene then shifts to the next day, where Sears rushes into Jamie's room, asking if he is all right and whether he is hurt. Shocked, Jamie reassures Sears that he is safe, thanks to Sable's aid. Upon hearing this, Sears tells Jamie that she was worried about him and that she will seriously punish him if he ever goes out alone at night again. Jamie responds with a half-hearted okay, which irritates Sears. She warns him not to answer so indifferently. Count Bell interjects, explaining that he had instructed people to block off that area and suspects one of his workers made a mistake. Angrily, Sears asks her father if he is still hunting the water monster, despite both her and her mother telling him not to, as it is incredibly dangerous. In an attempt to change the subject, Count Bell quickly introduces Sable to Sears. Sable greets her politely, stating that it is an honor to meet her. Sears thanks Sable for helping Jamie, acknowledging that Jamie was safe because of him. Sable modestly replies that he is certain Jamie could have defeated the monster on his own, even without his assistance, and adds that it was an honor to witness Jamie's abilities firsthand. Observing this, Jamie thinks to himself that Sable is quite a decent man. Jamie observes that Sable seems much stronger and more quick-witted today, feeling completely different compared to yesterday. As Sears continues to scold Jamie, she sternly reminds him that she isn't done with him yet. Count Bell, with a playful tone, remarks that it seems his grandson will have indigestion before he even gets to eat anything. Count Bell then asks Jamie if he wants to come along with his grandfather. Surprised, Sears inquires where they are headed. The scene shifts outside where Jamie, now in disguise, thinks to himself that he has finally made it out. However, he notices that the streets are strangely empty and wonders why no one is around. Approaching a woman, Jamie asks her how to get to the Pyro Church. The woman, with a worried expression, points in the direction of the church and quickly hurries away. At that moment, Jamie hears someone shouting that a demon has killed someone. As people begin to gather, Jamie pushes through the crowd and sees the victim. Soldiers nearby instruct everyone to stay back. The soldiers state that the victim's heart is missing. Observing this, Jamie realizes that hearts are typically used to summon demons. He understands why the adults are feeling uneasy, though they might believe Jamie hasn't noticed anything. Jamie suspects that the demon's objective is likely to seek revenge against the Bell family. He also deduces that this implies the Pyro Church is in a state of emergency, explaining the lack of contact from them. Jamie decides to intervene and uses his invisibility and flight spells to investigate the situation. Upon reaching the Pyro Church, Jamie is surprised to find several members present, including Ras. He senses an incredible holy energy emanating from the man at the front and concludes that this man must be the Archbishop. Jamie has heard that there are only 3 archbishops, and the powerful holy energy from this one gives him goosebumps. Jamie observes Ras and wonders what the Archbishop and Ras are discussing. Suddenly, the Archbishop senses Jamie's presence and looks towards the tree. Ras asks the Archbishop if something is wrong, to which the Archbishop replies that it is nothing. Ras then informs the Archbishop that the Marquis is waiting for him. The Archbishop responds that they should quickly visit, as it has been a while since he last met the Marquis. Jamie, hiding behind the tree, is frustrated by the Archbishop's keen instincts. He thinks that if the Archbishop is going to the Marquis's residence, it actually works to his advantage. With all the powerful individuals away, Jamie sees an opportunity to infiltrate. The scene then shifts to Ricky and Anna, where Ricky senses something unusual. Anna asks him what's wrong. Ricky starts to laugh, and Anna inquires if something good has happened. Ricky tells Anna to rest for a while, as he will be right back. Ricky then exits the church and calls out for Jamie. As Jamie infiltrates the church, he senses something coming from the other side. He wonders if it is a holy territory. At that moment, someone reaches out to touch him. Jamie quickly turns around and asks who it is, only to find Ricky. Ricky tells Jamie that he intended to startle him, but realizes it is not easy to surprise Jamie. Jamie is stunned to see Ricky and is about to speak when Ricky quickly stops him, stating that Jamie must avoid being detected by others. Ricky then instructs Jamie to follow him to a specific location. Upon arriving at the location Ricky mentioned, Jamie asks if it is the Archbishop's office. Ricky responds that the Archbishop is a good person and would probably be okay with their presence. Jamie then inquires how Ricky managed to appear behind him without revealing his presence. Ricky, in turn, asks Jamie if he came to see him because he missed him and notes that Jamie does not seem pleased to see him. Frustrated, Jamie demands to know how Ricky did it. Ricky explains that it is because the area is under the jurisdiction of the goddess. While Ricky has not yet achieved the full power of an apostle, he is gradually attaining it within this place. Jamie wonders if Ricky is becoming omnipotent within the church, as he cannot sense any undead power from Ricky. Jamie did not expect Ricky's apostle powers to be so formidable. Jamie then remarks to Ricky that he thought Ricky might have some powerful tricks up his sleeve. Ricky informs Jamie that he arrived at the right time, as the goddess was looking for him. Ricky then states that he will convey the goddess's message. Suddenly, holy energy begins to emanate from Ricky, shocking Jamie. Ricky transforms into white attire similar to the Archbishop's, surrounded by holy energy. Jamie is astonished by this transformation, which is completely different from before, as it signifies that a part of the Pyro goddess's presence is here personally. The goddess addresses Jamie, saying that repulsive demonic energy is awakening in a dark forest where everything will begin. She emphasizes that it must be stopped before it spreads uncontrollably, or else the Pyro territory will fall. Jamie is surprised by this revelation. The goddess further instructs Jamie to go to the dark forest, hoping he will suffer no losses, and leaves the matter in his hands. Afterward, Ricky returns to his normal state. Jamie asks Ricky about the goddess's abrupt departure, wondering how the Pyro goddess can simply state her wishes and leave. Ricky apologizes on behalf of the Pyro goddess, explaining that she is not in good shape at the moment. Her previous forceful descent and meeting with Jamie placed a heavier burden on her than anticipated. Jamie then questions why the Pyro goddess is asking for his help when there are numerous Pyro believers available. In his mind, Jamie is astonished that a deity would request assistance from a human. Ricky explains that Jamie is the only one capable of addressing this issue, as the goddess believes that Jamie, as the successor to a certain person, would understand. Jamie inquires if the goddess mentioned anything else, to which Ricky replies that she did not. As Jamie turns to leave, Ricky asks where he is going. Jamie responds that he needs to return before the owner of the room comes back. Jamie bids farewell to Ricky and departs. Ricky wonders if Jamie will be all right. The scene shifts to the Bell family palace, where Jamie returns home. At that moment, Sable remarks that Jamie must have gone somewhere. Jamie is surprised and flustered to see Sable there, and explains that he went for a stroll. He then asks Sable what the matter is. Sable informs Jamie that an important guest will be arriving today, the Archbishop of the Pyro Church, Sapphira. He also mentions that Jamie's mother has been looking for him. Jamie realizes that he has returned at the perfect time. He then inquires about Sir Bailey, noting that he does not see him around. Sable responds that he does not know where Sir Bailey is gone and further advises Jamie not to become interested in that person. When Jamie asks why, Sable explains that he is speaking for Jamie's own good. Sable then expresses hope that Jamie had a good rest and promises to fetch him when the guest arrives. Before leaving, Sable advises Jamie that if he goes for a stroll in the future, he should avoid the manhwa-fest. With a serious expression and a smirk, Sable remarks that the manhwa-fest is a particularly dangerous place. The scene then shifts to the forest, where a few cloaked individuals are in the process of awakening a demon they had previously sealed. Returning to the palace, Jamie is sitting with his mother and sister. He asks his mother if he can ask her a question. His mother agrees, prompting Jamie to inquire about her relationship with Sir Bailey. Noting his mother's reaction, Jamie wonders if she is unable to discuss it. His mother, Sears, assures Jamie that it is not the case. She explains that she met Bailey when she was around 7 years old. Bailey is from the Onyx family. The head of the Onyx family and Count Bell were friends and often met. When Sears was young, she approached Bailey and asked him to play with her. Sears was quite a tomboy at that age. Observing their interaction, Count Bell commented that it seemed his tomboy daughter had taken a liking to Bailey. Bailey's father instructed him to return after playing with Sears. The scene then shifts outside, where Sears has climbed a tree and is showing Bailey an apple. Bailey warns her to be careful to avoid falling, but Sears ignores the advice. As a result, her feet slip and she falls to the ground, landing on top of Bailey. Sears happily exclaims that it was fun and suggests they should do it again, but Bailey declines. The following day, Sears announces that she has made up her mind to learn swordsmanship and asks Bailey to start teaching her immediately. She swings her sword and inquires about her performance. Bailey, unimpressed, tells her not to pursue swordsmanship, as she lacks talent for it. The scene shifts 3 years later, following an incident in which the Onyx family lost their gold mine. Count Bell warned that if the Onyx family retaliated, they would risk losing their family name. Despite this warning, Bailey's father did not heed the advice, and eventually, he passed away, leading to the downfall of the Onyx family. Count Bell then allowed Bailey to live with them at their palace. 1 year later, Bailey became deeply absorbed in training for swordsmanship in pursuit of revenge, which caused a rift between him and Sears. After 5 years, Sears attended a noble's function where she was being courted by other nobles. Seeing this, Bailey became enraged. Later that night, he taught the nobles a lesson, warning them never to approach Sears or speak to her inappropriately. At that moment, Sears arrived and shouted at Bailey, questioning his actions. Seeing Bailey's face, Sears realized that he was no longer the person she once knew. A few months later, Count Welton, in his youth, came to meet with Count Bell. Count Welton meets Sears and blushes upon seeing her for the first time. Count Bell comments that Count Welton is renowned for his genius in swordsmanship, with some even predicting that he will become the next great sword expert. Count Welton blushes further at this praise, modestly downplaying it. Later that night, Bailey attempts to speak with Sears, but she states that she has nothing to say to him. Bailey then asks if she plans to see the representative from the Welton family again. Sears responds that he is the head of the Welton family, so Bailey should refrain from taking any action. Bailey questions whether Sears no longer has any feelings for him. Sears replies that someone she regarded as a real brother would never treat her this way. She further explains that Bailey never listens to her and is always trying to control her, and she tells him to stop. Angered by this, Bailey grabs Sears by the hand. Bailey tells Sears to stop talking nonsense. At that moment, Count Welton enters and asks Bailey what is going on. Bailey demands that Count Welton get out of his way, insisting that the matter is between him and Sears. Count Welton responds that he cannot do that and proceeds to pull Bailey's hand away from Sears. He then demands that Bailey apologize to Sears. In a fit of anger, Bailey challenges Count Welton to a duel. Sears is shocked by this turn of events, while Count Welton accepts the challenge. Sears goes to her father and recounts everything that happened between Bailey and Count Welton. Count Bell reveals that he had been considering arranging a marriage between Sears and Bailey. Sears firmly states that she is not willing to proceed with this plan, explaining that the Bailey she knows is either a demon wielding a sword or someone who merely monitors her. Count Bell responds that Bailey's actions are simply a reflection of his feelings for Sears. However, Sears argues that the kind and caring Bailey from the past no longer exists. Understanding Sears's position, Count Bell tells her she should take her leave. The scene then shifts to the following day, where Count Welton has defeated Bailey in a duel. Sears enters, concerned, and asks if Count Welton is all right, hugging him. Count Welton reassures her, saying that he is stronger than she might think. Bailey, heartbroken, witnesses this scene. A servant then informs Count Bell that Bailey left the palace in the middle of the night. Count Bell comments that this development is probably best for everyone. 3 years later, Count Welton and Sears Bell are married. Count Welton informs Sears that Bailey has become a sword master and has sought revenge against the 3 families that bankrupted the Onyx family. We now shift to the present, where Sears asks Jamie if he is curious about his mother's past. Jamie reflects that he didn't realize there was so much history. He responds affirmatively, thinking to himself that he never imagined his father was capable of defeating such a formidable opponent. At that moment, a servant announces that Archbishop Sapphira has arrived. Upon seeing Sears, Archbishop Sapphira remarks, "Isn't this the tomboy Sears?" Sears, feeling embarrassed, responds that it has been so long since they last met. Jamie introduces himself and states that it is an honor to meet the Archbishop, and Sarah introduces herself as well. Archbishop Sapphira then mentions that the apostle spoke highly of Jamie and that he heard Jamie is best friends with them. Ras happily informs Jamie that Ricky and Anna, the apostles, have asked him to convey their desire to meet Jamie soon. Jamie responds affirmatively, thinking to himself that he has already met Ricky. Count Bell then states that he needs to speak with the Archbishop. As Archbishop Sapphira bids farewell to Sears and the children and departs, Sears asks Sarah what their next steps should be. Jamie then asks his mother about the Mirenay forest, noting that Sable advised him not to go there. With a serious expression, Sears asks Jamie how he knows about the Mirenay forest and if he has been outside. Jamie, apprehensive, denies having gone outside. Sears questions why Sable would mention it to Jamie. Jamie explains that Sable merely wanted him to be cautious. Sears responds that, although she frequently advises caution, Jamie should not go out alone, even though he is a magician and still young. Jamie acknowledges her concern and agrees to keep it in mind. Sears then points to a mountain and asks Jamie if he can see it. The Mirenay forest is over there, Sears points out. Jamie observes that it appears to be a normal forest and questions why it is considered dangerous. Sears explains that the Mirenay forest is one of the world's 6 largest restricted areas, similar to Ariajad's Great Forest, which lies beyond it. Strictly speaking, the Mirenay forest is also part of the Great Forest. Jamie considers that this might indeed be what the Pyro refers to as a dark forest. Sears emphasizes that this is why Jamie must avoid it. Jamie reassures his mother that he will not go there, though he privately resolves to visit the forest. Later that night, Jamie and Venna arrive at the Mirenay forest. Jamie, smirking, remarks that it truly exudes a sinister atmosphere. As Jamie ventures into the forest, he dispatches monsters using his explosive spells. He reflects that it is a nuisance because he cannot use his black mana in this forest. At that moment, a monster approaches from behind to attack Jamie. Venna comes to the rescue, pushing Jamie away and taking down the monster. She then asks Jamie if he is unable to use his black magic as well. Venna, however, happily notes that she feels better than ever. Her body feels light, as if she is flying. Jamie agrees that this is beneficial in the current situation. In his mind, Jamie reflects that Venna, being one of the forest tribe Valkyries, is influenced by the forest energy similar to the elves. Venna then asks Jamie why they are there. Jamie, frustrated, replies that he has already explained. It is at the request of the goddess. Venna inquires about their task, but before Jamie can respond, the ground beneath them suddenly vanishes, and they begin to fall. Jamie attempts to use his flight spell, but finds it ineffective. He worries that he might die if he hits the ground at this speed. To Jamie's surprise, they land safely. A shocked Venna expresses her relief that they survived. She asks Jamie where they are. Jamie uses his light spell and sees a door in front of him, noting that it appears to be a ruin. He reads the inscription on the door, which states, "Leave or enter." As Jamie speaks, the door begins to open. Venna, excited by the sight, watches eagerly. Jamie comments that while he does not know who is responsible for this, he finds it intriguing. He reflects that he never expected to see characters from his past life here. The scene shifts outside, where soldiers have discovered another person who was killed by demons. One guard suggests that they should inform Sable, but the soldiers find something unusual. Based on the condition of the body, they estimate that the person has been dead for at least 4 hours. This location is part of their patrol route and one that they pass during shift rotations, yet no reports of the incident had been made. Suddenly, the same man from the forest, who was awakening the demon, appears. The cloaked figure then attacks and takes down the soldier. Sable arrives at the scene, stating that they finally meet. He mentions that he has been put in a rather uncomfortable position because of the cloaked individual. With a smile, the cloaked figure acknowledges Sable, calling him the chief advisor. In an instant, Sable charges forward and injures the cloaked figure with his sword. With a serious expression, Sable remarks that bodies imbued with demonic energy do not die easily. He continues to attack until the cloaked figure is defeated. The scene shifts back to the ruins, where Venna asks Jamie if he is all right. Jamie replies that he is. Venna, still worried, expresses her concern that she thought she was going to die. After dealing with giant armored soldiers equipped with anti-magic, automatic rapid-fire traps, and a horde of scorpions that kept coming, Jamie finally reaches the last door. Jamie explains that this is where the boss of the ruin resides. Venna, excited to see what it is stunned when they discover that the boss is a huge bear. Both Venna and Jamie are astonished by the sight. Venna, delighted to see the bear, exclaims how cute it looks. However, without wasting any time, the bear immediately strikes at her. Jamie shouts at Venna, telling her to move away, and quickly pushes her aside, saving her from the bear's attack. To Jamie's surprise, the bear speaks, saying that Jamie has some nerve coming here. Stunned to discover that the bear can talk and knows his identity, Jamie watches as the bear, clearly frustrated, hurls a piece of rock at him, telling him to stop pretending. Jamie swiftly raises his shield to block the strike, but to his surprise, the rock shatters through the shield and hits him directly. Venna, shocked, rushes over to Jamie, who lies on the ground thinking that the bear's attack nearly broke all his ribs. Venna quickly asks Jamie if he's all right, to which he replies that he's fine. In his mind, however, Jamie acknowledges that if it weren't for the beat of life, he would have been in much worse condition. The bear then declares that since it has nullified Jamie's dark magic, there's nothing Jamie can do to stop its strikes. Hearing this, Jamie realizes that the bear is responsible for blocking his black mana and demands to know how the bear accomplished it. The bear strikes at Jamie, stating that there's no need for Jamie to know the reason. However, Venna steps forward and blocks the bear's attack with her punch, determined to save Jamie. The scene then shifts outside, where a man in a cloak asks Sable why he attacked him. With a serious expression, Sable informs the cloaked man that he crossed the line and disrupted their plan. Sable reminds him that he had instructed the cloaked figure to leave the soldiers alone. In response, the cloaked figure claims that since the swordmaster has left again, there's nothing to fear. With a smirk, Sable remarks that it seems the cloaked figure hasn't been punished enough. Frightened, the cloaked figure apologizes to Sable. Sable then tells him that it's not because he's afraid of the swordmaster, but rather that the cloaked figure, a demon vermin, should be following Sable's orders, as everything must go according to his father's will. The scene then returns to the dungeon, where Vinna is pushed back by the bear's punch. A worried Vinna wonders how Jamie is holding up. At that moment, Jamie reassures her, saying she did great, as he successfully cast his spell, Colored Heavy Rain, which strikes at the bear. However, to their shock, the spell has no effect on the bear. Both Jamie and Vinna are stunned. Seeing this, the bear remarks that this is the result of Jamie's futile efforts and asks why he won't just give up. Frustrated, Jamie and Vinna ask the bear what they could have done, as it was the bear who attacked them without reason. The bear responds, accusing Jamie of leaving an unknown object in the bear's forest, and declares that Jamie must be punished for this crime. Angered, Jamie demands to know what nonsense the bear is talking about, as this is his first time in the forest. The bear tells Jamie to stop lying, insisting that the dark power protecting the demon egg is clearly Jamie's. Jamie is shocked to hear about a demon egg in the forest. Furious, the bear tells Jamie to stop pretending, vowing to take down Jamie and all of his demon followers. As the bear prepares to strike again, Jamie steps forward and informs the bear that he came to the forest to eliminate the demon at the request of the goddess Pyro. Hearing this, the bear pauses its attack and asks Jamie if this is true. Jamie replies that he is willing to bet everything on it and suggests that if the bear doesn't trust him, it should follow him, as he has something to show. The bear then tells Jamie that it's fine because this forest is part of the goddess's territory, and if Jamie were lying, he would have been struck down by heavenly punishment immediately. However, the bear notes that it cannot sense the presence of the goddess Pyro from Jamie, and the power it blocked from Jamie definitely doesn't come from a god. Jamie explains that he doesn't follow the goddess. They simply made a deal. The goddess instructed him to come to the dark forest to prevent the awakening of dark magic and mentioned that Jamie would understand why she sent him instead of one of her followers once he arrived. The bear replies, "That's hard to believe, but I can't entirely dismiss it either." At that moment, Vinna steps forward and asks the bear to explain the demon egg and the power protecting it. The bear tells them that the egg appeared in the forest about a month ago, and he immediately attempted to deal with it. However, a dark, incredibly powerful force was guarding it. No matter what the bear tried, he couldn't break through the barrier, so he has been containing the power that protects the egg for the time being. Jamie comments that he doesn't sense any divine authority from the bear and asks how the bear was able to block such power. The bear replies that it's thanks to an artifact, which takes the form of these ruins. Jamie, surprised, asks if the entire ruin is an artifact. Vinna, excited by this, starts asking the bear questions about the ruins, but Jamie interrupts her and asks the bear who created this place, how the bear knows the ancient language, and for what purpose the artifact was made. The bear responds that he isn't entirely sure. All he knows is that this place was created approximately 600 years ago. Jamie then asks the bear one final question. Why is he still keeping the dark power blocked? The bear, confused, asks what Jamie means. Jamie reminds the bear that he said he blocked the power protecting the egg. If that's the case, Jamie wonders, why didn't the bear destroy the egg right then and there? He asks why the bear is still keeping the dark mana in an unstable state. The bear replies that the egg is still intact. Jamie follows up by asking if there are other obstacles preventing him from doing so. The bear explains that in order to block the dark power, the user of the artifact must remain in the ruins, and he hasn't found anyone yet who can help him break the egg. Hearing this, both Vinna and Jamie think to themselves, so, basically, the bear hasn't really done anything yet. The bear then introduces himself as Teberon. Jamie asks Teberon if he can sense Vinna's power. Teberon responds by asking if Jamie is referring to Vinna's Valkyrie life force, but Jamie clarifies that it's something else, something similar to his own power. Jamie explains that Vinna's power has also been blocked, and asks how it compares to the power protecting the demon egg. Teberon replies that it's different, but the power he blocked is exactly like Jamie's. Hearing this, Jamie reflects, certain that he should be the only one with his black mana. Jamie then tells Teberon to release his power and let them go outside, as Jamie needs to see it for himself. Teberon hesitates, still doubtful. Vinna urges Teberon to trust them, saying that once Jamie regains his powers, he can deal with the demon egg immediately. Despite this, Teberon remains unconvinced. Vena reminds him that the goddess sent them, prompting Teberon to release his power. Jamie regains his full strength and, in that moment, unleashes his black mana, immobilizing both Teberon and Vena. Jamie declares that no one can ever control him. Teberon asks Jamie what he's doing, and we see that Jamie has unlocked the ruins pattern. As he observes the patterns, Jamie exclaims in amazement, stating that with this, he will be able to fully control the ruin. However, suddenly Jamie feels an incredible pressure on his body. Sensing an opportunity, Teberon moves to strike, but Jamie calmly declares that it's more than enough. Jamie then warns Teberon that he will self-destruct the ruin if Teberon doesn't stop. Hearing this, Teberon halts his attack. Concerned, Vena asks Jamie if he's all right. Jamie reassures her that he's fine, though he thinks to himself that this must be some kind of firewall protecting the ruin. Strong, but not strong enough to stop him completely. Teberon then remarks that it seems his link with the ruins has been severed. He asks Jamie if he did this and how he managed to do it in such a short time. Jamie replies that he configured the ruin to make himself the submaster, adding that Teberon was simply unlucky, as his master isn't the only one well-versed in artifacts. Jamie concludes by expressing surprise that there exists an artifact capable of blocking his power. There's no way Jamie would leave this behind and go. Now that Jamie looks into it, it seems that the ruin didn't completely block his power. Teberon is surprised to hear this. Jamie continues, explaining that if something like that existed, there was probably an expedient that reduced the probability of mana concentration, broke through the originality of spatial coordinates, and interfered with the maneuvering site, activating an anomalous energy field. That's how it is, Jamie concludes, leaving Teberon stunned. Jamie then grabs Vena's hand and, with a smile, tells Teberon not to follow him as they prepare to teleport. Before vanishing, Jamie adds that even if Teberon wanted to, he wouldn't be able to leave the ruins. Jamie and Vena disappear in front of Teberon, leaving him surprised. The scene shifts to Count Bell's office, where soldiers inform him that 9 people were taken down in a single night. Shocked, Count Bell asks if they have discovered anything about the culprit. A soldier responds that it was Sable. Frustrated, Count Bell demands to know Sable's whereabouts, but the soldier replies that no one has seen Sable since midnight yesterday. Upon hearing this, Count Bell is incredulous that Sable is the culprit. The scene shifts to Sable standing on a building roof. Sable confidently states that they are about to arrive. The scene then transitions to a memory of Sable, where Count Bell asks the Pyro Bishop if he has received any communication from the Great Temple. The bishop replies that the Great Temple has already dispatched divine executioners, who are expected to arrive by tomorrow afternoon. It is also indicated that there will be a master among them. Sable overhears this conversation. Back in the present, Sable reflects that by the time the Great Temple arrives, everything will already be over. The scene shifts to the forest, where Jamie has found the demon egg. Observing the barrier, Vena notes that the energy resembles Jamie's black mana. Jamie confirms this, though he thinks to himself that he doesn't understand why his black mana is present. Vena then asks Jamie about the inscriptions on the barrier. As Jamie touches the barrier, he senses the grimoire named Leviathan, a part of himself. He is surprised that he had forgotten about it. Now Jamie realizes that his memories are complete, as he suddenly recalls the concept of heavenly defiance. Jamie finds it strange that there is no sense of incongruity despite the gap in his memory. Vena asks Jamie if he has learned anything. Jamie confirms that he has and tells her to take a ring. When Vena asks about the ring, Jamie explains that it is an artifact he obtained from the ruins. He instructs Vena to infuse the artifact with mana while commanding its will. As Vena follows his instructions, a hammer materializes in her hands. Excited by her new weapon, Vena prepares to use it. Jamie, irritated, tells her to patrol the area with the weapon, while he focuses on handling the barrier. He informs her that this task will take some time. At that moment, someone attacks from behind, but Vena attempts to block it and takes a direct hit. Vena is injured by the incoming strike. Shocked, Jamie realizes that it was a holy power. The attacker reveals herself as a blue-haired woman, who comments that Jamie has sharp senses. Jamie asks the blue-haired woman what business the Genesis Church has in this place, whether she is here to destroy the demon egg or to protect it. The blue-haired woman responds with indifference, then remarks that she dislikes Vina for holding the artifact hammer. She declares that she will take Vina down first. The blue-haired woman charges at Vina, but Vina manages to block the strike. Impressed, the blue-haired woman acknowledges Vina's skills. At that moment, the blue-haired woman attacks from behind, aiming to punch Vina. Jamie quickly shouts a warning to Vina to watch out from behind. Vina spins around and swings her hammer, forcing the blue-haired woman to retreat. Laughing, the blue-haired woman taunts Vina, questioning if that is all she has. Frustrated, Vina leaps into the air and prepares to strike the blue-haired woman with great force. The blue-haired girl easily blocked the incoming strike and remarked, "Is that all Vina has?" Vina responded that it certainly was not. The blue-haired girl then decided to get serious. She pushed off Vina with her sword and, with a serious expression, challenged Vina to block her next attack. In an instant, the blue-haired girl moved behind Vina and struck her with her sword. Jamie, shocked to see Vina get hit, turned around, considering that there might be a small chance for Vina to counter. However, Jamie realized that the blue-haired girl was not easily stopped. At that moment, Vina, still standing, told Jamie not to move, as she was still able to fight. Observing this, the blue-haired girl commented that it seemed her attack had hurt Vina and questioned whether Vina was seriously going to fight in her condition. Vina, with a smirk, replied that she had no other choice and needed to follow Jamie's instructions. The blue-haired girl then said that Vina was a good friend and acknowledged that even a little kid like her needed to act out sometimes. Vina, smiling, responded that she could only act out with those older than her. At that moment, Vina cast her dark spell, Sense Reversal Curse. The blue-haired girl was shocked to see that Vina could use dark magic as well. Vina closed the distance between herself and the blue-haired girl in an instant and struck with her hammer. However, the blue-haired girl managed to block the attack. Realizing that her spell had already dissipated, Vina knew she had only one chance. Angered, the blue-haired girl channeled her mana into her sword and swung it toward Vina. In response, Vina also swung her sword. Their attacks collided, resulting in a massive explosion. As the dust settled, Vina was seen lying on the ground, exhausted and wondering what had just happened. As Vina began to close her eyes, the blue-haired woman, still enraged, declared that she would take down the child Vina had been protecting. At that moment, Jamie intervened, asking if the blue-haired girl was referring to him, as he had not yet taken any action. Jamie then used his spell, Gluttony, striking the blue-haired girl directly. He thought to himself that while he did not like holy power, he would devour this holy energy nonetheless. The spell began to spread across the blue-haired girl. Jamie approached Vina and thanked her for holding out, explaining that he had managed to absorb the barrier and that she no longer needed to worry. Vina responded that she was glad to hear that. However, the blue-haired girl managed to break through Jamie's spell and declared that she had initially intended to go easy on Jamie because he was cute. Jamie, observing this, thought to himself that the girl was clearly not an ordinary priest. The blue-haired girl then cast her spell, Sanctuary, summoning both a weapon and armor. Noting the change in atmosphere, Jamie remarked that the holy energy she now wielded was greater than that of a bishop, combined with her combat prowess. He realized she was a formidable opponent. The blue-haired girl informed Jamie that the magic he had just cast, although it was only for an instant, had absorbed all the holy energy from her. She then asked if Jamie was a black magician. Jamie responded nonchalantly, asking what if he was. The blue-haired girl declared that if he was, she would completely destroy him. She struck at Jamie with her new weapon, but Jamie countered by summoning a massive gate and announcing that he would introduce someone new to her. As the gate opened, undead eyes emerged from within. An undead figure in a cloak emerged from the gate. Wasting no time, the undead struck at the blue-haired girl. The scene then shifted to the forest, where the demon egg was located. A man, shocked to find that the demon egg had still not hatched, was suddenly approached by Jamie. Jamie inquired about the man's identity, but the cloaked figure quickly distanced himself. Jamie asked if he was a demon follower, to which the cloaked figure responded by asking Jamie who he was and what had happened to the guardian of the egg. Jamie replied that the cloaked figure did not need to know and suggested they end this confrontation. At that moment, Philip arrived and took down the cloaked figure with a single decisive strike. Jamie then instructed Philip to stand back. As Philip jumped away, the demon egg absorbed the cloaked figure. Jamie thought to himself that this was inevitable and remarked that a demon would soon emerge. The scene then shifted back to the blue-haired girl, who, frustrated by her inability to defeat the Lich, wondered about the fate of the demon egg. As her master would not overlook any failure in the plan, the blue-haired girl and the Lich suddenly sensed dark energy emanating from the forest. The Lich, frightened by the energy, became increasingly worried. The blue-haired girl, realizing that the demon had finally arisen, saw an opportunity and struck the Lich with full force, hitting him directly. The scene then shifted to Pyro Church, where Ricky also sensed the presence of the demon. Anna asked Ricky what was wrong, and Ricky replied that all the people of Pyro were in danger and that they would all perish if they remained stationary. At that moment, a man arrived and instructed both Anna, the saint, and Ricky, the apostle, to leave immediately. As Ricky and Anna departed, Ricky thought to himself that staying there would only make them a liability. The scene then shifted to Count Bell's office, where a man entered and informed Count Bell of the demon's awakening. Count Bell instructed them to gather their troops as quickly as possible. At that moment, Sears entered her father's office. Count Bell instructed Sears not to worry and to gather the children and get them to safety. However, Sears informed her father that Jamie was missing. Count Bell was shocked to hear this. Sears added that she suspected Jamie had gone into the Mirene forest. The scene then shifted to the forest, where Jamie expressed his disdain for demons, describing them as beings that intimidate and show contempt for the weak. Demons, Jamie noted, harm all living things merely by their existence. Philip and Jance urged Jamie to escape immediately. Jamie observed that even the undead were frightened and realized that if this demon fully emerged, dealing with it without the perfect cell would be extremely difficult. Jamie instructed Philip and Jance to take Venna and flee as far as possible, where the demon's energy could not reach. As they departed, the demon asked Jamie if he thought he would be fine alone, remarking that it would not be entertaining if Jamie conceded so easily. Jamie was taken aback to discover that the demon was of noble rank. The demon then commented that Jamie seemed to know a thing or two about demons. The demon decided to delay taking down Jamie, applauding Jamie's knowledge. The demon introduced himself as Ryueta, the Baron of the Great Devil Domain. Jamie realized that since Ryueta was a Baron, he must be at least of master class. Ryueta assured Jamie not to be scared and that there was no turning back now that he had arrived. Jamie responded by using his perfect cell bracelet, noting that it was unusual for the demon to explain all of this to him. Ryueta commented on Jamie's impressive bracelet and proposed that if Jamie gave it to him, he would let Jamie go. Jamie retorted that Ryueta must think he is crazy. Ryueta responded that Jamie had left him no choice and prepared to strike. He wondered how Jamie would handle his attacks. In response, Jamie leaped into the air and used his Leviathan spell to strike at the demon. The scene then shifted to Count Bell's palace, where Sable, sitting on a tree, remarked that Ryueta, as the weakest of the 5 nobles, might seem like a calamity to humans. Sable observed the Pyro and Bell forces preparing for battle and noted that Count Bell should have left someone behind to defend their home. The scene shifted to Jance, who was running away with Venna, both of them concerned about Jamie's well-being. Jance's survival was seen as a sign that Jamie was still all right. At that moment, Venna woke up and asked Jance what was happening. Jance explained that Jamie had instructed him to take Venna and escape because a demon had awakened. Surprised by this information, Venna demanded to be let down. As they reached a mountain, Venna sensed the demon's energy and expressed her determination to go back and help Jamie. Jance, however, told her that she would only be a burden in her current state. Venna insisted that even if it meant her death, she could buy Jamie a little more time. Jance replied that there was no point, as Venna would not be helpful in her present condition. Suddenly, Jance began to disappear, leaving Venna stunned. She recalled how Jamie had helped her in the past and was at a loss for what to do next. At that moment, the hammer artifact spoke, finding Venna's situation interesting. It noted that, as a young Valkyrie with strong and pure blood, Venna had not yet awakened, which added to its intrigue. The hammer artifact will allow Venna to access its true powers for today. It instructs her to remember this sensation and reveals its name, Filion. This hammer, forged by a legendary blacksmith, was designed specifically for a Valkyrie queen. Venna is encouraged to make the most of this opportunity. The scene then shifts to Jamie, who is lying on the ground. He reflects on his exhaustion and the fact that he can no longer maintain his flight spell. Jamie has also lost a significant amount of blood. He laments that if he had a bit more energy from the beat of life, or if he had been able to summon Black, he might have bought himself enough time to execute a high-level technique, potentially changing the outcome. At that moment, Teberon arrives, shocked. Jamie asks Teberon how he managed to get here. Teberon replies that he knows his way around this place, having been here for 600 years. He expresses surprise that Jamie stayed behind to fight the demon alone, acknowledging Jamie's noble heart as worthy of the goddess's choice. Jamie, however, downplays his actions. Suddenly, Ryueta appears from behind and strikes at Teberon. Teberon manages to block Ryueta's strike and retaliates with a punch to her stomach, sending her flying through the air. Venna then steps forward and strikes Ryueta with her hammer, causing Ryueta to fall to the ground. Venna tells Jamie that she has arrived, to which Jamie inquires about her hair color. Venna, pleased, responds that it looks cool. Jamie clarifies that was not his intended question. Teberon then interrupts, advising them to discuss it later, as the fight is not yet over. Meanwhile, Ryueta, recovering, attacks Teberon, landing a direct hit that knocks him to the ground. The scene shifts to the other side of the forest, where a soldier informs Count Bell that they cannot advance further due to the presence of evil energy. The soldier suggests that they wait for the Pyro Church to arrive and receive their blessing before proceeding. Count Bell, confused, realizes that only the Order of Bell is holding them up and worries that further delay might put Jamie in jeopardy. At that moment, a letter approaches Count Bell through wind magic. As Count Bell receives the letter, he prepares to read its contents. The scene shifts to a blue-haired girl running through the forest, thinking that she has succeeded in summoning the demon and that her task is complete. However, in an instant, she is taken down by a decisive strike from a wind spell. The scene then transitions to Jamie, where both Teberon and Venna are defeated and injured. Ryueta expresses surprise at encountering such a high level of resistance on the surface, noting that he too has sustained injuries. Meanwhile, Jamie completes his spell, Road to Ruin, a dark magic that releases all the energy absorbed by Leviathan at once, capable of large-scale destruction. Jamie unleashes the spell at Ryueta, hitting him, but Ryueta withstands the blow. Frustrated, Jamie realizes this may be his last chance, the opportunity Venna and Teberon have given him. Ryueta then prepares to attack Jamie with another dark spell and asks if Jamie has any last words. Jamie, annoyed by Ryueta's voice, tells him to simply kill him. At that moment, the same wind spell strikes again, taking down the demon Ryueta with a single blow. The scene then reveals Bailey, the only swordmaster in Pyro, who arrives to deal with the demon. We see the letter in which Bailey instructed Count Bell not to allow anyone into the forest, as Bailey would handle the demon himself. The scene shifts to the Pyro Church, where the head bishop expresses surprise at the unexpected visitor. The guest is revealed to be Sable, who inquires whether the apostle has already departed. The head bishop, with a stern tone, tells Sable to leave if he respects the goddess. With a smirk, Sable responds that the head bishop must be suggesting that he need not leave if he does not respect the goddess. The head bishop, undeterred, replies that he will have to take action against Sable in that case. Sable then questions whether the head bishop believes he can stand against the first sword of Guinness, drawing his sword. The head bishop is taken aback by this revelation. Sable declares that eternal peace will be etched upon the edge of his sword, and that the goddess will suffer great losses today. The scene shifts to Ricky and the others, where Ricky senses something troubling and fears that the head bishop is in danger. Returning to the forest, we see Bailey has defeated the demon. Jamie, astounded, reflects that although he could not clearly see it, The swift slash of Bailey's great sword, combined with an immense level of power, was impressive. Jamie reflects on the power of the Wind Authority. Bailey then asks Jamie why he is here. Jamie replies that he was curious because everyone had advised him not to come, and he certainly did not expect to encounter Sir Bailey. Bailey responds that he witnessed everything, which shocks Jamie. However, Bailey quickly clarifies that he was only joking, as everyone has their own secrets they prefer to keep hidden. Jamie, intrigued, wonders just how much Sir Bailey saw. Jamie then asks Bailey why he is here, having heard that Bailey had left. Bailey explains that he took on a task because he was the right person for it. Jamie, puzzled, wonders what task Bailey is referring to. Teberon then inquires about Bailey's identity, noting his formidable presence. Bailey introduces himself as someone who seeks the world's secrets and reveals that he is here to retrieve an item entrusted to this place by the request of Isis. Teberon asks if it is the frontier, and Bailey responds that he would like Teberon to open the gates of Gremia. Meanwhile, Jamie is left wondering what Bailey is talking about. Teberon informs Bailey that he cannot open the gates, as he is not currently the administrator of Gremia. He then asks Jamie if this is correct. Understanding the situation, Jamie inquires whether Sir Bailey and Teberon are referring to the ruins. The scene shifts to inside the ruins, where Bailey, surprised, remarks that, in addition to dealing with demons, he did not expect Jamie to be the controller of Gremia. Jamie remains silent, unable to respond. Teberon then suggests they proceed and instructs Jamie to transfer the authority to him. Jamie asks why, and Bailey gives Jamie a pointed look. Frustrated, Jamie complies and transfers the authority. Teberon then opens the gates to Gremia, and Jamie is teleported to a new location. There, an old man greets Jamie as the owner of Black Mana. Jamie asks the old man if he is the creator of Gremia. The old man confirms this and introduces himself as Armion. He explains that he was a genius artifact creator and a 9th-class magician, a rare rank in the human world during his time. Jamie is astonished to hear Armion speak so highly of himself. In that case, Jamie further inquires if Armion is also the frontier or something similar. Armion replies that, while he is closely associated with Isis, he is not the frontier. Instead, he is merely holding onto the lightning dragon's sword, the Gram, at her request. However, Gremia is not just a place for guarding the Gram. It was created for someone Armion has been waiting for. Jamie asks what Armion means by someone. Armion explains that he is waiting for a Black Mana user with the power to challenge the gods, someone who can control the Black Mana. Jamie then asks Armion how he knows about such information, including the ancient language and other forgotten knowledge. Jamie reflects that even Ganon does not know about the power to challenge the gods. Jamie warns Armion that if he does not receive a satisfactory answer, he will eliminate him immediately. Armion responds that traces of a certain being remain in the world, and the ancient language was something he learned while searching for those traces. Surprised, Jamie asks Armion if traces of Diablo Volfir exist. Hearing this, Armion asks if Diablo is the name of that person, though Armion was unable to discover this despite searching throughout his life. It seems that Jamie, who has inherited that person's mana, might be the one he was waiting for. Armion concludes that it is right for him to entrust the artifact to Jamie. Jamie begins to sense an incredible amount of energy, noting that even the bead of life is completely filled. Armion explains that Gremia is an artifact capable of taking various forms, with unlimited possibilities. Its shape and function can be determined by the user's will. Armion, who felt powerless in the face of the truth, created Gremia with everything he had for that specific day. He is now ready to transfer all of his authority to Jamie. As Jamie receives the artifact, he remarks that he never imagined it would be so remarkable. He compares it to the 3 great divine weapons he forged in his previous life, noting that it is even more powerful than those. The scene then shifts to the Pyro Church, where Ras arrives in a hurry to check on the head bishop, to see that the head bishop is severely injured. Worried, Ras insists that the head bishop needs immediate healing. As Ras uses his healing power, he finds that he is unable to heal the head bishop. It seems that another type of holy energy is interfering with the process. The head bishop instructs Ras not to worry about him, and to go protect the apostle and the saintess right away. Ras asks if this is the work of the Guinness Church, but the head bishop urges him to leave quickly. Ras protests, saying he cannot just abandon the head bishop. The head bishop pats Ras on the head, understanding but firm in his request for Ras to move forward. Tearfully, Ras vows to avenge the head bishop. The head priest advises Ras not to seek revenge, but rather to focus on protecting the people. The scene shifts to the forest, where Bailey asks Jamie if he is all right. Jamie replies that he is feeling a little unwell but is otherwise fine. Jamie then asks Sir Bailey if he obtained what he came for. Bailey confirms that he did. Teberon, unsure if Jamie is aware, inquires about what happened to Gremia. Teberon notes that Jamie arrived a step later than them, leading to a complete disconnection from Gremia, and asks Jamie what exactly he did inside. Jamie explains that he encountered Armian's thoughts and received Gremia. He then shows the artifact to both Teberon and Bailey, leaving them both astonished. Bailey remarks that Gremia is an even greater item than the gram. Teberon asks Jamie if Armian really gave it to him. Jamie confirms that it was Armian's idea. As soon as the gram was removed, Armian transferred all authority to Jamie. Teberon moves closer to Jamie, asking if this is true. Jamie heals Teberon's wounds, prompting Teberon to inquire if Jamie is using healing magic. Jamie informs him that it is not magic, but rather the result of Gremia. Bailey tells Jamie that they should head back home, as Jamie's mother, Sears, must be worried. Hearing this, a worried Jamie realizes that he completely forgot about it. At that moment, Jamie senses something that shocks him. Noticing Jamie's reaction, Bailey asks him what is wrong. Jamie informs Bailey that the goddess apostle is in danger. Bailey then asks if Jamie means his friend. Annoyed, Jamie tells Bailey that this is not the time for questions and that they need to go quickly. Bailey lifts Jamie onto his shoulder and asks which direction they should head. Embarrassed, Jamie replies that they need to go southeast. Bailey departs at incredible speed. As they leave, Teberon comments that he didn't even get a chance to say goodbye. Meanwhile, it is revealed that Venna has also been left behind. The scene shifts to the forest, where a soldier informs Count Bell that the source of the demonic energy seems to have disappeared. Count Bell praises the soldier for his good work. At that moment, another soldier arrives to report that a group of demons has appeared within the territory. The demons are attacking people, leaving Count Bell stunned by the news. The soldier adds that, fortunately, the knights who stayed behind were able to suppress them successfully. However, it is reported that the demons had disguised themselves as residents or soldiers. Count Bell acknowledges that he underestimated the demons. The soldier also reports that the head bishop has been killed, leaving both the head soldier and Count Bell shocked. The soldier further reveals that, according to witness reports, Sable was present at the scene. The scene shifts to the mountains, where Sable is confronting Ras. Sable asserts that Ras cannot defeat him. Ras, who appears slightly injured, reflects that he did not expect Sable to be this strong. From the side, Ricky and Anna, concerned, ask if Ras is all right. Ras reassures them that he is fine and then asks Sable how long he has been planning this. Sable responds that, honestly, he did not anticipate the opportunity to kill the saint and apostle would arise. Sable strikes Ras with his sword, and Ras, shocked, is unable to dodge the attack and gets hit. Worried, Ricky moves to help Ras, but Ras shouts for Ricky to stay back. In his mind, Ras cannot believe he was struck by Sable, as he thought he had dodged the blow. Sable then informs Ras that he cannot stop him. When Ras asks if Sable is a swordmaster, Sable responds that Ras has only just realized it. Sable explains that his authority is causality reversal. If he attacks an opponent, that opponent will be injured. Sable can delay the cause, his attack, and advance the effect, Ras's injury. Ras is stunned by this revelation. Ricky is also shocked to hear this, as Ras struggles to believe that Sable wields an authority that defies logic. Sable continues, stating that there are many monsters in the world, and it is unfortunate for Ras that he is currently facing one of the highest-ranking monsters. Sable charges at Ras and, with a single strike, severely injures him. As Ras falls to the ground, he triggers a massive explosion using his holy energy. Sable manages to back off, remarking that he didn't expect the first sword of Guinness to be able to push him back. Curious, Sable asks about the nature of Rass's holy power. Rass, now airborne and ready to strike, responds that Sable should ask God himself about such matters. Sable replies that his father doesn't appreciate questions and prefers to spend his time swinging his sword rather than asking for answers. As their swords clash, it becomes evident that Rass is being pushed back. Sable taunts Rass, reminding him that he had warned Rass he couldn't stop him. Rass, smirking, acknowledges the truth of Sable's words, but remains determined. Meanwhile, Ricky positions himself to strike Sable. Ricky attacks using his own causality reversal penalty. If the causality that cannot be managed goes awry, the damage returns to the user. The attack successfully injures Sable. Sable, shocked, cannot believe that Ricky possesses such authority. He considers this an expected development, noting that it is indeed a formidable divine power. Not only was Ricky able to heal Rass completely, but he also managed to evade Sable's attacks. Frustrated, Rass tells Sable to stop talking and attempts to strike him with his sword. Sable blocks the strike with his manhwa-fest and remarks that, as long as the goddess doesn't descend herself, Rass and the others are merely weak humans. Sable then uses his brute force to break Rass's sword. Just as Ricky is about to cast his spell again, Sable rushes toward him, preparing to attack. Anna, worried, warns Ricky to be careful. At that moment, Jamie arrives and strikes Sable directly with his spell. Jamie instructs Ricky to use his spell as well. Following Jamie's lead, Ricky punches Sable in the stomach with his holy energy. Afterward, Rass and Jamie approach Ricky to check if he is all right. Ricky responds that he is fine. Jamie then asks Ricky about the situation, and Rass informs him that Sable is the one responsible for all of this. Sable was an informant for the Zenith Church. Bailey states that Sable is not Count Bell's assistant, which shocks Jamie. At that moment, a blue line appears around Jamie. Surprised, Jamie wonders what the line is, but Bailey, seeing the danger, quickly pushes Jamie out of its range, though Bailey himself is injured in the process. It turns out that Sable intended to take down Jamie first, but is surprised that Bailey was able to detect the attack. An expected feat from a swordmaster. Both Rass and Ricky are stunned to see Sable still standing. With a smile, Sable notes that reversal of cause and effect is not the only skill he possesses. The power Sable used comes at a greater price, as one of his arms is severely injured. Bailey then instructs everyone to stand back, declaring that he will face Sable alone.